are some bad elements that are brought into these, and it takes away from the cause, to be quite frank.
Do you think that the governor's going to hear everyone's message here today?
Unfortunately, I think that our governor is tone deaf, and I can only hope for the next election. I wish Stacey Abrams, my girl, was running, but hopefully we can flip this state and have some real change here as well.
What change would you like to see in Atlanta?
Atlanta is a very well-run city. I was super proud of our leaders that came out today, the police chief and Miss Bottoms. I can't speak highly enough for her. There's a lot of great people here, but there's clearly a reason for change, not just in Atlanta, but in our country. So that's what I'm hoping for. Our legal system is abhorrent in comparison to the rest of the world, quite frankly, with mass incarceration, the ability for a person to get a lawyer for legal aid is, it's ridiculous. So that's the kind of change that I would hope for is within our legal system.
All right, well, thank you for sharing your story with us. All right, so let's take a look at the crowd now. Let's walk through the line. As you can see, it is very narrow, so there's not a lot of space for people to be out here protesting. So it's kind of like a single double line out here. You can see it's crowded. We're having a little bit of an issue walking through, but they're chanting. People have signs. I'm seeing Black Lives Matter signs, say her name, Breonna Taylor, no white neutrality, life is not white privilege. People are frustrated out here. They want their voices heard, but again, this is very peaceful. It's a mixed crowd, as you're seeing as we walk through the line. Kind of a different scene than we were seeing yesterday. Again, there are several organizations out here, and all of them with the same cause, which is the police brutality and justice for these black men that are being murdered. And they've had enough. They want change, and they're hoping that the governor will listen. I see white silence is not the answer. So as you can see, there are a lot of white people out here protesting here at the governor's mansion in Buckhead. As you're seeing that sign right there, white silence, violence. People are just starting to get here. The crowd is growing because, again, parking is an issue out here. So people are trying to find parking on these neighborhood streets. There's no way that people can get into the governor's mansion. If you can look and pan over there, you can see some of the National Guard in the driveway over there, just controlling and monitoring the situation so that things don't actually cross the street. They're making sure that people aren't stopping in this street right now here in Buckhead. And as you can see, there's lots of cars driving by, so it's a very busy area. And of course, we will continue to monitor the situation out here. Let's send it back to you guys in the studio.
Before we let you go, I just have a quick question. The images, I'm curious if any of the protesters that are out today, if they saw any of the images that we aired and multiple news agencies aired of the destruction and damage in Atlanta, yet they chose to still come out. Are they fearful that if they're identified by people watching them on TV and possibly do they fear retaliation on their jobs? Because some feel that the protesting needs to stop. At least that's some of the critics' position. Can you ask some of the other protesters that question?
Yeah, let's see. Excuse me, hello, hey, why are you out here today?
I'm out here today because Black lives do matter. I'm tired of seeing the injustice that is out here with people getting suffocated on a daily basis and no justice being brought to serve. It does not make any sense for someone to put their knee on the neck of a man that is dying for a minute. This has been going on for far too long. We try to be peaceful and no one's listening.
And were you protesting last night at all?
I couldn't. I was teaching yoga. I wish I was out there. I was really happy to see if there was a movement today that we could get involved in. We don't want to stand by anymore.
What was your reaction when you saw the destruction and the violence last night?
Honestly, I think personally, I understand. I don't know. I'm not a person of color. I can't imagine being oppressed my whole life. I understand where my privilege is, where I can come in and give a voice and show up and be an ally in solidarity.
And are you fearful for any type of retaliation, possibly with your job or someone seeing you out here protesting in front of the governor's mansion?
No, not at all. I teach yoga, so we're all about out fighting injustice and everything.
So there you have it. People out here just are tired. They're exhausted of what's happening to the black community, and they want it to stop. So they're out here protesting at the governor's mansion, hoping that he will receive their message. Let's send it back to you guys.
Ayanna, that is a similar message that we are hearing from even NBA players, one from Boston who is now in Atlanta planning to hold a peaceful protest starting at the Martin Luther King Memorial site. Even the mayor here of Atlanta, Keisha Lance Bottoms, even the advocates such as Killer Mike and T.I. had really compelled people yesterday to go home. Yet we're in day 2 and they're out in full force and saying that injustice has been served to the black community. And we're hearing this from a white female saying, I am not afraid. I am going to stand with my brothers and sisters. Ayanna, I'm going to let you continue to work with that crowd, get more information. And Rick, the images we saw on the right of yesterday, it was just frightening.
Yep, and we should remember as that protest in front of the governor's mansion is peaceful right now, and we hope certainly that it stays that way. Last night's protests started peacefully as well, and they devolved into this, what we see on the screen right now. The violence, the destruction, the car fires. We heard from police today, just within the last hour, there were 71 arrests that were made last night here in Atlanta, and there were 20 police vehicles overall that were damaged as a result of these protesters that began as protesters and then turned into arsonists and vandals. 2 of the police vehicles that were burned, we're told, were total losses. The police now saying today that they will not tolerate the looting and the damage to property that occurred Friday night and Saturday morning. And so police, we're going to see if they take a tougher line than they did last night. A lot of people that I spoke with today were wondering, why did the police just sort of sit back and let this happen? You know, and a lot of the video that we saw, a lot of the live images that we saw showed these protesters destroying public and private property without really any kind of interference from law enforcement. And so we are expecting a news conference coming up within the next hour and a half or so from the police chief, Erica Smith. And we will be talking to her, and I'm sure she'll be asked questions about this. Let's take a look at here. Here's
Chief, you've been in the crowds. I know you've been talking with people. What have you been hearing, and what are you
we
saying
are expecting
back
to hear from her again. This is her talking to our colleague Ashley Thompson yesterday before things turned violent, Sean. And she was out and about. She was talking to the protesters. She went up and spoke to them, you know, and listened to their grievances, and said that she herself was appalled by what she saw happen in Minneapolis, Minnesota, with the death of George Floyd. And so we were watching last night the police officers that are under her command practicing a lot of restraint, a lot of professionalism on the job last night by the APD. And we'll see whether they have that same kind of patience tonight. If things start to get ugly like they did last night, what are we going to see? Will
Erica
there be
Schills,
different tactics?
Rick, Erica Schills yesterday, she showed really leadership. She went into the protesters when the protest was peaceful, had dialogue with many of those young men who are angry, frustrated, irritated with how they have been treated by both the criminal justice system and the judicial system. She expressed that she understood. She says her reaction her reaction was understandable, and that she understood why that they were feeling this way and had the angst and wanted to protest. She supported a peaceful protest, but at some point yesterday it turned unruly, violent, dangerous. In fact, she was whisked away into the CNN building before the building itself was defaced by many of those rioters. As you mentioned, Rick, the police chief is expected to give a press conference and within the next hour. Possibly Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms will also be speaking. One of the biggest questions that will be addressed is, one, as you mentioned, will they change their tactics on how they deal with violence? We just heard from the organizer of the protest outside of Governor Kemp's mansion, the governor's mansion, and the organizers told Ayanna, we want to have a peaceful protest, but if we are confronted with violence, we will deal with it. That is an ominous sign to me In fact, Atlanta Police Department sent out a press release earlier today saying that Atlanta Police Department will be dealing and are expecting more protests today. We are seeing incidences popping up at Sugarloaf Mall in Gwinnett County. We're seeing incidences at Cumberland Mall, and there's a heavy police presence there. And Governor Kemp today, he deployed 1,500 National Guardsmen. That's up from 1,000 from yesterday.
Again, these pictures that we're looking at on your screen right now, not to be confusing, these are not live pictures. These are pictures from yesterday, even though we do have that live bug up in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Brittany Miller is out by the governor's mansion where those protesters have gathered peacefully. Brittany, tell us where you're standing in relation to the mansion, the protesters. Tell us what's going on.
So we actually just parked at a close by street here in front of the governor's mansion. And just to give you some perspective, we are here right in front of the home. You can see two Georgia State Police patrol cars parked in front of the governor's mansion. And if you look just in the distance, you can see some officers on guard there standing right in front of Governor Kemp's home. Now, if you go across the street and pan left, this is where the line of protesters are. Of course, that divider there being that line of traffic. And you can just see nothing but people with masks on their faces and signs in their hands. We're hearing some drumming as well. They've been out here since 5 o'clock. A lot of those signs, I don't know if you can see them on our air, they do have profanity on them, so hopefully we're not going to get too close on that. But every so often you'll hear exactly that. You'll hear people honking their horns, which they are doing in solidarity with these protesters. This is sort of the next phase from what we saw yesterday. We saw so many people throughout downtown Atlanta. They have moved north to West Paces Ferry here in front of the governor's mansion. This is the first time I'm seeing some uniformed officers, APD officers, in front of the governor's mansion. It looks like they're now walking across the street. We don't know exactly where they're going. We're going to stay behind a little bit just so we don't get in the way. They do have zip ties on their waist. They do have zip ties in their hand. They're walking in the middle of the street right now to our right in front of those protesters. So we don't know exactly what they're going to do. Steve, if you can just pan to the right a little bit just so we can see what those officers are going to do next. This is the first time I've seen them coming out towards the protesters. We just saw the Georgia State Patrol officers before, but they are behind the gate. Again, you are looking at Atlanta Police Patrol officers, and I recognize some faces from last night's protest now in the middle of the street on West Paces Ferry. It looks like they are trying to push some of those protesters onto the sidewalk so they can keep a flow of traffic. So, of course, we're going to stay on this, and we'll bring you the latest as we continue to learn more. But this is the latest here in Buckhead, guys.
All right, we appreciate that update, Brittany. I know you will continue to monitor that situation. As we mentioned earlier, there are other pockets of protests beginning to pop up throughout Metro Atlanta. We have Yasmina, and Rick, she's at a situation where she was forced to move.
Yasmina Alston, tell us, you're at the Cumberland Mall, is that right?
Rick and Sean, we are at Cumberland Mall, but if you'll notice, we're across the street from Cumberland Mall because we were asked to leave by mall security. So we came over to the other side, but if you take a look behind me, you can actually see one thing that is very obvious around Cumberland Mall is the police presence. Cobb County Police, they have set up in the parking lot. And then if we can go to our social video, there was video on Twitter that was posted earlier that shows several Cobb County police officers inside of the mall. Now, we were also able to get some video of the protest that was going on outside of Cumberland Mall. There were maybe a dozen or so people standing outside of the food court entrance. They were chanting. It was very peaceful. They had signs. Again, Cobb County Police were standing behind them near the doors to the entrance of the mall. So there was no disruption there. It was very peaceful. They were chanting, and that happened before we were asked to leave the property. Again, if we're live back out here, you can see that police presence over there. From where we're standing now, you're not able to see that small group of protesters, but they are still over there. So we'll, of course, keep you updated on any of the situations that unfold out here at Cumberland Mall in Cobb County.
Yasmina, Sugarloaf Mall, which is in Gwinnett County, they were having similar incidents of protesters in that mall, and they have since decided to shut it down today. Any word that may happen at Cumberland Mall?
We haven't gotten any word that might happen here at Cumberland Mall. Again, that's something we'll continue to follow up. But another thing to note is that what we're seeing here at Cumberland is a much different picture than what we saw last night in Buckhead, near Lenox Mall, and at Phipps Plaza, where there was the looting, there were the shots fired, and a much larger police presence shutting down intersections and getting crowds to move out of the way. So what we're seeing here at Cumberland, again, a much different picture from what we saw last night.
Yasmina, let me ask you, because I think a lot of people might be wondering, how is it that people who want to protest or want to commit acts of vandalism or go looting, how do they know where to go? Is this an organized effort, or are these just people that are sort of just showing up, freelancers who want to cause trouble, and they're just looking for places to do that?
Well, from the protesters that we've talked to, I think a lot of people are finding out about these protests from social media, posts on Instagram and on Twitter, just sort of letting everyone know where the location is, what time to be there. And that's how many of them are getting that information. And
it's how the police are able to get that information as well. Law enforcement keeping an eye on those social media posts so that they know where to go. All right, Yasmina, we'll be checking back with you throughout the afternoon and into the evening.
We have, as we mentioned, we have a team of reporters on this team coverage this afternoon as Atlanta prepares, Metro Atlanta at this point, preparing for another day of protests. The hope is that these will be peaceful. But as you mentioned, Rick, we saw the same thing yesterday. They started out peaceful as well. And with Ayanna Crystal, who was on the scene, you're just outside of the governor's mansion, Ayanna. It was an ominous interview that you had with the organizer of this one in particular. Her quote, hopefully I'm not misquoting her, but she said, "We want a peaceful protest, but if we are confronted with violence, we'll deal with it."
Yeah, that's exactly right. Again, you don't know how things can escalate at this point. I have seen people with bats out here, so you don't know what people's true intentions are. But again, they do want this to be peaceful. And as you can see, there are police now in the middle of the street watching this crowd. There are several hundred people here now. The crowd is growing. The sidewalks are getting fuller. People are driving by, honking. Let's take you down on this side. As you can see, people have their signs up. I want to talk to this gentleman. Excuse me. Tell us why you decided to come protest here outside of the governor's mansion.
Because he needs to realize that there's obviously more than black people out here who are frustrated and want him to come out and say something that will make me feel at least a little better than him sitting in his fucking house with all these police officers outside and having nothing to say on the situation. And me being a black man living in Georgia, I would at least think my governor would have something to say to calm me down instead of fucking his house up.
No curse languages, please.
I won't mess his house up. My bad is simply for my protection, because I know one of these asshole cops are going to come over here and try to fuck with me.
No cursing.
I'm angry, so I apologize, but that's just how I feel.
Did you protest last night?
No, I did not. I did not know that was going on. So what I'm gonna do is make sure every day I wake up, I'm gonna make sure people know what it feels to be black in America. And yeah, I didn't get to participate yesterday, but I got to watch a lot of people get arrested. A lot of my people get hurt for standing still. If I'm gonna stand still, I'm gonna stand still with my protection right next to me.
Okay, so there you have it. You see, there are people that are out here frustrated. The sidewalk is growing. More and more people are coming out here. We're seeing people from all walks of life, all age groups even. I've seen younger kids out here and older adults. It's definitely a mixed crowd out here. They're cheering on people who are driving, hoping that their message comes across, that Black lives do matter. Tell us why you guys are out here today.
Because we're tired of black people being violently killed all the time, and there's nothing being done. Every day going home from work is like a blessing to get home safely. And I worry every day about my fiance getting home safely.
You seem to be getting emotional right now.
It's a very emotional time. When black people out here dying all the time, we do enough for each other, but we got to worry about the cost. they supposed to protect themselves. That's not what they're doing. They're not here for that. So we trying to change that.
How scary is it that the color of your skin is a threat to the people that are supposed to be protecting you?
It's very scary. Very worrisome that we got to worry about the people who are supposed to protect us. The only people we can rely on to protect us is ourselves. Nobody else. If they're not going to do that, who else is going to do it?
Are you hoping that the governor will hear your message here today?
Yes, we hope so. But if he doesn't, then it's a clear sign.
I know for a fact that he's not going to hear us out because he's aligned with the system that oppresses us. You can't change that shit. People are choosing to be ungodly and choosing to take a stand with the devil when they side with these motherfuckers every day.
No cursing, this is TV.
It is what it is.
Did you see what happened last night, and what, after that destruction and the violence, what made you still want to come out here? And you're saying that he's not going to be listening to you, so what made you still come out here anyway?
Because these are my people, and I deserve to be out here with them, and we deserve to be out here with each other. Because, like my fiance said, who else is going to be here for us if we ain't here for us?
Is it almost a helpless feeling for you?
It is, but it's something we deal with every day. So dealing with it every day as people, we're used to it and we have to fight the battles we're up against.
At the end of the day, God got us.
Always.
All right, so there you have it, emotional reactions from people out here protesting. You have people who are frustrated, people who are angry, and people are just emotional of the state we are in America. It is 2020.
Aggressed with protesters, by the way. His orders are not to engage with protesters, and he did for a solid 3 minutes or so. I have it live on my phone.
What did he say?
He was egging on a protester down there, just saying that this is like stupid and I didn't hear exactly what he said, but it went for a minute. You were telling him to.
She's got the whole thing on there.
I just wanted to let y'all know
and why you're out here.
My sign says that the American police force is an institution of white supremacy because the history of the American police force is that they were originally founded to round up runaway slaves. They've never been checked since then. It's been founded on white supremacy, and their habits continue to this day through racial bias. And you can see it in the number of people of color who are incarcerated and black people who are killed by police with impunity on a regular basis.
Are you hoping that the governor will hear your message here today?
I hope he will. I don't like sounding jaded. I mean, I feel like we know what kind of person he is. I didn't show up here knowing otherwise, but I know he'll hear it. I don't know if he'll listen.
All right, so there you have it. The protest here at the governor's mansion continues to grow. We will continue to be out here and monitor the situation and give you updates. Let's send it back to you guys in the studio.
Ayanna, Crystal, we appreciate that update, and the scene that we see with your protest outside of the governor's mansion, far more organized. Now we're looking at the right of your screen, what is happening right now at Sugarloaf Mills. This is in Gwinnett County. The mall has been shut down as protest at that mall has continued. What we've heard from, at least from the other mall that we had, Yasmina Alston, she was reporting from, she was telling us at Cumberland Mall that this was really being organized by social media. It appears that the protesters are confronting the police officers, maybe taunting them just a bit. We've known from last night that at least Atlanta Police Department showed an incredible amount of restraint in the attempt to keep it peaceful. There were 71 arrests, damage to 20 Atlanta Police Department vehicles, 2 of them a complete loss. There were multiple fires, vandalism, and other criminal acts. Atlanta Police Department says they're anticipating more protests tonight. We're now seeing this in Fulton County outside of Sugarloaf Mills Mall, and it is hopefully this will remain peaceful. It's we know Yasmina, Rick, she was actually moved out of the mall because there were arrests inside and she was forced to go across the street.
Well, you know, we're watching this from the chopper. I imagine it's a much different scene there down on the ground. If we were able to show you, it looks like it's getting a little heated, although the police officers seem as though they are standing there casually, not taking any kind of a defensive stance towards these protesters, some of whom, as you said, are clearly taunting them. I mean, we don't know what they're saying, but I imagine it's not very complimentary. We see a lot of waving of the hands. You know, and these are protesters who are very upset, and the police officers understand that. You know, and I've spoken to a number of law enforcement sources and contacts of mine who are so disgusted by what they saw in Minnesota because of how it paints, in a lot of people's eyes, it paints the entire police force all over the country. And we saw that woman's sign talking about the police force in America is, you know, I don't know exactly what it said, but it compared them to white supremacists. And clearly that's not true. She's obviously entitled to her opinion, but there are African-American police officers. There are police officers of all different colors and sizes and shapes. And so to say, you know, to paint them all with one broad brush is wrong, just as it's wrong to do that when it comes to the protesters as well. So many of whom want to simply exercise their First Amendment rights and go out and protest peacefully.
We saw such incredible leadership from Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields. She immersed herself in the crowds to listen to the protesters' concerns yesterday. She, in fact, did an interview with one of our reporters and was very frank that she was disgusted with what she saw in Minneapolis. And she's admitted there are bad apples within police organizations. And as being chief here in Atlanta, she wants to weed them out. The demonstrations here, we're not going to say are anything except a demonstration. The people have a right to assemble. It doesn't appear that there is any violence here. There were arrests inside of Sugarloaf Mills Mall. That is the reason why it has been shut down today. The owners of that mall decided that to keep it safe and to keep out of harm's way, they wanted to shut it down. I'm not sure if they were shoppers inside the mall, or if even this just decided via Twitter, as you said, Rick, to freelance, to go out possibly and use this as an opportunity to protest their disgust with injustice. Right now, there is a police presence outside the mall. We see protesters confronting officers out there. We cannot hear what they're saying because Chopper 46 is hovering above.
That's right. But again, it does not look like this is an especially tense situation. There haven't been any confrontations, nothing physical between the protesters and the police officers. There's a gentleman that sees our chopper up in the air, you know. And I think everyone is acutely aware of the fact that all eyes are on them. The protesters now know that. The police officers, of course, know that. We are watching them. The media, the whole world is watching to see what happens. You know, and as far as the protests taking place in front of the governor's mansion, and we'll go back there in a minute, I'm sure, to talk to our reporters there. I just want to let everybody know that Governor Kemp, just within the last 15 minutes, tweeting out, "We will do our part in conjunction with local leaders to plan, mobilize, and respond appropriately to threats that undermine public safety. We will not back down from those who peddle conflict and chaos. We will do what's necessary to keep the peace." So that is the message from the governor, who we should also mention, Sean, was very supportive of the idea of peaceful protests. He was supportive of Mayor Bottom's admonition to all of the protesters yesterday to go about their protests in a peaceful way. There really is sort of universal agreement that there is the need for change, that there is a need for discussion when it comes to police brutality in this country and the treatment of minorities by members of law enforcement. The question comes down to how do you have that dialogue, and is that a situation that needs to involve something other than dialogue? And clearly, as we saw last night on the streets of Atlanta, there were people taking matters into their own hands who felt that somehow being vandals or arsonists, destroying private and public property was a way to get their points across. A lot of other people would disagree with that.
We are, if you're just joining us right now, this is the Chopper 46 is hovering above, this is Cumberland Mall, and right now there appears, this is Sugarloaf Mall in Gwinnett County, and there have been incidences of protesters being arrested inside the mall. This is now a group of people who have congregated outside the mall where police have arrived in fashion to perhaps keep it peaceful and to hopefully it looks like the protesters are having conversations with the officers. We've seen a little bit of taunting, at least it appeared to be, but it has remained peaceful at this point. The crowd is fairly small, but they are holding up signs in the air in front of the officers' faces. We've seen a lot of hand gestures and movements, body language showing maybe a little bit of slight agitation. But needless to say, this is day 2 and an undercurrent of a lot of individuals, both black and white, who are immensely frustrated with the judicial system, the criminal justice system, and they want fairness and equality when it comes to black men, particularly here in Georgia. We are going to continue to monitor this. This story has riveted the nation. We are not the only ones dealing with this. We've seen similar protests, the biggest one in Minneapolis.
That's right, and officers there, city officials in Minneapolis are gearing up for another night of protests there, and there is concern that it could be the worst night yet. That city seeing really the worst of it. But again, like you said, different cities around the country have been the scenes of protests. Again, because of this feeling that this is time for change, that it is the time to have a discussion, to perhaps solve these problems that we have waited too long to confront head on. And hopefully that will be the silver lining when all of this is done, Sean, that we will be able to have a constructive dialogue that could finally lead to change.
We're going to have all this streaming on the CBS46 streaming app.
This is CBS 46 News at 6, getting results.
Good evening, and thanks for joining us tonight at 6 o'clock. I'm Sean Gables along with Rick Fulbaum. We are following day 2 of what Atlanta is expecting to be more protests in Atlanta, and we're now seeing it really across metro Atlanta. This is Chopper 46 hovering above the Sugarloaf Mall in Gwinnett County. This has been a peaceful protest. There has been very little that we can hear, but we do know that there were arrests inside the mall, and now there is a handful of people outside of the mall with a pretty heavy police presence to possibly keep it peaceful.
Well, there have been discussions on social media for protesters to gather at the mall, and that's why you see the crowds there. Of course, the police are also monitoring social media. They're well aware of where the protesters are planning to gather, and so you see the protesters, you see the police, and right now you see a dialogue. I don't even know that I would call it a protest. It's more like a powwow where everybody seems to be communicating with each other in a peaceful way, and that's a good thing. There are also a lot of people who have gathered outside the governor's mansion. That is in Buckhead. They are standing there trying to get their point across to Governor Brian Kemp, who has been supportive of the idea of peaceful protests, who has come out against the killing of George Floyd in Minnesota, and said that he was upset by what he saw in that videotape. And so these protesters have come to try to get their point across to him. Brittany Miller is there by the governor's mansion. She is joining us there live. And Brittany, why don't you set the scene for us?
So you can hear people honking horns. Many people have lined West Paces Ferry here for day 2 of protests, which are now underway in Atlanta. They want justice and they want it now. Of course, you can see it's very peaceful. People are just standing here holding their signs. But just 24 hours ago, it was the same scene in downtown Atlanta. But we know that changed very quickly. Go ahead and take a look. Okay, as we wait to get to the package, I will just set the scene for you here and walk you through what we are seeing here across the street from the governor's mansion. You can see they're holding their signs high. One thing that I noticed as soon as I got to the scene here is that there is a mixed bag of people in terms of their backgrounds. A lot of different people are here, but I just want to once again show you what it was like in downtown Atlanta just one day ago. It started as a peaceful protest meant to spark justice. Thousands of people stepping in solidarity through the streets of downtown Atlanta.
No one is protecting the rights of our people. What is our recourse?
It has to stop. It has to stop.
From Centennial Olympic Park to the Capitol and back around, where protesters were then met with lines of Atlanta police officers. As time passed, tensions continued to grow. Then CBS46 cameras rolled as the first clash between police and protesters erupted. As the sun went down, bursts of violence gave way to pure mayhem.
Look! Hey, get there! Hey, look on TV!
Windows of restaurants and hotels shattered, the air thick with smoke and tear gas.
So what I see happening on the streets of Atlanta is not Atlanta. This is not a protest. This is not in the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr. This is chaos.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice.
Okay, we're back out here live at the governor's mansion. You could hear them chanting, no justice, no peace. Of course, peace is what we had yesterday, and that quickly changed in a matter of seconds. The question now is, you see dozens of people here. Will this move to the hundreds? Will it move to the thousands? Of course, we're going to continue to give you live coverage, as this is probably a very evolving situation, as it was yesterday in downtown Atlanta. That's the latest from live here in Buckhead. I'll send it back to you guys.
Brittany, before we let you go, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, she has just issued an executive order establishing a curfew in the entire territorial jurisdiction of the city of Atlanta, which includes the governor's mansion. That curfew is set to start at 9 o'clock tonight and ends at sunrise tomorrow. Can you see how long those protesters are willing to stay out there? Will they stay after the sun sets, once it gets dark? Would they violate the mayor's curfew if they feel like their message has not been heard by the governor?
You know, Sean, one thing I've learned from these experiences, especially yesterday, this is unpredictable. We do not know what's going to happen minute by minute. So we can say, yes, they're going to abide by the governor's order or the mayor's order, but we don't know if that's actually going to hold true, because as we saw yesterday, a completely different group of people moved in on the protest last night. So we don't know what's going to happen in the future. We're just going to have to roll the punches here and see what happens come 9 o'clock tonight.
We're also seeing, Brittany, that the governor has increased the number of Georgia National Guard members available to help out if need be. Last night that number was 500, but he's upped it now to 1,500. And I'm just wondering, as you look around that scene there and in front of the governor's mansion, do you see the Georgia National Guard? What kind of police presence is there out in front of the governor's mansion as these protesters are across the street?
So one thing I can tell you is that the governor's mansion always has security. There's always Georgia State Patrol here. But let's just move over closer to the street so you can see how many officers are here. This is something we saw as soon as we got on the scene. We saw Atlanta police officers move onto the street, standing in the middle of the street, because they are heavily enforcing that we cannot move onto West Paces Ferry Road. In fact, I'll tell you, I stepped off of the sidewalk into the street, just 1 foot, and they immediately said, get back, get back. So they're being very strict with that rule, and that nobody can go into the street. And even if you look beyond that, you can see Georgia State Patrol officers. Even if you look past the gate, Steve, I don't know if you can see that. We see men in uniform. We see Georgia State Patrol as well. I'm just trying to go on my tippy toes so I can see over the crowd here. But there's law enforcement everywhere. At every inch of the governor's property, at the governor's mansion, all you see are men in uniform.
Brittany, how would you compare the presence of police and how close they are to the protesters, and how they're responding to protesters today versus how they responded to them yesterday? Do you see any stark differences?
So what time is it now? 6 o'clock? 6 o'clock this time yesterday, things were starting to get pretty intense outside of downtown Atlanta. The difference is that we weren't enclosed, so to speak, and we had to stay on the sidewalk. That was spilling out into the street. Here we are confined to the sidewalk, And so people are less likely to go onto the street because officers are right here standing in front of them. So right now, I haven't seen any clashes. I haven't seen people get too close to officers. This time yesterday, we saw them face to face. So that is a major difference that I'm seeing now. It seems to be a little bit more peaceful than it was this time yesterday in downtown Atlanta. It's hard to say exactly why that is. I can say that geographically, it's just a different setup. So you're going to have to protest and demonstrate a bit differently. Because keep in mind, we have a huge roadway that is dividing the people from the actual governor's mansion. Now, whether they decide to step out into the street once we move into the hundreds and the thousands of people, if it comes to that, that's going to be a completely different story. And that is when we will most likely see any interaction between the people and police here in Buckhead.
Brittany, we have both you and Ayanna Crystal in two different vantage points outside the governor's mansion. It looks like someone just got arrested.
Something's happening right now. We're seeing a woman that is being taken away. We have no idea what just happened. Does anyone know what happened or what she did?
She was just in the road, I guess.
She was in the road? Yeah. Okay. So as I just said, they're being very strict with not staying in the streets, so we're going to roll on this. They're chanting, "Let her go, let her go." Another person now walking over. It looks like she's being handcuffed right now. She's being handcuffed for apparently stepping into the road. I just told you how strict they were being with people maintaining and staying on the sidewalk. And this is evidence. This is pure evidence of what I was just saying to you guys. Apparently she was in the street and now she's being handcuffed next to an Atlanta police car. So for lack of a better phrase, they are not messing around today, especially considering everything that happened in downtown Atlanta yesterday. You can hear the crowd getting louder and louder, chanting, "Let her go, let her go." The officers instead, it looks like, are talking to her, and we don't know if they're detaining her right now, but we want to stay on this. Can we go back over here just so we can see what's happening with her and stay on this just in case anything happens? We want to make sure we get everything that unfolds. We have 3 officers talking to this one person who was allegedly just standing in the street. And it looks like they're taking her things. I think her friend is over here on the grass. Again, you can hear the crowd chanting, "Let her go, let her go." People are very upset. Her hands are behind her back. 2 officers next to her, again, for being in the street. This is how strict they are with people getting back into the road.
You know, Brittany, it does seem like the police officers have different marching orders today than they did yesterday. They are not, as you said, they're not messing around. And if they tell people they want them off the streets, they may give them one warning or so, but then if they don't get off the streets, that's it. You see what happened to that young woman who was playing, she was just beating a tom-tom drum with her feet. We saw her, she was sitting on the curb with her feet on the street. They must have told her to leave and she didn't do it.
And Brittany, I'm going to be the devil's advocate here. There are going to be some individuals who will look at this and say, well, maybe the police are being more strict and having less leeway because this is in front of the governor's mansion.
Right, that's definitely something to take into consideration. You have to look at where we are. We are in front of the governor. So, like I said, and I'll probably say it a couple more times today, they are not messing around. Whereas yesterday, we heard 4 final warnings given by police officers as they asked police to get out of the street, move onto the sidewalk. But there's just such a heavy police presence here. Whereas yesterday, we saw that police presence grow hour by hour. As soon as I got out the car here in Buckhead, I saw nothing but police officers. But they are willing to take you away in what seems or what looks like zip ties or handcuffs for simply standing in the street. So there's no telling what they're going to do if and when anyone does anything more than that. But I'm definitely shocked to see this so early. As I was trying to tell you just a few minutes ago, things change hour by hour. So it's so hard to predict these situations and see or tell you what's going to happen in the next few minutes or even the next few seconds, Sean and Rick.
Brittany, we just saw one of the protesters, you can see in that officer's hand, he's holding a hammer. The protester pushed her hammer into the street. We also saw from where Ayanna Crystal is, from her vantage point, also at the same exact location, that some of the protesters were holding bats.
There's another arrest.
And there appears to be a second arrest, Brittany.
Right. Are you seeing this? He's a white male, or he looks like, we don't even know what he did. Someone just said, what is he going to jail for? 2 officers on him, hands behind his back. This is the second person arrested that we've seen on live television in just the past 10 minutes. So this is a very different situation than what we experienced and saw in downtown Atlanta. Our safety is not being compromised right now, but we're just seeing one after the other going into police custody right now. And there's that hammer you were talking about, Sean, on the left-hand side here in this officer's hand. It's unreal. Already it is unreal, just because they are already taking people away in handcuffs. We can speculate and maybe say it's because we're in the governor's mansion, or maybe this is, because of what happened yesterday and the destruction that we saw in downtown Atlanta. I'm sure all of this plays into the action that they're taking right now against people who are simply, what it looks like from our point of view, just stepping into the street. We don't know exactly what they're being arrested for. Of course, we have to reach out to our officials and get that official report in terms of what happened here. So,
Brittany, give us a sense. Brittany, give us a sense of the crowd as these 3 arrests that we've seen so far has happened. The level of agitation or excitement among the protesters, is it increasing? Are they at least more active, or did they seem to still be complying with what the officers want them to do?
Absolutely. You've heard them chanting, "Let her go, let her go." So they're getting riled up right now. They're chanting, "Who do you serve? Who do you serve?" Also cursing at these officers. I even asked them, "What did she do? What did he do?" I have to stop talking and show you this right now. Steve, pan to your left right now. More officers in riot gear already coming down the driveway of the governor's mansion. This is happening live right now after at least two people were arrested, put in handcuffs. We are now just seeing this develop live on air. Officers in riot gear in, it looks like in single files or 2. It's hard to see from my vantage point, to be honest, but it looks like there are just several officers lined up, I can say, in the governor's driveway of his mansion. Steve, be very careful, please. In the driveway of the governor's mansion. And this is not a part of the other law enforcement that we had seen earlier today, the Georgia State Patrol and the Atlanta police officers. They have their helmets on, they have their wooden batons in their hands, they have their vests on, and they are ready for whatever comes next. We don't know what that is. I can tell you the gates to the governor's mansion are still closed, so it doesn't look like they're coming out right now, but they're lined up at this point. And we don't know when they're going to advance, why they're going to advance, and where they're exactly going to go. But of course, we want to stay on top of this so we don't miss any part of whatever is to come. It is 6 o'clock, or just after 6 o'clock, 6:15. I just checked my clock, and this is a very different situation than what we saw yesterday in downtown Atlanta. It took hours going into when the sun went down in order for officers to come out in riot gear, and we are seeing this in Buckhead, a very different part of town, very early on.
Starting earlier tonight.
We don't know why this is happening so early.
Brittany, stand by. Let's get to another vantage point from Ayanna Crystal, who is in a different part of this area in front of the governor's mansion. Ayanna, tell us where you are and what you're seeing there.
It looks like I'm on the opposite side of Brittany, where tensions are obviously rising after 2 people were taken into custody. As you can see in the driveway from the governor's mansion, you are seeing dozens of officers in their riot gear. Their guns were drawn. They had their shield, their protection. We don't know why they came out here, but they are maybe an intimidation factor, but the crowd is getting more rowdy.
Ayanna,
as the police officers took those.
We'll check back with Ayanna in just a minute. Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms is getting set to speak. Press conference. Let's take a listen to the mayor.
Being here today. Yesterday was supposed to be a now normal day in Atlanta. I spent most of my afternoon offering testimony to a congressional committee that was led by Chairman Jim Clyburn. And at the end of the testimony from mayors across this country, he read a poem by Langston Hughes, and he said this poem often rested in his heart while he was a student protesting during the civil rights movement. What happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun, or fester like a sore and then run? Does it stink like rotten meat, or crust and sugar over like a syrupy sweet? Maybe it just sags like a heavy load, or does it explode? What we saw in Atlanta last night and what we are seeing in cities across America is an explosion. And what should not be lost in this explosion is what this anger and frustration is about for so many across America. Our communities are sick, and they are tired, and they are now dying. I often think of what the day's news and events mean to my children and try and imagine what it is to see it through their lens. But I had a conversation with my mother this week that was a very sobering conversation. My mother, who grew up in Atlanta in the segregated South, said to me a couple of days ago, this doesn't feel like we've gone back to 1965 in America. This feels like something before 1965 in America. This is what it feels like. It feels this way for men and boys, Black women and girls. It feels this way for grandmothers and grandfathers in America. And there are many people standing with me today. Many are part of our public safety team here. And when they take off these uniforms, they are Black men and women in America. So I don't want you for 1 minute to think we don't get it and we don't understand and we don't hurt. Because this is us. I said last night, and I will say it again, what we saw last night was not a protest, it was chaos. What got my mother past 1965 in America was an organized movement that recognized there were systematic issues in this country that needed to be changed. There was no organization to what we saw last night. Many of the protesters who began as peaceful protesters, and I thank all of you all who did that last night, many of whom I doubt voted for me last time and I doubt will vote for me the next time, came here last night and said that was not us. We may not always agree, but we didn't do that to our city last night. So that we can figure out and sort out who cares about peaceful change in this city and who is here to destroy our city, I am taking the very unusual and extreme step of instituting a curfew in our city this evening from 9 p.m. to sunrise. This is not to infringe upon anyone's rights. You all have rights, and we respect each of your rights. But we cannot let happen what happened in our city last night and what we are witnessing happening across America this evening. So I ask you to please, if at all possible, find yourselves in a safe place in your home this evening. Please know where your children are this evening. We do not want to have to arrest your children. We don't want to have to detain anyone. But we will maintain order in the streets of Atlanta this evening. That being said, I want to thank the men and women who have come in from jurisdictions across this state to assist us in this effort, also our leadership team, and also to Governor Brian Kemp and the resources we have been provided by the state to help us maintain order. We recognize that there are still so many issues and challenges that need to be addressed, and they will not be resolved today. But again, it cannot be lost on why people are angry and what we've witnessed time and time again in this country. So I want to recognize those feelings and let you know we understand those feelings, but there will have to be a peaceful way in which we can resolve and discuss and continue to work through and push through the systematic issues that plague us as a country. So with that, I am going to I'm going to turn it over to our public safety personnel to speak and give more information on where we are this evening, and then we will open up for questions. And also thank you to Councilmember Joyce Shepard, Bishop Murphy, Reverend Thomas, Reverend Rice, and all of the others who are standing with us today.
Good evening. My name is Erica Shields. I'm Chief of Police for the Atlanta Police Department. Yesterday, we knew that we anticipated that we would have a protest of some sort in light of the goings-on in Minneapolis. And just to be clear, no one in law enforcement who is of sound mind supports the behavior. That was a murder. It was a murder that was filmed and in broad daylight, and it didn't matter to the cop. And what I'd say to you, it didn't just not matter to the cop, it didn't matter to that human being. And that goes to the greater issue at hand that my mayor is alluding to. Our posture in Atlanta is one of tolerance. It's the birthplace of civil rights. We have a very strong, affluent, and well-respected African-American community, and we take pride and view it as our responsibility to hear them. After the murder in Minneapolis, we knew there was going to be much anger, fear, raw emotion. Our posture with protests is one of tolerance. We accommodate the folks. We know we're going to get yelled at. We know we're going to get spit on. We know there's going to be a lot of anger to us. But that goes with our job, and it's okay. And we will accommodate those protests for days on end so people can be heard. They have a right to be heard. That was our posture as we went into last night's event. And initially, things were fairly routine. It became apparent a couple, 2-3 hours in, that there were people within the protest who were not here to protest. They were here to destroy Atlanta. The behavior was not to make a position statement. It was one of just violence, extreme violence. The problem is, by the time we recognized that we had this sector, they were embedded in with all of these other hundreds of individuals. So how do you extract a couple hundred people out of 1,000 without injuring the other 800? When people are throwing knives, have Molotov cocktails, throwing rocks, gunshots are going off. At that point, We had to back off from the posture of making arrests and shutting down the protest. We had to go to a position of holding the line and getting enough resources in that we could recover safely. It became apparent to me pretty quickly that my officers were in extreme harm. And we knew we were sitting on a powder keg. And our goal was to just stay on that lid until we could get some help. One of the best things about the state of Georgia is that we have an incredible law enforcement community. They all step up, federal, state, local, and help us out. I didn't even have to ask people to send police. They showed up. But it took a long time to get the necessary equipment, the necessary personnel to do this safely. It had gotten that violent. When we knew that we could start dispersing the crowd safely to the people who had come to protest and were still lingering to watch, safely to the officers, then it became a forward-moving process. We started to gain successes in the COP area, by which time the group had splintered off, a large number of them, and gone up to the north end of our city, Buckhead. By now, it had become very apparent to us that this was a highly calculated terrorist organization. And I don't say that loosely. When you come in and your goal is to inflict harm, damage, property damage, without any regard to human life, you are a terrorist. Thankfully, we were in alignment and agreement, and we had the support of Governor Kemp, who brought in the National Guard. We needed them. The level of violence had reached that point. These were not Atlantans. We knew they were not Atlantans. They were lost when they were in the protest. They didn't know how to march to the state capitol. That's a clue. And their behaviors was so unfamiliar territory for us. The protesters who organized protests in Atlanta, we know them. They don't always agree with us. Sometimes they'll be the first ones to go out publicly against us. They didn't know these people. They didn't want these people. Because at this point, they were not fighting for anyone's civil rights. They were here to destroy Atlanta. With the help of all of our partners, and we were able to close out the evening safely. I really was afraid I was going to have an officer shot and killed. As we come back into today, we have an absolute zero tolerance policy. Zero. There will be no lawlessness. It's not about protesting anymore. It's about saving our city. This is not who Atlanta is. And these folks who have come here thinking they're going to pull this crap are mistaken. Yes, you caught us off balance once. It's not going to happen twice. The curfew is useful for us for the simple reason we have a lot of folks who are out just lingering and mingling. And it creates high numbers of individuals, and it makes it difficult for us to distinguish who's just wanting to film the events of the evening, who's just wanting to protest, and who wants to throw knives and shoot guns at innocent people. The curfew allows us to say, please, just go in, let us deal with the people who came here with ill intent. And so I'm grateful. I'm very grateful for the curfew for that reason, that it allows us to focus on the problem. But this will not be tolerated. And anyone that thinks that this is something that the mayor and I subscribe to is clueless. Clueless. But we had to handle last night in the manner that provided the safest route out for our employees. And that was not going head to head with these folks who are just so violent. So I feel that we're in a good space. And quite frankly, I'm ready to just lock people up. And there you go. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Rodney Bryant, the Interim Director of Corrections. My duties for these events is to do public safety coordination throughout this event. We are utilizing the National Guard, Georgia State Patrol, and our Metro law enforcement partners. The strategies and the tactics that we'll use is, as Chief Shields stated, is that we will have no tolerance for any illegal actions or events throughout tonight. Once the officers give people commands and directions on what they need to do, we want them to carry them out and do so quickly and safely. But immediately after that, when we find that we are having resistance, we will go ahead and start making arrests. That's throughout the city. We have an understanding that there is a level of proper and legal protest, but once it gets outside those parameters, our duties as law enforcement officers is to go ahead and effect those arrests to make sure that the people of Atlanta remain safe and comfortable inside this city. And so we will carry out our duties as quickly as possible tonight. As the chief and the mayor have stated, we cannot tolerate the level of activities that we had last night. And so we will not. We encourage people to adhere to the curfew that the mayor has stated at 9 o'clock to clear the streets. Because after that, we recognize that if you're out in these streets beyond that time, it's for ill intent. And we will have to address you in such a manner. So please, we're encouraging you to make sure that you clear the streets after 9 o'clock. If you're out in the streets currently, adhere to the orders of the police officers so that they can make sure that you remain safe throughout today. As the chief stated, the partners that we are bringing in are to assist us. The National Guard is here to protect the assets of the city, and law enforcement is here to do exactly what they are prescribed to do, and that is to protect keep the peace of this city. And that's where we will remain throughout tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Randall Slaughter, Fire Chief. Let me start by saying I am extremely proud of the work of the men and women of the Atlanta Fire and Rescue Department on last night. We had a very long night, and we anticipate we'll have another long night tonight. I want to also thank all of the fire chiefs who were gracious enough to send resources in. I requested resources through the Georgia Mutual Aid Group, and we actually received units from 6 different municipalities, so I'm very grateful for that. I have been in conversations with fire chiefs across the country, and some of them expressed that they had over 30 fires on last night. We had 8. 2 structure fires related to the protests. So it was bad, but it was not as bad as it could get tonight. We're planning and preparing for the worst. I think we're ready. We're at full staffing, and so we're ready, and we're going to have a good night tonight. My primary concern as fire chief is the safety of our responders. Last night, some of our fire units came under attack. We had 8 vehicles damaged. And so tonight we formulated a plan where the units will be escorted into fires with law enforcement support. So we're ready, and we're also going to support the incident command system. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is William Murphy. I'm the bishop and the lead pastor of the Dream Center Church of Atlanta. Today, I wanted to just stand and provide our support from the faith community to our mayor, to our chief of police, and to this Atlanta community at large. Tomorrow is an incredibly important day for the church as we celebrate what's called Pentecost Sunday. Peter, as he was addressing the church after the release of the Spirit, said to them, repent. What that means is you need to change your mind. And so we stand today with our mayor, with our chief, with this city, to say to those of you who have come to this city, you need to change your mind. That there's a different direction that we need to take this in. Peter went on to say that this promise of the Spirit is for you and your children. So I echo the words of our mayor tonight. Know where your children are. Be responsible for your house. Set your house in order, because there's a promise coming to your house, and we want to restore faith and hope to the city of Atlanta. This is an incredible place, an incredible place. I moved here 20 years ago, an incredible place to raise our children, to raise our families. And in the words of one of our artists here, he says, "Welcome to Atlanta, where the players play." I want to say, welcome to Atlanta, where the prayers pray. Madam Mayor, we're praying for you. Chief, we're praying for you. We're praying for our city. And in the words of William Murphy, hold your head up. Things are going to get better.
Thank you. And with that, we'll open up for any questions that you have.
Mayor, can you talk a little bit about some of the rumors going around about looting happening at Lennox, other parts of Buckhead, and Camp Creek is currently right now trending on Twitter, and people are getting prepared for what they are expecting to be looting tonight. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I'll take a stab at it, and then I'll let one of our leaders step in on this. We're seeing the same things that you're seeing on social media, and so we are monitoring social media and being prepared with our resources and our people in place accordingly. And I want to go back to something Chief Shields said. Chief Shields mentioned being very fortunate that we didn't lose any public safety personnel last night. I'm also grateful we didn't lose any protesters last night. Last night was as volatile as it gets. And even in our briefing earlier today, Chief Slaughter shared that we found Molotov cocktails that had not exploded in many businesses today. So for as bad as this looked on television, this was 10 times worse last night. And we hadn't even uttered the name of Ahmaud Arbery or George Floyd or let me go down the list. Breonna Taylor, we could go down the list. We've not even uttered those names today. Not to mention COVID-19. If you were out protesting last night, you probably need to go get a COVID test this week, because there's still a pandemic in America that's killing black and brown people at higher numbers. Right.
So Chief, you called it a calculated terrorist group. Do you know the name of this group? Or these outsiders?
These are anarchists, many of them were. And this is what we're seeing across America. I can give you my personal political thoughts on this. I think this is political interference in many ways. I think this is disruption. We've seen this before. We saw it in 2016, that there were attempts to disrupt racial issues in America. Now, we lit the match in America, so we've certainly opened the door with where we are today, with what's happened over the past few weeks. But I think there are many who are taking advantage of the opportunity that's been given to them.
Chief Shields, are you worried that your men and women would be outnumbered? Is that one of the reasons why you're taking all these extra steps and the curfew?
No. I think that the curfew is useful in this for the reasons I stated, and that is it allows us to better zero in on those individuals who are out to commit criminal activity. And, you know, the protests were fine. I mean, we're used to it. I don't mind working it. And you actually learn a lot if you'll listen to the people protesting. It's a good connection tool. The problem is when you can't, on the surface, distinguish who is there to protest and who is out there to commit violence. And so this really just helps us better zero in on those individuals who are here to wreak havoc. And those are the individuals that I want to put my hands on. I don't want to, I have no desire, or the department has no desire to just lock up people, but I'm telling you, these folks are not Atlantans, and they have come here with a very deliberate purpose, and that is to tear this city apart in different ways. And and it just makes it easier for us to see who is out there if we don't have other people milling with them, if you don't have people driving around in cars, filming things. So it makes it visually more manageable.
Chief Fields, can we ask you about, do you know of any specific group names that you guys are looking for? Or if somebody's out there maybe trying to protest today, we're getting reports of these protests, what should they be looking for to say maybe this is not somebody I want to be walking with?
No, I think the mayor nailed it. It's anarchist. You don't need a formal name for it. They have an end game that they're focused on, but now the label of who they are and who they're associated with is the behaviors that are consistent and you can track across various cities. And what I'll say is most of our protesters, at some form or level, they know each other, are familiar with one another, and even if they come as outsiders, there's a similarity. This is different. This is markedly different. Yep.
Can you talk to us about the
They've all left.
specific intelligence that your folks are looking into that you believe that some sort of threat is imminent?
I don't think that a threat is imminent. I think that the behaviors exhibited by those individuals last night are indicative of the lengths they will go to wreak havoc. And we have an obligation to step forward, match them in their game, and beat them.
Chief, do you mind talking a little bit more about the curfew? Can you just give some specifics of it?
Sure.
Because for people who are like, does this mean I can't go out for a walk tonight and I'll get picked up? What is it exactly?
So let me say to you, we have no desire just to mess with people and say, hey, there's a curfew, you need to be inside. I think that we have, I'll let the law department speak to the particulars of it. For us, I think it's very straightforward. Where we are seeing issues, it helps us determine who is engaged in nefarious behavior. But are we looking to go on a side street and pick up somebody because they're walking to the store to get a bag of chips? No, that's not who we are. It's not who I don't want to be a part of any police department that polices that way. But I think the issue is such that we'll know it when we see it.
And let me be clear on the curfew. With the example the chief gave, if there's somebody who's walking to the store, they'll get a warning. Hey, there's a 9 o'clock curfew in case you hadn't heard. Please go home. This is about some other stuff that we have going on in the city. What's your question?
In Minneapolis, they had one on Thursday night, and it didn't work. What's to say this is going to work tonight?
We'll know tonight. I mean, we're announcing it 3 hours before, so we don't know if it's going to work or not. But I don't know where my 4 children are at 9 o'clock tonight, and that's what my hope is. There were a lot of well-intentioned people out last night. There were people who came to be a part of a movement. They came out to be heard and organized in the protests in the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights movement in this country and in this city. And even with all of the organized protests of the civil rights movement, they were just that. They were organized protests. There were some days they were planning to go out, and then they stood back because it wasn't the appropriate day to go. So there was a method to what you saw. I don't know whose memory you're honoring when you're running down the street with a Gucci bag. That's not about black people dying in America. That's about us killing ourselves when we do things like that. So this curfew is to say, please be at home by 9 o'clock tonight so that we can restore our city. And thank you to the men and women and children who went out today and began cleaning up our city. God bless you all. That's Atlanta.
I guess if I could ask the chief also, possibly. Chief, in Minneapolis, the curfew didn't work. Why is it going to work here? What do you have in your toolbox or what you're implementing tonight that says it's going to work here?
Well, you've just answered it. It's a tool. It's just but one tool, the curfew is. But it's by no means an absolute. I mean, so I think it'll help us and simplify in some of the areas and how we execute, but it's just a tool. It's not a solve-all by any stretch of the imagination. So it's another layer that we're able to add on to help us with what we're trying to accomplish.
Chief, the individuals that were arrested yesterday, last night,
Mhm.
were they mostly from the Atlanta area or from out of
You know, I haven't. It's been such a whirlwind that we really just didn't get to compiling all the data till this morning, and I've not had a time to drill down through it. I've been in communication with the FBI and the GBI because we want to look very closely at those individuals we arrested. And I've not had. I glanced at some of it when it was coming in last night, and what I was seeing was out of state, but I haven't looked at enough of it to comment on it accurately. But we will certainly provide that once we're sure that we have it compiled properly.
Was there a moment last night where you realized that this was an escalation, was more than a protest? What was the moment for you when you realized this was more than just a protest at that time?
I sensed it when I was watching it, and I walked into the crowd because what I could sense was the officers were not accustomed to having the protesters breach them and challenge them in the manner they were. And so there was that feeling of how do we push them back, and it was too soon. It was getting escalated too quickly. And we needed to just stop and breathe and get a feel for the landscape. And so I think that was my first indication that the tenor was different. And then an hour into it, I don't know how long I was in there, when I saw a couple of the behaviors that were going on. And to the mayor's point, we are very fortunate a protester wasn't injured or killed, because what they did is on multiple occasions they started stampedes. And people just panicked and ran. And it was really, I was very grateful that we didn't have younger children. Sometimes at our protests we have kids, and I was glad we didn't there. But once I was in the middle of it and I was seeing some of the behaviors that were being exhibited, it became very clear that this was a different group of individuals we were dealing with. Thank you.
I'll just say this. There was also a very visible component to it. This is Atlanta. And Chief Shields made the point we met earlier. There's a racial component usually to protests in Atlanta. It's usually 90% African American, 10% white. This was 50-50 last night. It struck me when I looked at the screen. I noticed it immediately, and I know I'm not the only one who did. This is not to make assumptions about who lives in Atlanta. This is just in comparison to the protests that we have had in the past and what they look like and on top of what they feel like.
Mayor Fox, were you able, we heard you last night, you were incredibly emotional. Were you able to go out today and survey the damage and just what went through your head when you were looking at your city?
You know, I actually had to watch it again. I didn't remember I didn't know what I said last night. And that was very much from my heart last night. You know, I've been in Atlanta my entire life, with the exception of a couple of years as a kid and going away to college. So Atlanta is always going to look and feel like Atlanta to me, even on its worst day. Because on the worst day in this city, I know there's a better day that's coming. And that's what it felt like to me. And when I saw the people out today cleaning up our city and our crews were out there, that felt like Atlanta to me. And what I wanted more than anything was for us to get back to the conversation that we were having, that this was all about. This shouldn't have been about us talking about police cars burning and buildings being vandalized. This is about lives being lost. And we've said it before, we don't have a perfect police department. Even with our last shooting in Atlanta, we immediately took our officers off of the federal task force because they wouldn't allow our officers to wear body cams so that we could have footage of what happened with our officers. This is a decision that Chief Shields and I talked about, and Chief Shields came back and said it's the right thing for us to do. That's what happens in Atlanta. And so what it felt like to me today was we are the city that cities across this country only wish that they could be. Which is why last night I said we're better than this as a city, and we're still better than this as a country.
Thank you, everybody.
All right.
Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, she has we've been watching a live press conference of Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms' curfew set for the city of Atlanta from 9 p.m. today until sunrise tomorrow. Also, the police chief, Erica Shields, spoke and made some comments about the protests.
Are we clear for a shot for a second?
Effective today, there will be a zero tolerance policy, and that there will be zero lawlessness in the city of Atlanta. The police taking a very different stance. They will be arresting individuals. We've already seen it happening at Sugarloaf Mall, Cumberland Mall. We've seen it even closer to home here in Atlanta. Outside of the governor's mansion, several people have been arrested there. The chief went on to say, Rick, that that she condemned the individuals that at least there was a pocket, she says, a highly calculated pocket of a terrorist organization that immersed themselves within those who wanted to peacefully protest. She now condemns them as terrorists. She said they were here to destroy Atlanta. She was afraid that she may have possibly lost one of her police officers. They only had 3 injuries, but no one was killed. Same for the protesters. There were no one luckily there were no fatalities there. But she did again reiterate that she is ready to lock people up. There is a zero tolerance policy today.
Yeah, it sounds like if there's any trouble tonight, it's going to look very different, at least from the police perspective. It's going to look and feel very different than it did last night. You know, this was the police chief, Erica Shields, saying that these people who came out and made the trouble last night were not fighting for anyone's civil rights. She says that they were here to destroy Atlanta. And she had a message for them. She said, "You caught us off balance once. It's not going to happen twice."
They are anticipating another long night of protest. The Atlanta Police Department is. The governor, Brian Kemp, has dispatched 15 National Guardsmen that are outside. Well, they're positioned across the metro area, but they are prepared to go. Ayanna, you are outside of the governor's mansion. There are National Guardsmen that are already positioned in case there's any trouble.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Sean. Tensions have been rising here at the governor's mansion in Buckhead, especially after 2 people were arrested. Let's show you the crowd. There are at least 100 people here. They have their signs. They are voicing their concerns. They want justice for Black people, saying Black Lives Matter. It will cost $0 to operate and treat people right. People are frustrated and they want the governor to listen to what they have to say. Let's show you the driveway of the governor's mansion. There are officers in their riot gear. At one point their guns were drawn. They had their shields and batons, and then there's also National Guard throughout the lawn of the governor's mansion. There's at least a few dozen in the lawn just standing guard just in case things get unruly out here. Again, it has been peaceful thus far. There's people from all walks of life out here, all races, all age groups, and they really just want their voices heard. Let's take you down and talk to some of the people Excuse us, tell us why you're here today.
Oh, okay. Let's see. I'm here because we need to stop the police violence against black people. I'm here because the state doesn't listen unless we do this. And I'm here because I believe Black Lives Matter. So.
Are you hoping that the governor will listen to your guys' message?
I expect him to listen to the message, to the demand.
So there you have it. People have been out here for over an hour now. They're frustrated. They've even been emotional talking to me. People just want police brutality to end, and they say enough is enough. This is 2020. This is not what America stands for, and they are frustrated, guys. So they've been out here since 5 o'clock this evening, and who knows how long they will be out here. There are at least a few hundred people here. The crowd has grown. It is close quarters, as you can see. They're only allowed on this sidewalk, and then there are police in the middle of the street just to make sure that things don't escalate and things don't get out of control. And they, again, it has been very peaceful. There were times where things got a little tense, but things for the last hour have been fine. You see this sign, "Do Better, White People." There are a lot of white people in this crowd. They are fighting for their brothers and sisters. They want that black people should have the same rights and not treated any differently. As you can see here, they are chanting, and there's someone over here now who is getting the crowd, talking to them. Let's take a listen.
Well, if it's no justice, it's no peace, and you better listen to the people who ain't got the peace.
So again, there are several organizations out here protesting in front of the governor's mansion, all just wanting their voice to be heard. Not everyone was out last night, so they felt like this was their opportunity to come out here and let their voices be heard.
White people! White people! If you are not willing, to get arrested, for a black person, today, they get on the other side, of the sidewalk, be with your cousins, because those are your people. When you say ancestors, those are your ancestors. So if you are not giving reparations, if you will not put your body on the line, and if you will not disrupt this system, then leave.
So there you have it. And again, I have seen people walking down the line, writing people's phone numbers on their arm just in case things do escalate. So that tells me that people are prepared if things do escalate to get arrested, because they've been writing phone numbers on their arm with a marker just in case things get to that level. Again, we'll continue to monitor this protest at the governor's mansion in Buckhead. For now, let's send it back to you guys in the studio.
Ayanna, earlier, just moments ago, the mayor of Atlanta has issued a curfew that will begin at 9 p.m. until sunrise. She admonished families who are at home, hopefully watching this on TV, to find a safe place in your home this evening. Know where your children are. She says she does not want to see your children arrested. Can you see if any of those protesters, will they abide by the mayor's curfew? Will they leave and go home tonight at 9 p.m. and feel confident that they got their message across by leaving?
Excuse me, ma'am. So the mayor just set a curfew for 9 o'clock tonight. Will you adhere to that 9 o'clock curfew? Or do you plan on staying out here and protesting? So there you have it. Some people say they're staying. Again, they're frustrated. They want their voices to be heard, and they are willing to be arrested if that becomes the case.
All right, Ayanna, thanks very much. Ayanna Crystal, we'll check back with you in a little bit. Obviously, it's a little hard to hear Ayanna and some of the people that she was talking to over the noise, but we will be checking back with her. Astrid Martinez is out in the field for us tonight, and she has gone to the Sugarloaf Mills Mall, where there has been some activity there. Astrid, set the scene. Tell us what's going on.
No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace!
I'm here actually with the beautiful chants of our youth, our generation. They were the ones that were at Sugar Mills Mall earlier, but they made their way here. Police escorted them this way. They made their way up, but they've been exchanging messages between each other, really just wanting to get their voices heard. Beautiful chants of justice, which is why they're here. I haven't seen any type of violence. They've been very organized, and they actually just want to get the message across that they want to be the change of the future. I'm here with, what's your name?
Caleb Newcomb.
Caleb, how old are you?
I'm 19.
19 years old. Tell me what brought you to protest today?
We must stop the murder. I wouldn't say brutality. We must stop the murder that's going around in the world. We just trying to look to do what we can. United we stand, divided we fall.
Now, I was talking to the group earlier too. Are you guys, the way that you're so passionate right now, I don't know if you guys are all 18 years old, but if you are you going to be bringing that same energy to the election that day?
For sure. I mean, we should all vote. You know what I'm saying? Put in the right vote. Everyone vote.
So earlier there was some, boisterous protests going on at the mall. Last night, if you guys paid attention to the news, there was a lot of vandalism and criminal activity going on in downtown Atlanta. Do you believe that the people that did that to the city are from the city?
I just know people did. That's all I know.
What do you believe?
I'm not sure. I mean, if they were or weren't, but I mean, we're not here to do any harm. We're here peacefully protesting.
We're here to point out that this stuff has been going around for a long time, since the 50s, the 60s, 90s to now, and it has to stop.
No, we don't want to always get the message is that George Floyd is why people are here today, and so many other names is that for people, they're tired of the hashtags. They want some change. Let me spit too many names over years and years, and people are tired of it. That's why they're out here. That's why they want their voices heard. What is your name?
My name is Ashley McCoy, and I speak for all the young people and the old people that are out here as well. All we want is peace. The man above has made it clear that he has seen enough of the injustice that happens here in America, the injustice that happens around the world. We love one another. It's about what's in your heart. The enemy is trying to make us angry with each other, but we have to stand together. Yes, people are going around looting things and rioting, but you can be the difference. We can be the difference. We don't have to go out there and destruct things. Just come on, let's come together. Old, young, you got kids, you don't have kids, stand together, you guys. That's all we got to do.
And that's the message here from the youth, that they want to make their voices heard and to be peaceful, right?
Astrid, we appreciate that update. You are with a wonderful group of kids, but we've also seen images where people were shot with rubber bullets because they were attacking traffic that was passing through outside of Sugarloaf Mall. We'll go back to that video in just a moment, but the situation is becoming more tense, more arrests outside of the governor's mansion. Ayanna, you've been watching this. Do you have any indication why they're being arrested?
No, just a few moments ago, literally, things erupted. The crowd started screaming, and we saw the officers and the riots come out from the gate. As you can see, they are lined up. It looks like I see at least one person they took into custody. He was laying on the ground. People are angry now, of course, getting in the street, yelling, frustrated. We didn't see from where we were anything that happened, so we don't know why they are being taken into custody. Did you guys see what happened?
Yeah, we did. A guy was just walking on the street. That's all he was doing. Filming, just walking right here, as close to the curb. He got off of it and went back on, and therefore a cop grabbed him, and then all of them swarmed, and they started shooting pellets at us when we didn't do a fucking thing.
They shot pellets at you.
They shot pellets at the crowd. This guy in the spot right there, right behind this guy.
All right, well, this looks like it's about to escalate. The police obviously trying to keep people on the sidewalk, but that is not working anymore, as we see all of those protesters, in the hundreds of them, now joining arms and standing right in the middle of the street there, clearly disobeying the orders of the police, who have been trying to get everybody to stand back on the curb. We've watched as a number of people have stepped off of the curb against the police's orders, and then they have found themselves arrested. You just heard from that young woman with the colorful language that the police were firing rubber bullets. We don't have any independent confirmation of that, but that's what she said. But Ayanna, you're out there with this crowd. They have got themselves all worked up, and they're not going to listen to those police officers anymore.
No, that's exactly right, because earlier they were saying move the white people to the front of the crowd because they were scared for the black people that are out here. So they wanted to make sure that they saw the white faces, because it's not just about black people. They want to know that this is everyone, not just black people. As you can see, they are kneeling in the middle of the road with their hands up. They are chanting. They are frustrated. They are not happy with what just happened. As you can see, more of the crowd is starting to kneel down on the ground.
Ayanna, I have been monitoring.
You also have dozens.
Ayanna, I've been monitoring Governor Brian Kemp's Twitter feed. He hasn't posted anything within the last hour, but I'm curious, is he inside the governor's mansion? Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware if he's inside or not. We did see about an hour ago 2 cars pull into the driveway, so that doesn't necessarily mean that he's home. So we're not sure if he's even in the mansion or not at this point.
The protesters, it seems that they've been pushed back to the sidewalk, and now they've got officers in riot gear that are lined up directly confronting them. We just heard from Chief Erica Shales, Ayanna, that she said there will be a zero tolerance policy tonight. There will be zero lawlessness, and she is ready to lock people up, as she said. I'm curious if this crowd, as we just saw hundreds lined up into the street, will police arrest all 100?
Who knows, but we do know that some of these protesters are ready to get arrested if it does get to that point. Again, I saw people with markers writing down people's numbers on their arm just in case they do get arrested, so they have a name and someone they can call if they do in fact get arrested. So these protesters are ready if that does become the case here in Buckhead.
Also, Ayanna, the mayor has instituted a curfew that ends at 9 o'clock tonight. This crowd, from your vantage point, does it seem to be swelling in growth, or has it pretty much maintained the amount of people that it has within the last 30 minutes?
I would say it's grown, but it's hard to tell because it is, again, so narrow and people are blocks on this street. So because it's so narrow, you can't get the extent of exactly how many people are here and when they did get to here.
Ayanna, when the police officers came across the street to talk directly with the protesters that you're standing with, what were they saying? What were their instructions to the protesters? And what is it that has the police officers so intent on keeping them up on the curb?
It appears that if they get off of the sidewalk, then that's when the officers are coming over here and threw them to the ground.
Well, you see the weapons
and
there.
That's what happened about an hour ago as well.
Ayanna, we have seen some of the protesters near you and Brittany Miller, who's also on location. Gosh, that officer looks to have almost drawn his weapon, probably for rubber bullets. But we've seen from both your vantage point and from Brittany Miller's that some of the protesters have come outside of the governor's mansion armed with bats. We saw one of the protesters had a hammer and pushed it out into the street to the police officer. Are you seeing other items that the protesters may have? Not saying that they will use it, but it's, considering highly toxic that this turned yesterday from peaceful to violent within a matter of minutes. Are you seeing any of those protesters with any kind of object in their hands like that?
Again, tensions are high out here. I have seen someone with spray. They have goggles. I've seen bats. I've seen hammers. That's the extent of what I've seen so far. But again, a lot of people have backpacks. You don't know what people have with them.
Well, again, if you're just joining us here at a little after 7 o'clock on a Saturday night, this is night 2 of protests here in the city of Atlanta after the death last Monday of an unarmed black man at the hands of Minneapolis police officers. One of those officers is under arrest. But these protests that we're seeing in Atlanta and other cities around the world are filled with people, both black and white and yellow and brown and you name it, who believe that now is the time for change, and they are prepared to put themselves perhaps in harm's way to come out and make sure that their message is heard. You can see that in most cases, this is a peaceful protest. You see these men and women kneeling with their arms in the air, and they are talking directly to law enforcement that's standing just across the street from them in front of the governor's mansion in Buckhead. We have seen a number of people be arrested by the police there for disobeying the police instructions to stay up on the sidewalk. People now in the middle of the street. You can see that very clearly, but we have not seen any fresh confrontations between the police and the protesters. Even though people are not listening to what the police are instructing them to do, it does not appear that the police are at least prepared right now to come and start mass arrests, taking all of these people into custody the way that we saw earlier with a couple of people here and there who were in the middle of the street. But there, that is the scene right there in front of the governor's mansion. Yes, Ayanna.
Rick, we are less than 2 hours away from the curfew in Atlanta about to kick off. It does not lift until sunrise tomorrow. We have listened to protesters, interviews that both Brittany Miller and Ayanna Crystal spoke to the protesters, many of them eloquent, speaking about their desire to get the message across. And this protest is not just limited to African Americans who are participating. There is a high percentage of white people who are there, many of them speaking eloquently about that riots, they didn't develop out of thin air. There's a quote from Martin Luther King that says certain conditions that continue to exist in our society must be condemned as vigorously as we condemn riots. These protesters, both black and white, are hoping that the governor will come out and speak to him. We are checking to see if the governor is actually inside the governor's mansion. Today, the governor, yesterday he had a state of emergency for Atlanta, and he also today increased the amount of National Guardsmen to be deployed to assist with keeping the peace from 500 yesterday to 1,500 today. We have seen National Guardsmen not outside the gates of the governor's mansion, but actually inside the gates on the governor's property. The police officers outside of the governor's mansion have really had very little tolerance for those who have been breaking the violation, or at least the orders that they said to not get in the street, at least until a few minutes ago when we saw hundreds of people get in the street. Well, we have seen multiple arrests of individuals, and we just heard, Rick, from the press conference with Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields. She said tonight there will be a zero tolerance policy against lawlessness.
You know, we learned a number of things in that press conference that really just wrapped up a few moments ago, and that is the kind of threat that the police department, that law enforcement was facing last night. And that was made very clear by the fact that we heard that there were unexploded Molotov cocktails that had been thrown into Atlanta businesses last night. And so that is what we're dealing with, and perhaps it's because of that that we heard Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms refer to those elements within the protests who were not there for peaceful means, but instead were there to stir up trouble. She referred to them as organized terrorists. She said anybody that comes here with the intention of causing harm and destroying property in an organized fashion is a terrorist. And so very strong language, very different from what we heard yesterday from the city's leaders, who were actually very supportive of the protests in the early stages when things were going smoothly, but now have said in no uncertain terms that they are not going to take any misbehavior, any criminal activity tonight. That anybody carrying that stuff out is going to be arrested. And as you said, Sean, there is a curfew that the mayor is putting in place that begins at 9 p.m. So less than 2 hours from now. Not clear whether any of these people are even aware of that, because they've been out there protesting, not necessarily listening to press conferences the way that we have been. But it'll be interesting to see exactly what happens come 8:30, 8:45, and will people get up and begin to make their way home in light of the fact that the mayor has put this curfew in place in an attempt to keep things calm here in Atlanta tonight.
We have seen a very stark difference from yesterday's protest to today's, and partially it could be because of the presence of police taking a very different approach. The mayor saying that the streets in Atlanta will maintain order. It will be maintained tonight. We have Ashley Thompson. Ashley, you were at that press conference where Erica Shields had spoken, and she pointed out, and she did not make she basically, I'm trying to get my words out here, she was very frank. She says there was a calculated pocket of folks that were terrorists last night.
Yeah, and she says, I do not use those words lightly, but that is what she witnessed. We're actually outside of APD headquarters where that press conference was held. And take a look, there's some barricades out here just in case, just because of how wild last night was. And make no mistake, Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields says tonight will be a much different night. If protesters get wild, there will be a different outcome. And we've already seen that. We've seen some arrests already, and it is still daylight. Now, Chief Shields admits last night they were caught off guard just a little bit. She says they did anticipate the crowds, but the violence caught them off guard. She says instead of making those mass arrests, they really just had to hold the line just because of how many people were there and just how violent they were. And she says she knew her officers were in extreme harm. Tonight, she said, quote, quite frankly, I'm just ready to lock people up. So it's going to be a much, much different night. And Chief Shields says those who were causing that violence, those who were looting and rioting, she says those are not Atlantans. She said those were fascists, anti-fascists rather. She says those were not Atlantans. They were not from here. She calls them a calculated terrorist group. And we know this is an issue that is really popping up across the country right now. We've seen the Minneapolis mayor tweeting about it, actually, about these outside instigators coming in and really just distorting the message of what this protest and what these demonstrations are really all about. So we know that tonight is going to be a much different night. They are going to be making those arrests. They said there is a zero tolerance policy. So we're going to be following police and seeing how they make arrests tonight and how it's going to be much different than it was last night. As we told you last night, those officers really just had incredible restraint. They really were just standing face to face with these protesters who were just lunging objects and rocks at them. Tonight, they will not be getting away with that. Now I'm live in Atlanta. Ashley Thompson, CBS46 News. Back to you guys.
Ashley, we heard the talk about the curfew that's being implemented tonight, beginning at 9 o'clock. The mayor was asked, do you think people are going to follow that? She said very honestly, we don't know.
Yep, they said really it's just a tool, but it's going to help them weed out who's there to demonstrate, who's there to honor the memory of George Floyd and so many others, and who's there really just to cause problems. Who are the bad apples and the troublemakers? Who's there just to smash windows and to riot? So that is what that curfew is for. It's just a tool, and they were asked, how do you know this is going to work? They said, we will know tonight, and it's really going to differentiate who's there for the right reasons.
Was there any explanation, though, Ashley, in terms of how they plan to enforce the curfew?
They said, you know, if they see somebody out walking, maybe going to the store, they might stop you and give you a warning and say, hey, did you know there's a curfew tonight? Obviously, they don't want to arrest anybody who is just out going for a walk, maybe going for a drive, but those who are protesting, like we saw last night in front of the CNN Center, smashing out windows, trying to steal things, I mean, that's going to be a much different story. They will be making those arrests. We know there were 71 arrests made last night into this morning. We can anticipate much more tonight.
And Ashley, before we let you go, the mayor really looked beyond just the protests, but looking toward the future and the health of those individuals who participated in last night's protest and the protests that we're seeing right now. Social distancing rules are being completely thrown out of the window. She said that folks that participated in these protests, they probably need to go get a COVID test.
She did. I mean, we saw the crowds last night, too. Thousands of people out there, no social distancing. Not everyone was wearing a mask. And that is still what the CDC is recommending right now. We know we are still in the midst of a pandemic. And we saw those thousands of people out really just throwing all of those rules out of the window. So, yes, she said if you were down there last night protesting, whether you were being violent or not, you probably do need to go get tested for COVID-19 this week.
Well, Ashley, we'll let you continue to monitor the situation outside of Atlanta Police Headquarters.
Yeah,
it looks like it's at least quiet there now. It is not quiet where Ayanna is. And Ayanna, I see a little bit of activity. Everyone's standing up and looking towards a direction. Is there something happening now?
It's hard to tell from my vantage point. It looks like everybody's congregating to the middle, but I can tell you that police have shut down this road. Again, they were letting cars come through, but then once things escalated, they have shut down this road, and now protesters are standing, as you can see, in the middle of the road, so they are not stopping the protesters now from being on the street. They're asking everybody to get in the line and lock arms right now, saying no fear.
Ayanna, I fear what is getting ready to happen here if they even get, I heard the police officer, or at least the police saying don't cross the yellow line. It looks like they are lining up. Does it appear that they may try to cross the line and confront the officers directly in front of the gateway of the governor's mansion?
I mean, things can escalate quickly, as we saw last night, but they are prepared to be arrested. Protesters have wrote down numbers on their arms just in case they do get arrested. And as you can see, there are at least 100 people lined up, locked arms right now in front of the officer's face. As you can see, they are in their riot gear. They have their shields up, their gas masks and their batons. People out here are frustrated, and things are slowly escalating out here. It is still peaceful, but once police took those people into custody, that's when things kind of escalated, and people are frustrated, as you can see. They've been emotional. They want their voices heard. They're frustrated with the governor's stance. They want their message to be heard, even though they don't think that he's listening to what they're out here doing today. They still felt it was important to be out here to protest against the injustices Black people face across America. I see signs saying destroy the system. And as you can see, most of this line is white people lined up.
Ayanna,
I did hear someone say, make sure.
Ayanna, I'm curious, as we're looking at just the images of at least 100 people lined up, locked in arms. We're not sure if they're going to try and approach those police on the other side of the street. But what are the age ranges that you can gauge?
It varies. I've seen younger teenagers out here up to older people as well. You've seen all races out here. I've seen Asians, blacks, whites, women, men, transgender, lesbian. There's people from all walks of life out here. So it's not just Black people out here protesting.
Well, Ayanna, I know that this is growing tense by the moment. They were out there as early as 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock when we first started simulcasting on CBS46.com. Has the crowd grown?
Can you tell me what you guys are doing right now?
So right now we're trying to hold this line. We're trying to just make sure that the police understand we are staying nonviolent right now, but we do consider we're trying to grieve, we're trying to have our voices heard, and we're trying to have our demands heard.
And there is a 9 o'clock curfew tonight that the mayor just put in place. Do you guys plan on going home by 9 o'clock?
We haven't decided yet. What I know is that people will decide what they want. We believe in self-determination of all people. So we have to strategize with our organizations. I'm representing LiberationHouse.org and Black Youth Project 100. So I can only speak for my people. We have not decided that yet. But yeah, we'll decide when we decide. But I'm pretty sure many people will be on the streets tonight. That I can promise.
And things seem to have escalated a little bit out here. Now people are in the street. Tell us what happened.
So they kept saying that we couldn't enter into the street. Clearly, you know, you see the sidewalk. There's about 1,000 protesters out here, maybe 900, 800 protesters. Everybody's not going to fit on the street. They were trying to arrest some folks. Obviously, the police aren't trained in de-escalation. That's why we need better police trainings. That's why we need to understand that police unions are keeping killer cops safe. And we need to understand that we need to go after police unions. And we need to get these policemen over here to learn some de-escalation tactics. We're just trying to protest and breathe and make sure our people love on our people, period.
How frustrating has this been for you?
I mean, the whole world is frustrated right now. Everybody's frustrated. We have an economic crisis that's akin to the 1930s depression. We have a pandemic that's still taking place right now around the country. People are angry, people are mad, and then a man puts his knee to suffocate, to lynch a man in public. Yes, people are super angry. James Baldwin said to be black and relatively conscious in this country is to be in a state of constant rage, and that's what you're experiencing in this country right now.
All right, thank you for your time. So as you see, people are frustrated. They are willing to get arrested here. They have their arms locked in the middle of the road.
White folks, white check! Walk down to Tuxedo, say information. Walk down to Tuxedo right now!
Ayanna, stand by, and we're going to continue looking at those pictures that you're sending us from out in front of the governor's mansion in Buckhead. Chopper 46, though, high over downtown right now, and that area right there was the site of last night's violence. That's where things blew up, right in front of CNN World Headquarters, right there on Marietta. That stretch right there that the chopper is zooming in on, that sign was completely defaced last night, covered with graffiti by those who were out protesting. CNN crews out this morning cleaning that off, and it now looks like it has been restored to the way that it used to look. But take a look as the camera zooms in. You can see it looks like police officers there are anticipating some crowds and getting themselves ready in the event that those crowds begin to form. But right now it looks like a peaceful situation, even as people are gathering there in the downtown area. We should mention when talking about last night and what erupted, that there were 71 people arrested last night. There were 20 police vehicles that were damaged. 2 of them were destroyed entirely. Just a total loss, according to the police department. The fire department says that there were 8 separate fires last night, including 2 structure fires. And so it's that kind of damage, it's that kind of destruction that officials are trying to avoid tonight by putting in place a curfew that starts at 9 o'clock, about at 90 minutes from now, and by implementing a zero tolerance policy. We heard from Erica Shields, the Atlanta police chief, that they will not tolerate any criminal activity. That whereas last night they may have hung back and sort of let things play out, let the protesters have their say, that is not going to be the case tonight. The police have decided that they're going to use different tactics to try to prevent the destruction of any more private or public property. And you can sort of see exactly how they're planning to do that by the posture of the police who are standing across the street in front of the governor's mansion, across the street from these protesters, and then those police vehicles that are already out. Those armored vehicles, Sean, that we see right now at 7:30 p.m., we didn't see them last night until much later than this hour, well into the 8 o'clock hour, almost 9 p.m. until they brought out the heavy machinery.
Erica Shields, she mentioned in her press conference that it was 2 hours into that protest yesterday that started around 2 o'clock, and then by 5 or 6 o'clock, it was in front of the CNN building. We started to see some initial pockets of violence. But Erica Shields says about 2 hours in, she knew that at that point, that Atlanta Police Department solely on its own was unable to handle the situation. She admitted that the city of Atlanta, the police department, was caught off balance, but it will not happen again. The concern some of the critics that addressing Atlanta Police Department's response to yesterday's protests that became violent was, why did the police department allow structures and buildings to be destroyed when police were clearly surrounding some of the chaos and chose not to arrest any of those individuals? Erica Shields says that there was a reason and there was strategy behind that. She says, in her own words, there was a highly calculated pocket of individuals that were immersed within the crowds of peaceful protesters, and she called them terrorists. She said they were anti-fascist, that they were not Atlantans, and she said that police department were able to discern that, because some of those individuals that were creating violence did not even know where the governor's mansion was, did not know how to walk to the state capitol, had lack of direction.
That was a clue. They said locals would know how to get to the state capitol. As we take a look on the left-hand side of the screen, you see those protesters in front of the governor's mansion in Buckhead. Ayanna Crystal is there. Ayanna, they've locked arms. They're walking. What's going on?
Yeah, they've all locked arms and they are standing in the middle of the road. And as you can see, the race that is in the middle of the road, it is all white people. They have asked the black protesters to please go home, be safe, because they said the National Guard is on their way and they can't have any black people being arrested and any more hashtags. So they've asked politely for all the black protesters here to go home, as all the white people stand in the middle of the road locking arms to voice their concerns and take a stance against police brutality. It's a very strong statement. As you can see them walking in the middle of the road, police have shut down this street. Police are saying something. I'm trying to take a listen.
I'll let you listen to what they're saying, Ayanna. This is for many who are watching to see the collectiveness of working together to protect their brother and sisters, these white men and women caring about the fact that they understand that African Americans have faced incredible injustices when it comes to racial discrimination and when it comes to being mistreated by police, that they're putting their own lives on the line to protect their interests and say, we are going to do what you can't do, and that is defy the order to get out of the street, and we are going to address the issues of injustice for you. It is so reminiscent of a quote from Martin Luther King that says, riots do not develop out of thin air. Certain conditions that continue to exist in our society must be condemned as vigorously as we condemn the riots. The question is that will these officers arrest these hundreds of people at 9 o'clock if they don't leave after the curfew it goes into effect here in the city of Atlanta, which includes the governor's mansion. We are unsure if Governor Brian Kemp is inside the governor's mansion. Some of the protesters earlier said that they wanted the governor to come out and address them and give them a sense of solace that he is at least have empathy and is in tune to what the injustices they feel that they are dealing with. The governor hasn't tweeted within the last hour. He has been communicating through Twitter, but he has today deployed 1,500 National Guardsmen to help maintain the peace in Atlanta tonight.
Yes, he has. So this is clearly a coordinated effort, not just on the part of citywide law enforcement in the city of Atlanta, but also state law enforcement as well. The governor employing, as you said, Sean, the National Guard. The state police are there as well. And there you see in the background on the right side of your screen the governor's mansion. And that is the person who lives there is the person who these protesters are trying to get the attention of. But Governor Kemp has been very supportive of peaceful protests, and he has been was very critical of the way in which George Floyd was killed by the police officer in Minnesota. And so they do seem to have an ally as far as the governor is concerned when it comes to their concerns about policing. But clearly they have more of a message that they want to get across.
Yasmina Alston, if you look at the left of your screen, she is in downtown Atlanta where we have Chopper 46 hovering above. Yasmina, we know there's a heavy police presence. I can see it behind you, but have you seen any National Guardsmen there?
Yeah, Sean, we have actually walking up towards Centennial Olympic Park. We saw the National Guardsmen. They were parked going down Marietta. You can obviously see a really large police presence here at this intersection. We've got Atlanta police over here. You've got some of the National Guardsmen over there. And then if you take a look to your left, we're just going to kind of walk you through what we're seeing. You're still looking at police. Then you've got protesters here on the side. There's a lot of shouting going on, a lot of emotion that's running heavy. We'll see, can we try to talk to someone to see what exactly the message is for this evening. Hey, how are you?
Doing fantastic.
Tell us what's going on here today.
Well, it looks like a peaceful protest, and there seem to be a lot of police in riot gear for reasons I don't understand.
Were you all marching? Did you all march down to this area?
I arrived here with a couple people.
What's the message for today?
Black lives fucking matter.
Thank you. I got a question, boy. All right, so if we walk over here, we've got some more people over here. Looks like a pretty tense situation. I mean, you see the police here with their shields. They're sort of blocking this area over here. You can hear some of the chanting. Let's just kind of let everyone chant, and we'll hear what they're saying.
I feel threatened. 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 I feel threatened.
So we've got a lot of chanting going on. They're saying, I feel threatened. And then over here, you've got police blocking this part of the road. Now, when we were driving over to this area, we saw a lot of people that were marching towards this area. We saw them, and we saw another group of marchers not too far from here as well. Now, if you remember from last night, we also had a large crowd of people out here when the protests were happening last night, and things got really violent, and there was a lot of looting. But right now, a lot of that is not happening. There's chanting, and there's shouting, there's a lot of emotion, and of course, as you can see behind me, there's a lot of law enforcement.
We appreciate that, Yasmina. We'll come back to you, but there is escalating tension outside the governor's mansion. Ayana, what's happening now? They're gotten awfully closer to his front entrance of his gates.
Yeah, again, they've asked all the white people to move to the front of the line. They have been told that they will start to deploy tear gas. They've asked the black protesters to please go home, but these protesters are not fearful. They are ready. They are standing, as you can see. They are facing the police officers with their hands up. They're chanting, they're yelling, they're frustrated. As you're seeing one of the protesters approaching one of the Georgia State Patrol, asking him questions. They're asking who's organizing this protest. The patrol is asking the protesters to just stay on the sidewalk. They're asking for everyone's safety to get on the sidewalk. So they're asking the protesters to get on the sidewalk. As you can see, they've taken over the road.
Look at your government working against you. These are your tax dollars at work. You should be mad. You should be angry. You should be mad.
Ayana, as we're watching these images, and it certainly has escalated from less than 2 hours ago when everyone was on the sidewalk and obeying what the officers were asking them to do to keep their protests peaceful. They have now approached even closer to the gates of the governor's mansion. The question now is, we've heard from Chief Erica Shields that there will be a zero tolerance policy today. She said, I'm ready to lock people up. The question is will these individuals be locked up? They're clearly not doing what the officers have requested, but that's a lot of people to arrest. And then if you look to the left,
let's go to
what's
those
going
down,
on
that's
here?
Downtown. These are Chopper 46 pictures. Brittany Miller is down on the ground.
Yeah.
Why is everybody running, Britt?
Do you see them running?
Yeah.
Brittany, why are they running?
Okay, so we do see a lot of people running. Sorry, I was talking to my colleague just to make sure she was safe and see where she was. We just saw a lot of officers. If you can pan to the left here, Steve, we saw a lot of officers who actually just took off their gas masks. Very interesting to see. They took off their gas masks and put on their shields, and right now we're seeing them take away at least 2 people in handcuffs right now. This is now up to 3 people that I've seen walking away in zip ties since I first got to the scene. As soon as I got here about 15 minutes ago, I saw one person face down on the ground. Let's get a little closer, Steve, please. I think I see another arrest. We're going to walk with this. We're going to walk with this. We see more people being taken away in handcuffs. Just to give you a closer look on the scene here in Centennial Olympic Park and Marietta Street. That is now maybe up to 5 or 6 people we're seeing being taken away in zip ties. More people to the right, more people to the right, Steve, more people to the right. All of them being taken away by officers right now. Hands being put behind their back, and they are being put in zip ties. We see one person bleeding on their elbow. This man right here being taken down to the ground very aggressively. His face is in the pavement. We're going to stay on this shot right now. This is what's happening live on air at the intersection of Centennial Olympic Park in Marietta Street. I'm just trying to get a good shot. He has 2 cameras on him, perhaps some sort of photographer. The number of people that are being arrested, we see another person behind him being arrested. The number of people being arrested right now at this intersection continues to grow by the moment. You see this person, Steve, stay on this right here. This person is being taken away with his legs in the air. They're holding him with his legs, and it looks like his upper body, both being carried away by police. I've lost count of how many people have been arrested in the last 10 minutes or so. This is a completely different scene from what I saw yesterday. Way more police officers here on the scene. If we can come, Steve, if you can come this way a little bit towards me, you can see more officers lining up right here. Their shields are in front of them. We don't know why they're doing that. They have the protesters in front of them. They're clashing right now. We are seeing more things being thrown from where the protesters are towards the officers. But you know, when I was at the governor's mansion earlier today, I said they are not messing around. That is definitely the case here in downtown Atlanta. Again, a completely different scene than what we saw yesterday. We didn't see this sort of interaction between protesters and police until late into the evening yesterday, but they are wasting no time right now. We'll go back to the scene and let you know what we're seeing here. Another person being carried away in handcuffs by Atlanta police. One arrest after the other, after the other, after the other, all taking place in downtown Atlanta. They are not messing around here. So
there's another one, Brittany, right there. There's 2 more right there, Brittany.
Yeah, another one, 1, 2, maybe another third person. The officers are coming back now with their shields on their faces. Again, I did see them take off their gas masks and put on their shields, which I thought was very interesting. I didn't see that sort of gear change yesterday. But it was very swift and very fast. And then as soon as they made that gear change, those arrests happened, and they were, as you just saw, very fast.
Brittany, the Atlanta Police Department is reporting that 79 people were arrested last night, and they were not near this aggressive. Those numbers we may see go up tremendously if individuals don't honor the curfew, Brittany, that's supposed to go into effect in less than an hour and 15 minutes.
Right, and you have to understand, you know, that's almost 80 arrests throughout maybe, 6 to 10 hours of protesting yesterday, and we are only on hour 2 or 3. So there could be a lot more, or maybe this is all that's going to happen because they're going to disperse this crowd pretty quickly. Steve, turn to your right so I can show you what's happening right now. Protesters are approaching. Protesters are now advancing toward the officers. Officers are forming some sort of line with their shields as protesters continue to walk up Marietta Street towards the CNN Center. This is a pretty quick clash between protesters and police officers. Again, we didn't see this yesterday until very late into the evening, but this protest started at around 5:30 today. It is now 7:44, and we're already seeing all this interaction. You can see those officers are dressed in full gear right now. Yesterday, we saw them get into that gear and change into that gear as the sun went down. But officers are not wasting any time, and we heard that from Police Chief Erica Shields earlier today in the press conference. Those protesters, if you can see in the camera's view, have their signs up. They have their hands up saying, "Don't shoot, don't shoot." And you see the officers in this stance ready for whoever comes closer to those officers and who approaches them. And there's an interaction happening right in front of us right now with this woman yelling at police officers. And tensions are high. People are very, very emotional, still emotional on day 2 of protests here in downtown Atlanta. We saw what happened yesterday. We saw how it went from a peaceful protest to mayhem and chaos. And now it seems like we've just jumped straight to chaos pretty quickly here.
Brittany, real quickly, when you see those individuals get arrested, what is the impact on the protesters that are out there? Is it riling up the crowd, or are they starting to disperse?
You know, I think it riles them up, if I had to choose a word. When they see someone getting carted off or taken away, it really just intensifies that emotion, that raw emotion that is already being felt here on the scene. especially when you see one after the other after the other. And as you could see, the protesters are actually advancing towards the officers, and that only happened after those several arrests were made. So it does not cause them to back down in any way. We didn't see them back down last night until very early into the morning. And they don't seem to be backing down now. In fact, the chanting is getting louder right now.
Chanting, but also discussions. I mean, and we can see in this shot on the right-hand side, a police officer talking very calmly with protesters. There's nothing wrong with what's going on right there. But what we did hear from the police chief, and for those of you who are just joining us, within the last couple of hours, we heard from Police Chief Erica Shields and Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms saying that they expected tonight was going to be very, very different. Not necessarily in terms of the protests, but in terms of the response to those protests. Erica Shields, the chief, saying that they were caught off guard last night and that they were not going to allow themselves to be caught off guard again. And she said that there were outside terror groups that were intent on destroying Atlanta, that had basically infiltrated the city, had come in, that they were not locals who were causing all the mayhem and destruction last night, but rather outside forces that had come in to wreak havoc and to cause destruction, and that they were not going to let that happen. She talked about a zero tolerance policy. And while we heard from Chief Shields yesterday that she didn't want the protest to turn into an arrest fest, tonight she said that she is frankly just ready to lock people up.
In fact, we've been seeing that happen at the location with Brittany Miller and Ayanna Crystal, who was outside the governor's mansion. Ayanna, we've seen the protesters line up arm to arm and not following the rules to stay out of the street. Instead, they've gone further, deeper into it, closer to the police, almost not quite a clash, but confronting them and defiant against their orders to stay on the sidewalk. Have you seen any more arrests?
No, we haven't seen any arrests, but we did hear the police give them a final warning to get out of the road. They said, again, they will be allowed to protest, but they need to get on the side of the street.
Everybody, we have demands. Turn your airdrops on and I can send you the demands. We have demands for Brian Kemp. We have demands for Keisha Lance Bottom. We are not out here for no reason. Turn your airdrops on and I can send you the demands.
So now everybody's standing up with their arms up, getting their phones out, because someone is airdropping everyone demands for the governor and Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. Again, all white people in the front of the line, they have asked the black protesters to go home and get home safely. They don't want any problems to escalate with the black protesters, so they have asked them to go home, and majority did leave. As you can see, most of this crowd is white people out here protesting with their hands up, facing these Georgia State Patrol officers. If you look on the lawn, you see the National Guard is on the lawn right now, a little over a dozen right now, and then the people with their riot, the officers rather, with their riot gear are on the lawn, ready if things do escalate. Again, this has been peaceful. There have been intense moments throughout. This protest started at 5 o'clock, and here we are almost 8 o'clock, so nearly 3 hours. They have been on the side of the road, but things did escalate, and now they've taken over the street. The police have asked them to get on the sidewalk. We don't know if they have any plans to get on the sidewalk at this point. I have been told they are ready to be arrested if things do escalate to that point, but they have no intentions of going home. We see them with their signs, Black Lives Matter. All cops are bastards, especially the ones you know, so people are frustrated. I've seen protesters yelling at the cops. They are angry and they want their voices to be heard. We're just hoping that things don't get ugly and things don't escalate out here.
Ayanna, they're circulating a list of demands. Is there anyone that you can talk to who might be able to tell you what those demands are? They say they have demands for the governor and also for Mayor Bottoms.
Yeah, let me grab the organizer. Can you tell us your demands?
I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win.
Excuse me. Can you tell us your demands?
Sure, I have them in my pocket. I can make them up, but I don't want to lie to you. Can you help me show me the demands?
I'm not part of songs.
Okay, well, let me tell you what my demands are. Today, we're demanding that you allow black people to grieve, okay? We need time and space to grieve. One, we're in the worst economic crisis in any generation that's been alive to date, okay, since the Great Depression. We are angry. Allow rage to happen. We're not saying, we're believing the self-determination of all people, so we're saying allow rage to happen, period. That is our demand at this very moment. We have many other ones. We want reparations for all black people. We know that reparation legislation in this country has passed. If you look at cities like Chicago, we know we have legislation examples. We know that we want to stop being kicked out of our housing, so put a halt on all evictions in this country right now. We also know that we need to fight against white nationalism in this country. We have a president that is calling for a MAGA rally in front of the White House. What does that mean? What does that mean? It means he wants a war in these streets. It means he wants violence. It means he doesn't believe in de-escalation. We are trying to de-escalate, but we're trying to grieve right now, and that's our only demand. Let us grieve.
And last night things did get violent and destructive. Are you anticipating that tonight?
Well, you know what Martin Luther King said? He said riots are the language, is the voice of an unheard people. So if you want to talk about the violence last night, let's talk about it, but let's also talk about inequality that exists in our country. Let's also talk about how police are gunning us down and lynching us in the street. If those things didn't happen, it wouldn't be no riots. So you're talking about the end, I'm talking about the beginning and the means that are getting us to this end, period.
Now there's a curfew tonight, 9 o'clock. We're about an hour away from that.
Yeah.
Do you guys plan on going home?
I believe in the self-determination of all people. If folks want to stay out here, if folks are angry enough to be able to take it, Martin Luther King taught us all of these things. He taught us about civil disobedience. He taught us you have to break laws. He taught us you have to dramatize the issue so that our voices are heard, so that our issues are heard. So if people want to stay out past the curfew, absolutely, stay out past the curfew, period. But we believe in self-determination of all people. Each individual person will decide that for themselves. We are asking children and elderly folks to probably be safe and go home. As you see, now that we're moving, they're escalating by bringing the National Guard even closer to us. But this is how they work. We understand how this happens. This is a cycle.
Now they did give you guys a final warning to get on the sidewalk.
What the officer told me was try to take up half of the street, not the full street. So that's what the officer told me. And they're coming close to me. I'm getting a little bit uncomfortable from where they're standing and where I'm standing. So I'm gonna come back down with my people. How you doing, ma'am?
All right, so there you have it.
Ayanna, I have a question for you before we let you go. The protesters have been given a final warning by the police. Is it clear? Are they going to disperse the crowd by using tear gas? Or does this mean they're going to start arresting? We're seeing the guardsmen lined up behind some officers in full-blown riot gear. Are any indication that what this final warning means happens after it expires?
One of the protesters did tell me that the National Guard told them that they will deploy the tear gas if they don't leave. So we don't know at this point. Nothing has happened, but as you saw from that line, the National Guard has lined up with their shields, backing the protesters up, back down the street. So things, as we saw last night, can escalate very quickly.
Ayanna, we'll let you to continue to monitor this. We're going to go to another area of downtown Atlanta that's having high activity with heavy police presence, and many arrests happened. Brittany, the last time we saw you, the crowd has gotten riled up. Have you seen any more arrests? While we wait for Brittany Miller to establish her live shot. Are you there, Brittany?
Sorry, it's so hard to hear out here because they are chanting so loudly. We are here at the intersection of Centennial Olympic Park and Marietta Street. I just saw officers take off their other shields and put their gas masks on. The last time we saw this, we do know that tear gas was deployed, so we don't know if that's going to happen now. We don't know what's going to happen next. Something very interesting that did just happen in the last 10 minutes is that officers retreated farther back with their shields, and the protesters actually started walking towards them. So we don't know why they did that, what that means, but they're sort of at a standstill right now. Protesters just standing calmly with their hands up, saying, hands up, don't shoot, hands up, don't shoot. The officers standing here as well. Again, we are at the intersection of Centennial Olympic Park and Marietta Street. Officers making that gear change again, putting on their gas masks. The last time we saw this again last night, we do know that some tear gas was deployed, and I can tell you from firsthand experience, it burns and it does disperse the crowd. Now the crowd usually comes back, but it does disperse the crowd for a moment, and I'm not really sure why they have moved towards the CNN Center in terms of the officers, but protesters right now are being peaceful. They are just standing here. They're saying no justice, no peace. They're holding their signs. We have not seen any sort of eruptions of violence or anything like that in the last few minutes. Sean and Rick.
Brittany, this is clearly becoming really reflective of what Erica Schills said in her press conference today, that there will be a zero tolerance policy and there will be zero lawlessness in the city of Atlanta. We have seen an increase, an uptick in the lack of leeway that police officers are giving protesters today versus how they treated them yesterday. We have seen, even on your location, Brittany, at least just from what we saw, at least 8 to almost a dozen arrests.
Yeah, we did see a lot of arrests when we first came here. We brought that coverage to you live on scene. People being dragged away in handcuffs, one right after the other, and then it suddenly came to a stop. There were some clashes, there was some interaction. Once the officers moved back towards the CNN Center, again, just to give you a reference point, we're at the intersection of Centennial Olympic Park and Marietta Street. Once they moved back towards the CNN Center, it stopped. So we have to wait and see what happens next. Of course, we saw a lot of this yesterday. We saw moments of calm and then moments of just clashes between police and protesters, and that is where it got a little dicey. So right now, we are all just standing here. The media is standing here, protesters are standing here, and officers are standing here as well. So we're not really sure what will happen next. Of course, the chants and the protests continue. And you have to forgive me if I can't hear you when you toss to me. It is very loud out here. So I will try to hear you as best I can.
No problem, Brittany. Brittany, could you talk to us about how it feels there, just sort of the feeling that you have standing there amongst the protesters and the police tonight compared to the feeling that you had in the early stages of last night?
This time yesterday, I was watching a police patrol car on fire. I was watching people jump on top of police patrol cars. I was watching people vandalize the CNN Center, standing on top of the CNN Center sign. This is a very different feeling. You can still feel the tension because you know what can happen. You know what happened last night. You saw the vandalism, the shattered glass, the burst of flames, and as cars are set on fire. So because we all know what can happen, because we all see the damage today, you feel that tension as to what is next. What is the plan? What are we going to see? Will anybody get hurt? How many arrests will there be? So that is what that feeling is, that anticipation of, are we going to see a repeat of last night? Is it going to be worse? Will it calm down? And we just don't know. That unpredictability, it's uneasy, if I have to be honest. It's very uneasy.
Brittany, yesterday, when the individuals were arrested, they were put in some type of bus as a holding facility before they were taken to APD. Do you see any of those from your vantage point around there, considering that they're now putting on gas masks, and if the crowd, if they don't disperse, would there be more arrests? Do you see where they are capable of arresting and holding multiple people?
Yeah, the entire setup that we saw yesterday, once a lot of officers got on scene, is what I see now. So I do see that bus where they would take people who were arrested away. I'm sure those people that we saw dragged in handcuffs from the protest to the group in the crowd are actually already on that bus. I also see 2 SWAT tanks. I also see, I'm trying to just go on my tippy toes so I can see over the police officers. I actually see 2 of those buses as well as the SWAT tanks, and they have pretty much taken up that portion of Marietta Street in front of the CNN Center. It is all police officers and police crews. So they are rolling deep, and there's a lot of police officers here, but there's also a lot of protesters, not nearly as many as yesterday. We saw it in the thousands for a considerable amount of time, for several hours. I would say, if I had to guess, we are in the hundreds right now, but as we know, we can see that group continue to grow. We can see that number continue to climb. So you just don't know what's going to happen next. You know, everyone's on, at least I feel everyone is on pins and needles right now because, again, we know what happened yesterday.
Brittany, the
So
governor.
it's the calm before the storm.
Yeah, Brittany, Governor Brian Kemp issued a state of emergency yesterday, dispatched 500 National Guardsmen yesterday to restore peace. Clearly, it wasn't enough. Today, he has now deployed 1,500 National Guardsmen. We see a lot of Atlanta police officers at your location in downtown Atlanta, but have you seen the presence of the National Guard, and how big was it, if so?
I haven't seen anyone with the National Guard. I'm trying to look. I can't really see from my vantage point too well. I know our colleague Yasmina is actually by where the officers are. But what I am seeing now, if you want to turn to your left, Steve, right now, I am seeing a number of officers on bikes pull up on Ted Turner. They are now forming a line. Last time I saw this yesterday, it is sort of to box in this group, to box in the crowd, and to sort of get more control of the protesters. So we are seeing the bikers, the officers on bikes line up right now. But I haven't seen any National Guard. Of course, I have a very limited view from where I am. But maybe our colleague Yasmina Alston can speak more to that, Sean and Rick.
We're going to check back in with Yasmina in a minute, Brittany, but I'm wondering, you seem to be standing so close to some of those people who have come out for tonight's protest. I wonder if maybe you could just chat with them for a little bit and see how they're feeling tonight, what their response is to the way the police are handling them and what they hope to achieve, that kind of thing.
Okay, we can certainly do that. We want to do it safely just because this is not necessarily the peaceful protest that we saw yesterday, so we don't know what their frame of mind is. So let me just see if I can try to scout somebody out really quickly and find someone that's willing to talk. Stand by. Do you mind if I talk to you guys about why you guys are out here today? Sure. So Brittany Miller with CBS46, we are live on air right now. Tell me, number one, why you are out here today, day 2 of the protest, and I'm sure you saw what happened yesterday.
I really want to be out here to document what's really going on. Now, and I appreciate you all being out here to do the same, but I want to show what's really going on, not the story they're telling on TV. I don't want it to be distracted from the real reason why we out here, the police brutality, the way we've been treated for all these years. So I wanted to make sure to tell the real story. So I brought my camera, I brought all that out to photograph and video people, interview people, and those type of things.
You know, the co-anchors in our studio were asking me what it feels like out here, and I said, you know, it's very tense, on pins and needles compared to what happened yesterday because we don't know what's going to happen. What is it like for you in terms of what you feel right now?
I don't think it's tense at all. In fact, when we were marching around, there was a lot of unity. There was a lot of camaraderie. When people started causing trouble, breaking windows, other people would tell them to stop, tell them to knock it off, tell them it's a peaceful protest, peaceful rally. So I didn't feel any tension.
He was so eloquent. I hate that we lost the shot, but perhaps it's going to come back in. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. But in the meantime, what you're watching, if you're just joining us, this is Brittany Miller's location just outside of Centennial Park, where hundreds of Atlanta police officers are in riot gear. They have put on gas masks, and they are prepared to enforce what Police Chief Erica Shills has made very clear. There will be zero tolerance with lawlessness tonight, and she is ready to lock up people. Yasmina, you have been there on location, and we have seen several people arrested within the last 2 hours.
Yeah, Sean, so just to give you guys an idea of where we are, we're on the other side of where Brittany was. So we're on the side where law enforcement, where Atlanta police is set up right now. Really tense out here. We're not seeing a lot of movement yet, but we do know that police have put their gas masks on. They've put face shields on. We see the zip ties, if we can show, some of them have zip ties. The protesters on the other side, things have gotten really quiet. You can see the officers in the front of the line. They have their shields. Protesters are starting to yell again, and over on that side is where Brittany is right now. Just to give you a look at what we're looking at with law enforcement, look at all of these Atlanta police officers. Can we come back this way, Aeon, and just kind of show you can see SWAT is back here. You've got officers all back here just waiting. Just let you guys take a look at that. And it's really just unpredictable. We don't know what's going to happen next. I mean, from what we saw yesterday, things just sort of spiraled out of control. Of course, we're hoping that doesn't happen again, but it's a waiting game. It's really unpredictable out here right now. If you look down further, Marietta Street, you can see there are more officers on bikes. They've blocked off that area. And I know, Sean, earlier you asked about the National Guard. The National Guard is posted up on the other side of Marietta. When we were walking towards this way, they're parked down that way. I know you asked about that earlier, Sean. But again, it's just a waiting game. It's very unpredictable, and we don't know what exactly is going to happen next.
A lot of the National Guard are also over by where the governor's mansion is. Governor Kemp tweeting out a picture of the National Guard that was there, that's there to try to protect the governor's mansion and keep those protesters from crossing the line. Ayanna Crystal is there. She's been watching this. And Ayanna, is there an escalation that's taking place now at the governor's mansion?
We did just see a few moments ago, I saw the National Guard put on their tear gas mask. So just in case they do deploy the tear gas, they are ready. The protesters have moved to the end of the street. They were told that they could take up the street, but they had to move back, and they have. The other officers are still at the other end of the road. I was told that 50 more protesters are on their way here, so this crowd could grow. As you can see in the front of the line, it's white protesters. They have asked the black protesters to go home because they don't want any more black people being arrested. They don't want any more hashtags. So it is white people protesting in the front of this group. Earlier we did see all races here, all age groups. They've been here since 5 o'clock this afternoon. Let's take a listen to what they're talking about. Tell us why you're here today.
It's not about me. It's about equality for everyone.
And you have a sign. Tell us about your sign and why you did it.
Because I think that Black Lives Matter.
So you have white people standing in front of this group just in case things do escalate. People have written numbers on their arms just in case they get arrested. There are a few hundred people in this group at this moment. Some people have left, and again, those were black protesters because the white protesters asked them to please leave and get same home. They were locking arms. As you can see, this group is locked arms. Susan, tell us why you're out here today.
Because the cops are murdering innocent black people.
And you're not black, but it has to be frustrating because you're out here.
It's frustrating seeing a bunch of American citizens being killed in the name of justice when there really is none. So.
And what's happening out here right now?
We are fighting for our freedoms in the way we're supposed to, and they're taking violent action, it seems like. A bit getting to get violent.
Is it intimidating seeing these officers with their sticks out, with their gas masks on?
Not a bit. It's not intimidating because I know I have a row of people behind me ready to fight.
We got lily white skin.
So. Yeah.
And have you heard that they could deploy the tear gas?
They've been talking about it, unless we back up, but then they keep moving forward.
Seems more predatory.
So, yeah.
Than defensive at this time.
It is a completely different tone tonight than it was last night. The officers were very relaxed, allowing the protesters to do what they wanted to do. But tonight it seems like these officers are ready when things do escalate. They have their sticks out. Looks like they are ready. They have their gas masks on just in case these protesters do something that they're not supposed to be doing. We did see them earlier put people on the ground just for stepping on the sidewalk. But now they have shut down the road, and so now these protesters are in the road. They are cheering, chanting. They've been out here since 5 o'clock. I've asked protesters with the 9 o'clock curfew if they anticipate and plan to go home. None of them do. They plan on staying out here, letting their voices be heard, and if something happens, they're ready. They're not scared. They want their voices to be heard. And even though they're not black, they are fighting for black people and their rights.
Well, Ayanna, I hope that they don't rely on MARTA, that once this is all over, as a choice of option for transportation, because in accordance with the curfew that's been established by Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, MARTA has just announced that it is suspending all rail, bus, streetcar and paratransit services starting at 9, colliding also with the time of the curfew that goes into effect, and riders should board their last train tonight by 8:30. All 38 rail stations will close effective tonight at 9 p.m. It's this story just continues to be one that has captured all of Georgia's attention. This is day 2 of what has, according to Atlanta police, they are anticipating a long night of protests. Now, the question is that will the tactic that the mayor has instituted by having a 9 p.m. curfew, will it encourage these individuals to go home? We have seen multiple arrests at multiple locations. Erica Shields, the police chief, said that this will not be the same police department that you saw yesterday during the protests. This will be a zero tolerance policy, according to her. There will be zero lawlessness, and that she's admitted that Atlanta Police Department was caught off balance, but she says it will not happen again. And in her words, quote, "I am ready to lock people up."
We're taking a look at evening prayers that some of the protesters are engaged in on the right-hand side of your screen. This is the time when Muslims around the world will take part in their recite their afternoon prayers or their evening prayers, and that's what we're witnessing. And I just really can't help but be struck by the scene of that young black man who was holding the microphone on the bullhorn and engaging the crowd in a chant, "When we fight, we win." And to think about this new generation of civil rights leaders, of civil rights activists, protesters, including that young man and so many young people who have come out in support of these protests and these marches and the injustice that people are protesting against after the death of George Floyd in Minnesota. Sort of the grandfather of this movement, one of them is Congressman John Lewis, who still proudly represents Atlanta in the U.S. House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. He led the student movement back during the civil rights movement of the 1960s, working with Dr. Martin Luther King. Congressman Lewis joined us last night to talk about these protests prior to them taking an ugly turn. So we didn't get to ask him about some of the ugliness that we saw later on in the evening. But he did just tweet out this, and I'd like to read it. He says, again, this is John Lewis, "I know your pain, your rage, your sense of despair and hopelessness. Justice has indeed been denied for far too long. Rioting, looting, and burning is not the way. Organize, demonstrate, sit in, stand up, vote, be constructive, not destructive." Those are the words from Congressman John Lewis here in Atlanta, who of course was one of the original practitioners of the nonviolent movement for the civil rights movement back in the 1960s. And so on the right-hand side of the screen, that's the scene out in front of the governor's mansion in Buckhead. On the left-hand side of the screen, that's what's going on in downtown, very close to the violence that we saw erupt last night. Ashley Thompson was amongst those protesters last night, and she's out amongst them again today, and she has positioned herself downtown. Ashley, tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
Okay. Hey, we are downtown right now at Marietta and Centennial Olympic Park. We just got to this intersection. As you'll remember, this was the incredibly busy intersection yesterday, and it is very busy again today. Of course, we're not seeing the crowds that we saw yesterday, but take a look around. We are still surrounded by people, and you'll notice law enforcement, they even look much different tonight. Last night, we told you they held incredible restraint. They showed incredible restraint with these protesters and demonstrators. Tonight, Chief Erica Shields says it will be a much different night. It will be a much different outcome from those who want to loot, for those who want to get wild and who are going to cause any kind of violence. And the mayor asking parents tonight to know where your children are. And I gotta say, it's very eye-opening to kind of just scan the crowd here tonight, because there are so many young people. And the mayor really just pleading with parents to call your kids, make sure they're at home, make sure they're not downtown tonight, because we know that curfew is going to be at 9 o'clock. They've got about 45 minutes here before they start enforcing that curfew. So far, we've only been here for a few minutes, but we have not seen many violent acts. certainly much more calm than it was just last night, but a lot of people showing up for night 2 of these protests. We know they're not just happening here in downtown, but really all over the metro area. But again, if you could just take a look at law enforcement, even what they're wearing is much different from what they were wearing last night. They are ready to arrest people. They are ready to perhaps use a little more force than they used just last night. We're going to continue to monitor things down here at this intersection. This seems to be the busy section of downtown Atlanta, and we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
And you know, actually talking about the look of the officers, and when that camera was zoomed in, you can just really see some of the gear that they are wearing right now to protect themselves. Obviously, you don't want to see anybody get hurt, not law enforcement and not protesters. And there were some elements in the crowd last night, Sean, we learned from the police chief and from the mayor, who were really intent on trying to do some harm. That when they were cleaning up downtown today, they found some unexploded Molotov cocktails, which can cause major destruction, major damage, major injuries if you were to be in the wrong place while one of those things is thrown your way. And so you really do get the sense that these members of the law enforcement community are putting their own safety on the line in order to ensure and guarantee that the protesters who are out there that we see on the right-hand side of the screen and in other places are able to peacefully exercise their First Amendment right to assemble and to protest.
Rick, we are less than 45 minutes away from the 9 p.m. curfew that Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms is using as a part of a tactic to contain and keep the protests that we have today peaceful. And we have seen what Erica Shields said, I'm ready to lock people up. The police department we saw yesterday is not the same police department we are seeing today. And for good reason. Yesterday there was a ton of destruction. In total, Friday's protest led up to 71 arrests, damage to 20 Atlanta Police Department vehicles. 2 of them were total losses, multiple fires, vandalism, and other criminal acts. Also, 3 Atlanta police officers were injured. But something that both the police chief Erica Shields and the mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms said that they were both very, one thing, if there was a glimmer of light that came out of all of the ugliness yesterday, was that there was no loss of life. And they want to continue that today. And they don't want to arrest anyone. In fact, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms said, find a safe place in your home this evening. Know where your children are. Call your children if you're at home and you know that they're out on the streets. Let them know there's a 9 p.m. curfew. According to the mayor, she says, we do not want to arrest your children, but if they have to today, we've already seen it, they will. The curfew, it goes into effect at 9 o'clock. This is breaking news, all MARTA services have been suspended starting at 9 o'clock tonight. We know that all of the bus, the rail, the services that some of these people may rely on for their sole means of transportation, that's cut off at 9 o'clock. And at 8:30 is the last time that riders will be able to board their train. After that, all 38 rail stations are closing at 9 o'clock.
That's 10 minutes from now.
Yeah, 10 minutes from now. And it appears if they need MARTA, they're not going to make it to that destination. Brittany Miller, you had an incredible interview that unfortunately technology kind of messed up. I'm not sure if he stuck around with you, but if he did, we would love to hear the rest of his thoughts about why he's out there. Will he comply with the 9 p.m. curfew? And this is a lot more peaceful than it was yesterday, Brittany.
Right. So that man's name was Jeremiah. He has moved on to take some pictures and do some other interviews. That's why he came out here. But I do have a friend of his that is here. His name is Andre. Andre was actually here yesterday and can better speak to what we're seeing now compared to how things were yesterday. So we were just talking off camera, having a pretty detailed conversation. And where we left off last time we were live on air was that tension that I said I felt compared to yesterday. Can you speak to that as well?
Well, the tension that comes is when they come and show a force, even though we're protesting peacefully. And we're out here just trying to let our voice be heard, that we will no longer stand for systemic racism to take any more of our brothers and sisters. And what the police is doing is trying to agitate and get us going instead of having us protest peacefully. There's an African proverb that says that a child that's not embraced by its village will burn it to the ground to feel its warmth. And that's what's happening. All these cities are being burnt to the ground because systemic racism doesn't allow the rest of the world to embrace black people, and we're tired of it.
Let me ask you this, Andre. We are maybe 30 to 40 minutes away from that curfew, Mayor Bottom's curfew going into place, 9 o'clock tonight. What do you think will happen? Given all that we have seen in the past 24 hours, you were out here, I was out here. What do you think will happen at 9 o'clock if this crowd is still here?
I think if this crowd is still here, the officers are going to get very aggressive. They're going to arrest as many people as they can. They're going to show their force and show that they're in charge and that they can quiet our voice.
Do you think that's what they're waiting for? Do you think that's why they're just standing here? Because they've been standing here for a while. Protesters have been standing as well. I've been calling it a standstill just because everyone's just sort of just standing in place right now.
Right.
Do you think that's why?
That's exactly why. There's no reason for them to come out in riot gear if they don't want us to riot. There's no reason for them to put snipers and things up on the rooftops if they're not looking for trouble. We just want our voice to be heard, and we just want to be respected like everybody else. We're human beings.
All right, Andre, thank you so much. We don't know what is going to happen at 9 o'clock. Of course, we'll continue to bring you live coverage in terms of what happens as we do get closer to that hour, that curfew.
Brittany, we appreciate your update. We're looking also at some images where there was an arrest. I'm not sure if the producer can tell me in my ear. Was that outside the governor's mansion?
Yeah, I think that was outside the governor's mansion, and I think that was a little while ago.
Oh, there's video. Okay. Well, Brittany, again, we've seen arrests at the governor's mansion. You were there. We've seen arrests where you're at right now. How does it impact the crowd? Because we heard from the gentleman that you just spoke with. He feels like that the police department is antagonizing them by coming prepared and being in riot gear. If that's the case, once a person is arrested, how is the crowd responding? Are they getting riled up, or is it starting to get smaller and shrink and they're starting to disperse?
As you saw, it really in the past couple of hours, and even you probably saw it yesterday if you watched our wall-to-wall live coverage, once somebody is arrested, of course, naturally, the crowd is going to respond to that because they're seeing somebody that they've been walking with, that they've been protesting with, rallying with, carried away in cuffs. What we just saw actually while we've been standing here in the last 10 minutes, a woman, she was walking by herself. She was walking along this line of officers with sage in her hands, just waving her hand back and forth to get the sage in the air. As many of you may know, sage is used to just clear energy and clear vibes. So that's what she was doing in front of these officers. And she was carted away in handcuffs very calmly, but they arrested her as well. But right now, things are very peaceful, very calm. I cannot tell you what is going to happen at 9 o'clock. That is what people are waiting for right now. This is sort of the anticipation as that clock gets closer and ticks down to 9 o'clock p.m. when that curfew will be in place. But right now, the crowd is calm, officers are calm, and we're going to have to wait and see what happens, really.
I guess the sage didn't work for that woman who was trying to bring about some calm. Last night, this time, we saw people throwing things at the officers. We saw water bottles being thrown. We saw eggs being thrown. We saw BB guns being fired at police officers. Doesn't appear that any of that's going on right now, Britt, does it?
It doesn't feel like that's going to happen right now, but again, as we know, as we've seen, those eruptions of violence can happen in an instant. All people need is just a moment. What we saw yesterday was things were peaceful until we saw an officer pick up a bike and shove it into a woman's chest, and that is when things took a turn yesterday. So it really only takes one moment, Rick, one arrest, one step on the wrong line, one shoving up a bike. That's all it takes for things to take a turn and for things to erupt like they did last night when we saw glass windows shattered, when we saw police cruisers burning, and when we saw really downtown Atlanta on fire last night. So right now, things are calm. I'm sure we're just going to savor this moment as we go moment by moment and hour by hour to see what's going to unfold. As they continue to chant as well.
Brittany, the crowds are a lot less dense than they were yesterday. I'm not sure from your vantage point, but can you tell us about some of those businesses that were broken into and looted. I saw from one of our shots that there were gates around them. Have businesses already been able to do a lot of cleanup in the area, put plywood over the windows to keep anyone from going back into it? Did you notice any of that?
So I can tell you the street is a lot cleaner than it was last night when we left here, or I should say early this morning when we left here around 1 a.m. Just from where I'm looking right now, I can see McCormick and Schmick's, and the windows, if you can see, there have been boarded up. The doors have been boarded up, and even if I'm looking all the way down Marietta Street towards the Omni Hotel, which you also know was vandalized yesterday, those windows are boarded up as well. There's actually a fence that is running along all of those businesses. So I don't know if that fence is going to keep people out tonight if they do choose to go over there. But of course, time will tell. But that is what the scene and sort of the barriers are looking like on that side of this very active scene in downtown Atlanta.
Well, it looks like folks have been able to get some of that damage and destruction cleaned up. Ashley Thompson, you are at Centennial Park. From your vantage point, can you see there was a lot of damage outside of Centennial Park? The Waffle House suffered a lot of damage. There was the bus stop outside of the MARTA stop there. Do you see any improvement in the damage in the cleanup in Centennial Park, Ashley?
Yeah, we definitely want to give you a look at what Centennial Park looks like tonight in contrast to what it looked like last night. You'll remember people were just running rampant on this park last night, and look at it now, a much different scene and also a much different sense of force. You can see that the National Guard is actually out here, and we've learned as many as 1,500 guardsmen are deployed in Atlanta today, and they were actually at the governor's mansion. I know we showed you that live on air earlier today, and so they are staking out Centennial Olympic Park. Remember, yesterday this was the scene of a lot of violence. There was actually a fire in the middle of this park. Right now it's closed. We don't see anybody in here except for guardsmen, so they are definitely, I don't know if they're intimidating some of these demonstrators and protesters, but as I said earlier, a different level of force. They are ready, and this will be a much different night. It already is. If we can just pan into the crowd right now, you could see it is much thinner than it was last night, although there are a lot of people here, much thinner. And tonight I'm noticing it looks like almost a younger crowd. And that goes to what the mayor was saying earlier today. She was really just pleading with parents to please ask where your kids are. A lot of these protesters, demonstrators look incredibly young, maybe young teenagers. And so the mayor really does not want to make these mass arrests tonight, but it sounds like they certainly will. As we told you earlier, 71 arrests overnight into this morning. Will there be more today? We know we have already seen some arrests live on air, and there could be more. We know this curfew is going to be a tool so that officers can find out who is here to demonstrate peacefully and who are the bad apples. And so we're going to continue to monitor things. We're going to be live out here all night, especially when the sun goes down, because we know that's when that chaos really started last night. Back to you guys.
All right, Ashley, thanks very much. Sean, you were asking about some of the damage that was done. One of the buildings hit the hardest by the vandals was the College Football Hall of Fame that sits right on one of the edge, right on the perimeter of Centennial Olympic Park. Emily Gagnon
should we go home?
Told me that she's been in touch with the CEO of the Hall of Fame, who has told her that all the most valuable items inside the museum have been moved out of the building. And so we saw a lot of those windows, at least on the street level, that were completely shattered last night by some of the vandals after it got dark. And you saw one of the gift shop at the College Football Hall of Fame completely destroyed as well. So yes, so they have prepared for tonight in the event that things flare up again. We saw Astrid just for a moment, that she popped out of the screen. Astrid has now found herself at the governor's mansion, where those protesters who we were paying attention to, we were watching, have since gone. The National Guard, though, Astrid, looks like they're still there.
Yeah, they mean business. They protesters dispersed as soon as National Guard got here. They all started putting on their gas masks, which means, you know, they're not playing around. 9 o'clock is that curfew, and they don't want happening to this area what happened last night in downtown Atlanta and in Buckhead. So they're ready to do their job. As you see, they're all around here making sure that nobody passes through. Now, if protesters did have their cars parked somewhere near this vicinity, unfortunately, they won't be able to get them out. They're going to have to walk around, wait around, or try to, just make it out of here because that curfew is 9 o'clock. But as you can see behind me, National Guard is here. They're ready. Most of them had their gas masks on, taking a little bit of water break, as we can see, but they're ready to make sure that this area stays safe, stays locked down, and protesters don't do, or rioters, because there is a difference between rioters and protesters, what rioters did last night.
Do we know, Astrid?
Astrid, we're hearing, though, that you said it, that all of the protesters that were there within the last 5 minutes, every single one of them left outside of the governor's mansion?
Where I am standing, the area where I am standing, there are no protesters left. When I first got here, there were about 4. They were trying to make their way to their car, and actually they were asking me if I knew a route for them to get access, but unfortunately, everything is blocked off. And when they tried to ask, security that has been hired by the neighborhood, nobody can really give them a clear direction of how to get to their car. But I know Ayanna is a little bit closer to the protesters than I am, but if you can see right here, it is just law enforcement and the National Guard.
You're pretty close, Astrid, to the National Guard. A lot of these are young men and women who have been called into to action. First, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, the National Guard has done amazing work, heroic work, going in and cleaning and sanitizing some of the assisted living facilities and nursing homes here in our state. And now the governor has asked them to help out with these protests that have taken place. And I just wonder, I don't know if any of them are able to talk to you or if you're able to make any observations by sort of looking at them, looking in their eyes, what it must be like for them to all of a sudden find themselves on the front lines of these protests.
Well, I know my brother's a National Guard himself from New Jersey, and this is what they're trained to do. Sean too, she is was in the armed services, and this is what you sign up for. They're doing their jobs. They're heroes. They were called in last minute. You see how quickly they showed up to Phipps Plaza, and to Lenox Mall. They're here, and from what I've seen, they're just, on guard and they're ready. They put on their masks. They're all very uniformed. They know what to do. This is what they've been trained for. They did take a water break a couple seconds ago. You saw that on camera, but they're standing still. They're standing guard, and they're ready to do their job.
The question, and I'm not sure if you can even answer this, Astrid, because this is such a fluid situation and things are changing ever so quickly, but will the National Guard be standing post outside the governor's mansion for the remainder of the evening, even if there are no protesters there whatsoever?
I'm not sure about that question. I will try to get that answer for you. I know they're going to stand here as long as possible to make sure that people listen to that curfew. Now, if they're going to stay beyond that, even if there's no one, I'll get that answer for you, Sean, if I can, talk to them. I know that sometimes if you walk up to them, they want to make sure that you're not approaching them for any other reason, something that doesn't have to do with their job. So I just want to be careful of that to make sure that I'm not intrusive, but I will get that answer for you.
Okay, well, Astrid, you're doing a fantastic job. I'm not sure if we can go to Ayanna's location if she's available, but we have seen for the last 3 hours, Ayanna, there were a growing group of protesters there, Ayanna, and many of them were arrested simply for just putting their foot on the street when they were told to stay on the sidewalk. And then in 5 minutes, what created that seismic change in attitude to say, we heard the organizers say, hey, at the curfew's at 9 o'clock, if it happens, we're staying, but it's 8:34 and now they're all gone.
Yeah, it's quite the difference. As you can see, no protesters are out here. The National Guard and officers are back in the driveway. They are sitting down. All the protesters have left. I am told they did not want to get tear gas, so they went home and they are listening to that 9 o'clock curfew. I have one of the protesters with me now. Devin, tell us, why did you guys go home so quickly, just like that?
Well, we saw that the police and the government was mobilizing against peaceful protesters and were willing to use batons and tear gas against its own citizens. And so for the safety and the protection of people who are already suffering from the coronavirus pandemic, we didn't want to add any additional layer of stress to our people. So we told and encouraged our folks to go home because we are a peaceful people. But we are a peaceful people who have demands and that are not being listened to, and we are not being heard. And so we occupied the streets. But at the moment where they, with guns and with batons and with sticks and with tear gas, are going to mobilize against a people with signs and voices and righteous outrage, what are we supposed to do? So we told our folks to go home.
You guys were out here for 3.5 hours. Do you feel like your message was received? Do you hope that the governor listened to what you guys were out here for?
I hope that the message was received, but we have to continue to keep the pressure. We have to continue to keep our knees on the necks of government, our knees on the necks of these elected officials, because they are the ones that are responsible for holding bad cops accountable. They are the ones that are responsible for making sure that we have a police brutality bill. They are the ones that are responsible for making sure that we have hate crime legislation. They are the ones who are responsible for making sure we don't lock up black kids on the side of the road for selling water. So I hope that they heard our demands tonight. But if they did not, we will continue to occupy the streets. And we will also occupy the halls of the state legislature, the halls of City Hall, the halls of the county commission building. And if we need to go to Congress, we'll go there too. Because until we are heard, until we know that black life will not be snuffed out in the middle of the street, we will occupy the middle of these streets. Because there are streets. We are the taxpayers. This building belongs to the people. Governor Kemp just gets to stay there. He's just a short-term tenant.
And last night things were destructive and got violent. Are you glad that things didn't escalate out here tonight?
I am glad that things didn't escalate out here tonight, but I was disappointed that the potential for escalation came from the side of the government, came from the side of state troopers, from National Guard, from the City of Atlanta Police Department. And I'm also disappointed that we are still focusing on buildings. We are focused on property. We are focused on things that can be replaced, but we cannot replace the life of George Floyd.
Did all the protesters go home and adhere to that 9 o'clock curfew?
You know, I can't speak for all of the protesters, but as far as the folks that came with me, they are going to go home because we're tired, because we know that this is not a one-day battle, that this is a long fight on the path to liberation and freedom for the people of the city of Atlanta, the state of Georgia, and this country.
All right, well, thank you for your time. As you can see, the protest here at the governor's mansion in Buckhead is a wrap. There was, I would assume, about 1,000 people out here, large crowd from all walks of life. For 3.5 hours, they were out here. Things did escalate, but never got violent, so that is a good thing. It was a peaceful protest out here. Let's send it back to you guys in the studio.
Ayanna, that young man, he said something that is reminiscent of a quote that I have quoted now 3 times, and I'm going to do it one more, and that's from Martin Luther King Jr. And when that young man was stressing that people were more concerned about property versus life, Martin Luther King said, riots do not develop out of thin air. Certain conditions that continue to exist in our society must be condemned as vigorously as we condemn riots. We're going to go out to Brittany Miller. Brittany, you are in you're embedded right thick into where there has been outbursts of arrests, but yet mostly it has been very peaceful in downtown Atlanta.
It is peaceful right now. I just had some pretty interesting conversations with some of the protesters behind me. They didn't know about the 9 o'clock curfew. I was just talking about it with my photographer, and they said, "What 9 o'clock curfew? What are you talking about?" And I said, "The mayor has enforced a 9 o'clock curfew for the city of Atlanta." And they said, "Well, what's going to happen at 9 o'clock?" And I had to be honest, and I said, "You know what? I don't know." And they said, is that what these officers are waiting for? Is that why they're standing here, waiting for that 9 o'clock curfew to go into effect? And I said, you know, that's another thing. I don't know. We're going to have to sit and wait, but that is the concern now. I had to tell them that there was a curfew, and hopefully they will spread the word. But a lot of people saying they don't even know that they're going to have to leave at 9 o'clock. So we're going to see how that's going to impact people not moving at all. because they can't move if they don't even know about it.
Brittany, yesterday there were
right now. I can't breathe. Yes,
Brittany, yesterday there were billboards, electronic billboards in Centennial Park, at least that one I know of, that put up the message. The mayor had asked everyone to go home, and that's how that was communicated. And now that there's a curfew, do you see this billboard at all reinforcing the mayor's 9 p.m. curfew to help spread the message to those who may not know it?
I haven't seen anyone take particular notice to that billboard. Of course, we did see it pop up last night, but again, people that I talked to had no idea. They've been standing in front of the billboard all day, and I guess that was not enough for them to know anything about this curfew. Right now, their concern, their worry is what is going to happen at 9 o'clock. And something else that they were concerned about is these officers on bikes here. They were saying, how am I going to get out before 9 o'clock if all these officers are here? Will these officers let me out? They're unsure of that as well. So that is the concern. Can I get out even if I want to, being that I feel like the officers on bikes have now boxed us in. One guy did say, if you ask them to let you out right now before 9 o'clock, before the curfew expires, then it will happen. Steve, let's turn around right now and see what's going on over here. So there's a guy that's brought a speaker out. He is preaching or addressing the crowd right now in front of, standing in between the protesters and these officers with shields. It's hard to make out exactly what he's saying, but he does have a speaker on a microphone. It's getting the crowd riled up a little bit. It sounds like he's preaching about God right now, and the protesters seemingly are trying to just speak over him and actually shoo him away right now. It's actually getting the crowd pretty energized just listening to him. So you'll have moments like that every so often, Sean and Rick, as we continue to wait for 9 o'clock to approach.
All right. Well, I'll let you walk around, talk to everybody about the curfew and tell them that MARTA is going to close down. You can do a little bit of reporting there in amongst the protesters. Let's check in with Yasmina Alston, who is out among the protesters as well. Yasmina, talk to us about where you are and what's going on there.
With law enforcement, with Atlanta police, just to give you an idea of what we're seeing over here, you can see there are dozens of Atlanta police officers. They're on this side looking out over at the protesters. See if we can pan over here. You can see they've got their face shields on. They've got those gas masks on. You can see the zip ties that they've got. Brittany's already talked about those, maybe 1 or 2, I'm not sure of the exact number, the arrests that we've seen out here already. And it's been like this for a while. We're getting closer to that 9 o'clock curfew, and there hasn't been much movement. Now it's just a wait and see. Are the protesters going to leave? Are they not going to leave? What are police going to do next? It's really become a waiting game. One of the other interesting things that we've seen out here is, if you'll remember what we were seeing last night, this entire area was filled with people, and the chaos and the damage that was caused. Just looking back and thinking of what we saw last night, you can see some of these businesses have already been boarded up. You can see the fence here covering that area, blocking people from getting there. And that's also the same thing that Atlanta police are doing. They're now stopping people from coming any closer to this area. I don't know if we can see any of the officers that are down here. I'm not sure if they're still there, but they're, right here. They're stopping anyone from walking back over towards this area and keeping everyone over there. So we'll, of course, keep you all posted on any new developments.
All right, Yasmina, we appreciate that update. We are a little bit over 15 minutes away from the curfew, the 9 p.m. curfew that will be instituted. It will not lift until sunrise. MARTA also will be shut down, all services on MARTA. The last train that went out was at 8:30, so you've missed that. But by 9 o'clock tonight, all 38 MARTA services, where you can use their services, all of those locations will be shut down. Ashley Thompson, you are outside of the Atlanta Police Department. They have put up barricades. In anticipation that they may have crowds out there. Is it pretty? Do you have anyone, or is some starting to show up?
Hey, Sean, we actually moved to this intersection here at Marietta and Centennial Olympic Park Drive, and we've got a pretty high vantage point from where we are. We're on a balcony here at a restaurant. You can see the crowds, much more of the crowds from this vantage point. These people who are out here protesting have about 15 minutes until this curfew kicks in. And as Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms said earlier today, she was pleading with parents to contact their kids and ask them to come home. I'm actually joined now by Kiala, and she is 19 years old. She's up here demonstrating as well, and we just wanted to ask her what you're doing here, and do you plan to adhere to the curfew and leave by 9?
I do plan to adhere to the curfew. I'm out here because I've actually lost brothers to police. I lost a whole bunch of brothers to police, and it's time for it to come to an end. I'm tired of it, and I want it to come to an end. I mean, I do not agree with the looting and things, but I feel like there do need to be protests.
You do feel like that, and you are going to go home in less than 15 minutes.
Yes, I am. I'm not going to get in trouble.
And so you just are here to make your voice heard, but you're going to be respectful.
I protested on the first walk, so I'm definitely here to protest.
Last night?
No, today. Earlier.
What do you make of all of the looting and all of the damage? You look around here, and there's broken windows, smashed out cars. What do you make of that?
I think that's just a little too much. I mean, I just feel like this is black. It's a black city, really. So it's just ruining black-owned businesses, and we're trying to protect black lives. So I just feel like it's not necessary.
And what is it about this cause? You look around, there's so many young people. What is it about this cause that's drawing so many young people, teenagers like yourself, to come down here and demonstrate?
Because a lot of us are losing our brothers, our friends to police brutality. So I feel like we need to be out here protesting. Nobody hears us until we start protesting.
All right, well, thank you so much. And you guys just heard it there. One of the many reasons people are out here demonstrating. And this demonstrator said she does plan to leave at 9. She says she does not want to get in trouble. We've got less than 20 minutes before that 9 o'clock curfew hits, and we'll see how many of these people out here do plan to leave. As we said earlier, Sean and Rick, that, when the sun goes down, when it gets dark, that appears to be when some of that violence and that violent behavior came out last night. Will it be the same tonight? Of course, we'll continue to monitor things here. But again, 9 o'clock is that citywide curfew. Will this crowd leave by then? If not, Atlanta police say they are ready to make arrests.
We are minutes away from the citywide curfew.
We're minutes away, and I'm wondering now if perhaps they didn't make a mistake in shutting down the MARTA, because if they want people to leave, they need to help them get home. And if the last train was at 8:30, and a lot of these people are just finding out about the curfew, that might not have been the best decision. But that's neither here nor there. Brittany Miller is down on the ground. She's with the protesters and on Marietta Street. We had heard, Brittany, that things might be heating up a little bit over there.
We have the same person that was standing in front of officers. It seems like he is preaching to protesters. He's still here on a microphone. To the left, I can see Clayton County Sheriff's Office with their shields standing on the front lines right next and shoulder to shoulder with Atlanta police officers. They've changed their setup a little bit, and they've also changed their stance, now forming what looks like, if you can pan to the left a little bit, Steve, just to show what officers are doing right now. Let me back up a little bit here. Officers have sort of formed a semicircle, and there's really no one in the middle, which is interesting. I don't know if that's on purpose or they're taking a break right now. But officers have backed up. They're no longer standing right behind those officers in the front. Actually, more are coming forward right now, getting into position as we get closer to 9 o'clock. So there's a lot of changing of the hands here, a lot of getting into position. Again, they are shoulder to shoulder. By they, I mean Atlanta police officers, shoulder to shoulder with Clayton County Sheriff's Department. I'm trying to look to see what other law enforcement I see on air, but it's hard to see. But again, it is calm right now. Officers have been standing here for a few hours. So have protesters, and so have we. Pardon?
Brittany, we're just learning that anyone who has signed up for text from the city of Atlanta, the city has just sent out a mass text alerting those individuals who have signed up for that service that the 9 o'clock curfew, we are almost just slightly 12 minutes away from that being enforced. So the warning has been sent directly to their cell phones if they have signed up for that service from the city of Atlanta for alerts.
I'm still going to be here on the ground telling people about the curfew that will be enforced at 9 o'clock. I'm not sure if they have that service on their cell phones. I'd have to find out exactly the name of it and then ask them if they have it. But the most I can do, just doing basic work on the ground, is just verbally tell them, hey guys, 9 o'clock curfew. I'm not sure if you heard. but it will be enforced. And you can see to my left, the gas masks are going on right now. You said the countdown is on. We are approaching 10 minutes until that curfew is enforced, and officers are changing out gear. We've seen this throughout the day, and putting their gas masks on. Again, if we're going to go by the playbook of yesterday and what happened with yesterday's rally, that means that tear gas will be deployed. And as we know, that does disperse the crowd momentarily. So they're going to continue as we get closer to 9 o'clock. Change out that gear. We still see the zip ties on their waist, zip ties on their vest, and they are ready. The crowd is getting amped up as they continue to protest again as we tick down minute by minute until 9 o'clock to see exactly what happens, if anything happens here at the intersection of Centennial Olympic Park and Marietta Street. And this is ground zero for the protest here to bring justice in the name of George Floyd.
You know, Brittany, I'm sort of being a backseat quarterback here, but I can only imagine that there will be some criticism if these people are tear gassed at 9 p.m. and many of them claiming, at least some of them to you, that they were unaware that there was a 9 p.m. curfew. The mayor, she tweeted it. It was certainly discussed at her press conference, and it's been on TV.
Here's some
but
running
I think
going
there's
on
running
right
going
now.
on, Brittany.
They are running right
on.
now. They are running. They are running. They are running. I'm not sure exactly why they are running. I am across the street. Everyone is running. I don't know if they're going somewhere else. I don't know what is happening right now. I have to see exactly what's happening. They're on the intercom right now.
I guess this is for the people that don't get the texts. This is
People are starting
how
to
they're
throw
notifying
things.
people of the curfew.
After 9 p.m., large groups are gathered. We will see one verbal warning from police using a loudspeaker.
Hey, Jason.
Any person who refuses to disperse are in violation of this order.
All right, so we can now hear law enforcement is notifying everybody who's out there about the curfew that the mayor has instituted for 9 p.m., which is now less than 10 minutes away. And he says that any large groups will be given one verbal warning. And then after that, the police will move in and begin to start making arrests. And really, for the first time tonight, Sean, we have seen on the right-hand side of the screen people throwing things at law enforcement. We saw this a bunch last night. People throwing water bottles, people throwing eggs, firecrackers. Now we're seeing that again, and this is really the first time that we have seen this tonight. It's taking another turn.
I'm not sure if this is fireworks or this is tear gas, but I get the impression that's must be a little bit of tear gas. But again, I don't hear Brittany. You would certainly, you've smelled it before. Is it the scent of tear gas? Yeah, it's tear gas. They can't talk. Our crews are starting to back off and run. Atlanta police has dispersed tear gas to peaceful protesters outside of Centennial Park in downtown Atlanta. This was also near the area where there
that was a
massive
fireworks.
damage.
So some people are throwing fireworks too.
There's, as we heard from Ashley Thompson, it's a mix of tear gas and fireworks, but it's clearly tear gas because I could tell from the distress on our reporter's face and the photographer as they ran away. Ashley, you're there from a different vantage point. This crowd has been dispersed. Where you are there crowds still there?
Hey, Sean, we're up here on a balcony, relatively safe up here on a balcony, which is why we can still get this shot up right now. But take a look at this intersection right now. Look at everybody who has left. I mean, they have really just cleared this intersection by what they just did. Using more forceful tactics tonight, they are clearing the crowds. And what, are we just minutes away from 9 o'clock? That curfew, 7 minutes away. They're really trying to get these people out of here. No indication on what caused them to release that possible tear gas. And we know some of the protesters were throwing, excuse me, my throat. We're throwing fireworks that way. No indication of what caused officers to do that, but possibly they want to get rid of these crowds. Look, they just threw one again right here down on the ground. They really want these demonstrators to back up. See how far they've backed them up from that intersection? That's just incredible. We did not see this kind of force last night. In fact, that's probably why these demonstrators were at this intersection for hours on end last night. But again, they are not playing tonight. They want people home. Chief Erica Shields says she was in fear for her officers' safety last night. And we saw those demonstrators throwing things at these officers. They don't want that to happen again tonight. So take a look at what we're seeing here. Take a look at this police force here and what they're wearing and their shields and their tactical gear. They are not messing around tonight. They have cleared this intersection. This is truly incredible. That was a matter of seconds. And I will say, we did still see some of these demonstrators down here. You could see them coming back up to this intersection. They were throwing water bottles, whatever they could, at the officers, and perhaps that's what started all of this. We don't know. Either way, they have since been pushed back. Looks like they are trying to make their way up here once again. Some of them have gas masks on. Some of them may just be looking for trouble, like the mayor said earlier today. But we are going to stay up here and see what happens. That curfew, in just a matter of minutes, that is going to kick in. So we're going to see whether these demonstrators go home. Many of them very young teenagers, young adults, really just standing firm right here, possibly trying to make their way back up to the officers. But that gas is strong. It choked me up for a minute. So we know how strong that is and how strong their tactics will be tonight, Sean and Rick.
You are at an advantage, Ashley. You're in an elevated area. So once those fumes started going through, you got just a tiny fraction of it. Our crew on the ground, Brittany Miller and our photographer, certainly we hope that they're okay. They were right there amongst the crowd and really got some of the most intense, yikes, some of the most intense.
No doubt. I mean, I was
that tear gas. Now, the problem yesterday, Ashley, was that the tear gas was successful in dispersing crowds, but then they would recongregate. Are you seeing any of those crowds starting to recongregate now that the wind has sort of dispersed that tear gas away?
We'll take a look. They're trying to make their way back up. Some of those stubborn demonstrators, protesters who do not want to go home, trying to make their way back up to this intersection once that wind kind of blows that tear gas away. But I will say the law enforcement has come up. You know, they're walking. They're trying to move the crowd like they were last night. Just minutes ago, they were further back, and so they've now crossed this intersection and they're over here. And so it might be a standoff in a matter of minutes. And I gotta tell you, these are demonstrators throwing these fireworks, which are scaring me, so excuse me, but some of the demonstrators are throwing the fireworks at law enforcement, which again will not be tolerated today. And take a look, we've got some more law enforcement, some more force coming in right now. We hear a chopper above us. I believe they are going to clear this intersection. But yes, there are still some demonstrators here, Sean.
Ashley, have you seen any? Ashley, I hate to interject, and I'm sorry. Have you seen any arrest of those who are starting to recongregate? Are the police being aggressive in that aspect of that? The ones that are stubborn, that come back and try to return, as you mentioned, are they pulling out those zip ties and starting to arrest?
Not yet. I have not seen that just yet, Sean. But we've got 3 minutes, right? 3 minutes till that 9
Well,
p.m. curfew.
This is what they promised. I mean, this was as advertised. We heard from the chief of police. We heard from the mayor. They were going to take a much different approach tonight. They were not going to allow the mayhem and destruction that took place last night to happen again tonight. And so we have a curfew that's in place that they have begun to enforce. Tear gas has been thrown in the direction of the protesters. The K-9 units have shown up. Some of those demonstrators, Ashley calls them stubborn. I think that's very kind of Ashley. These are people that are intent on causing trouble, but they are not going to win over the overwhelming force of law enforcement that is there now on the scene in much greater numbers than were out last night. We are just a couple of minutes away from 9. A lot of people that were in the crowds didn't know about this curfew. We've reported that MARTA shut down around 8:30. The last trains departed. And so a lot of these people who authorities hope are going to go home are going to have to figure out exactly how to get there. And the theory that a lot of these people have come from out of town, and they're not Atlantans, but they've come from other places, other states, or other parts of Georgia, just to cause trouble here in Atlanta. They're going to have to figure out a way to get home as well. Or will they start heading to different parts of town, Sean, like we saw last night, where they were thrown out of the downtown area and all of a sudden we saw a bunch of those protesters and looters and arsonists move their way up into the Buckhead area.
Well,
you
Rick,
can
we
see,
are. These are fireworks that are not coming from police. This is coming from protesters who are being very stubborn and in their own way of fighting back.
They just threw some
We
more
are
tear
going
gas.
to take a break. We are going to make sure all of this is streaming on our CBS46 streaming app. Make sure you download it. And join us on CBS46. We're going to be simulcasting both on CBS46 and Peachtree TV at the top of the 9 o'clock hour as the curfew goes into effect. We're going to reboot, give you the top headlines, and do a roundtable of all our reporters who are at locations that have been dispersed by police.
You see those fireworks going off just in front of the position where Ashley is.
Good
And
evening.
thank you
We
so
are
much for
watching
joining
breaking.
us.
Good evening. We're watching breaking news in downtown Atlanta. I'm Sean Gables along with Rick Folbaum, and it's the mayor had instituted a 9 p.m. curfew. It is officially in effect. It will not lift until sunrise tomorrow. Atlanta had promised earlier today an aggressive measures on. They were not going to allow to have another night of violent chaos in the city. Police, as you can see on the left side of the screen, are now currently dispersing tear gas to get those crowds to thin out, and they have been arresting people aggressively all day.
We heard from police and the mayor earlier tonight that they were not going to stand for the kind of mayhem that was caused last night when we saw so much destruction of private businesses.
Hey guys,
of
we got a good
police,
shot.
Equipment and police cars. They didn't want to see that repeat again tonight, and they are employing tactics to make sure that that does not happen. Law enforcement out in much greater numbers. The Georgia National Guard out tonight in much greater numbers. The curfew put in place that is now being enforced by the police there on the scene. And they really are just dispersing the crowds and telling them to get out and go home. And so far, at least, Sean, to this point, it looks like they are being effective.
They have been effective at that. It has been almost disheartening because, Yasmina, you are on location. And Yasmina, I'm certain that critics are going to have an issue with a curfew being instituted at 9 p.m. And we had reporters out on the field, on the ground, talking to many people who said they were not aware of this.
Yeah, so just to kind of give you guys an update on what's happened in just the last 5 minutes here, Atlanta Police has now moved from that intersection that we were at, and they are moving down Centennial Olympic Park Drive. We've got the SWAT team over here. You can see all of Atlanta Police walking. If we look over here, we've got somebody down. It looks like someone is getting arrested. We'll walk up this way. They're coming towards us now. That 9 o'clock curfew obviously is in effect. Atlanta Police did give the warning to say that, hey, it is almost 9 o'clock and you've got to be off of the street. Here, we can let this breathe for a minute. We've got someone who's been arrested here.
My phone, bro. Y'all finna leave my phone.
So we've got that curfew. You see they've got one person in zip ties and they are taking him back this way. Atlanta Police are still continuing to go down. All of those protesters are walking away from them. Maybe 10 minutes ago or so, we saw all of the protesters take off running. Atlanta Police stayed. And then, of course, once that 9 o'clock curfew got closer, they started walking down. And they've got the zip ties. They've got the zip ties with them, and we just saw that one arrest. So we're going to keep walking with Atlanta Police as they head down this way. It looks like they're stopped up here. So we're going to try to get on the other side and see what the protesters are doing. Again, still a very evolving situation. We told you earlier that we just didn't know what was going to happen next. So now we're seeing that movement happen, and we'll, of course, keep you updated.
Yasmina, I noticed that you're having trouble breathing. Clearly, there must still be tear gas in the air. I think she's going to try to collect herself as she's walking with the crews. We have seen the police department. They have dispersed tear gas. They gave multiple warnings. It started with the press conference with the mayor of Atlanta at City Hall announcing that there would be a 9 p.m. curfew. Then we had reporters who were out, feet on the street, talking to many of the protesters, warning them there was a 9 p.m. curfew. And many had told even our Brittany Miller, who was on location in Centennial Park, or downtown Atlanta, that they did not know. They were completely unaware. But we also, within the last 15 minutes, the city of Atlanta sent out text alerts for individuals who had signed up for that alert system from the city of Atlanta, warning them the 9 o'clock curfew was approaching, go home. I can't imagine, Rick, if there are individuals who did not know about the curfew. Yesterday, we saw billboards in Centennial Park. Those electronic billboards were changed to share the message that the mayor had said, go home, Atlanta. And none of those billboards today, at least from our vantage point, ever reflected there would be a 9 p.m. curfew.
Yeah, these are electronic billboards. It would have been easy enough for them to put signage up to let people know that the MARTA was shutting down at 8:30 and the curfew was going to be implemented and enforced beginning at 9. Take a look on the right-hand side of the screen. Those are the protesters. They were pushed back to this area now. This is right by that Waffle House that had one of its windows knocked in last night. It was the scene of a lot of chaos and destruction late in the evening as some of the protesters were pushed out of the CNN Center. They moved their way down to where that Waffle House is, and that's where they're all standing again right now. Brittany Miller is down on the street with those protesters, and I think, Brittany, you've moved your way up to a balcony. I'm glad to see you're in a safe position. Why don't you tell us what you can see?
Sorry. So we were really next to where that tear gas was deployed, and it slammed us in the face. And just like that, I mentioned this earlier today, the scene has changed, and the scene is now clear. You do not see one protester here at the intersection of Centennial Olympic Park and Marietta Street. I have seen a couple of people officers walking protesters in handcuffs back to those buses that we've been talking about all day, but not a protester on site. We were talking about how effective that tear gas is in terms of dispersing a crowd and clearing a crowd, and it did just that. And I want to break down, because we were on the front lines and because we were right there with the protesters, in the middle of the protesters and the officers, and I'm sorry if my voice is raspy because it's still in my lungs, I can feel it, but I want to explain to you what happened. So, it was before 9 o'clock. We were talking about the countdown, and out of nowhere, someone threw a firework, and immediately that tear gas was deployed. And then it was sort of this ping pong with firework, tear gas, and you didn't really know where to run because you're just trying to escape all of the fumes and escape all of the smoke. And so it was horrible. Compared to yesterday, we also got tear gas, and it was something different. So this scene is clear, but of course we'll see if anything else happens.
Brittany, we are glad that you're safe. I was former Army, and I know that tear gas is incredibly harsh on the lungs. Yasmina Alston, you also got a whiff of that tear gas as the crowds were dispersed. The question is, though, yesterday when they used the tear gas to disperse crowds, they would then recongregate. Are you seeing them walking? Are they going home? Or are they regrouping to try to, protest some more?
Sean, we're actually still walking with Atlanta police right now, so I'm not sure what the protesters are doing on the other side. We're just kind of moving here piece by piece, getting closer to the protesters. We're trying to get through the crowd here. Give us 1 second as we make our way through.
Do you need them at all?
So you can see once again, Atlanta police have stopped here. The protesters are on the other side. Let's take a look over there. So it's sort of just a standoff. I mean, you've got the protesters here, and then you've got Atlanta police over here on this side. You see they have their shields, they've got their face masks on, they've got the gas masks on. It really is just a waiting game. I mean, we're past that 9 o'clock curfew now. Now we wait and see what happens.
And Yasmina, as we heard one of the officers on a police radio, how are they communicating with each other? What are they saying to one another? Are you able to, and there's the Waffle House I was talking about, are you able to hear them discuss their tactics, their strategy?
To be honest with you, Rick, it's really hard to hear exactly what they're saying or what that strategy is. We just all kind of move once they start moving. And it's been like that maybe 2 or 3 times now where we've moved and then we've stopped. We've moved and then we've stopped. But I mean, you can still see that crowd of protesters over there. They're looking, and then we've got Atlanta police over here waiting as well. Last hit that we had with you guys, we did see one person get arrested. We're not sure at this time what the point of that was. And we'll, of course, work to figure that out. But again, you've got the protesters on one side, you've got Atlanta police on another side, and I'm sure here pretty soon we'll move a little bit further down once again, now that we are past that 9 o'clock curfew.
Yasmina, we earlier today, if you're just joining us now, Atlanta police had promised to have an aggressive law enforcement after last night's violent chaos. They simply said there will be zero tolerance tonight. The Atlanta police chief said there will be zero lawlessness in the city, and that she was ready to lock people up. The mayor of Atlanta, she announced a 9 p.m. curfew. Was that around 5 or 6 o'clock?
Yeah, around 6 o'clock.
Around 6 o'clock tonight. Basically gave citizens 3 hours to know you had to go home or you were going to face what we are seeing now is an aggressive means to keep what was peaceful protests for the most part to remain peaceful. It was violent protest night last night, and the mayor said it will not happen again. In fact, the police chief said that the protesters caught the city of Atlanta's police department off balance, but it was not going to happen again. We saw earlier, Rick, they had brought out canine dogs.
Yep.
They are now using tear gas way earlier than they did yesterday with the protest. And officers in full riot gear, and they're backed up by 1,500 National Guardsmen.
I mean, there are a couple of protesters there, but it looks like they are more photographers than there are protesters. And from the vantage point that they have, they are staring right at that line of riot police who are there in their gear and holding their shields. And it must be a very striking image to see so many of them pulling out their cell phones and taking pictures of the police who Yasmina is walking with. But it kind of, what they hope to accomplish, what they hope to achieve is really unclear at this point, because it's very obvious that the police are taking this very seriously. This zero tolerance policy is going to be enforced. And so it's just a matter of time, and these people are going to have to disperse and go someplace else. It looks like there are some, again, the use of fireworks. We're not sure exactly who's throwing them, probably the protesters. But yeah, this is the scene that's playing out again, very close to where the violence broke out last night, Sean.
Well, in fact, some of it did right outside of Waffle House. We saw it when they were destroying that MARTA transportation stop for passengers that were just kicking it. We had that live on air. Ashley Thompson is downtown. Ashley, you got a whiff of that tear gas. They are not playing. The police department is not playing tonight.
Sean, that was a big old whiff. That really brought me to my knees for about 10 minutes. So that is highly effective. That was the first time that's happened to me. But we're over here, a street over right now, and you could see a lot of these demonstrators, these protesters are starting to leave. They're still telling us, that they're standing strong in the message, and they're still against, police brutality, all of that stuff. They just don't want to get in trouble. We've got this 9 p.m. curfew. We're well past that. So we're now starting to see people leave. Take a look at the traffic, people in their cars going home in the parking lot. You could see across the way people starting to walk home. They really don't want to get in trouble. So as you can see, there's still some protesters who want to chant and say profanities. But for the most part, we're seeing people on this street over here. They're all starting to go home. They don't want to get in trouble. They don't want to be arrested, and we know that's what's going to happen. And as you said, Sean, that tear gas was very effective. I did get a whiff, and it works. So that may be just, but yes, we are seeing people starting to go home. This is exactly what the Atlanta Police Department had hoped for. The night is still young, but let's see. I've got an alert on my phone right now. Take a look at this. A curfew is in place for the city, the entire city of Atlanta, beginning at 9 p.m. tonight, continuing through sunrise tomorrow morning, May 31st, 2020. Please stay home. I know these alerts are going out for everybody who lives in the city of Atlanta, an emergency alert. It is that serious that they want people to go home and stay home. Do not be out right now. They will be making arrests, possibly giving tickets. Now, the mayor said, they're not trying to go after people who may be just walking to the store, maybe trying to stay out of trouble. This is a way that they want to catch some of those bad apples, some of the people who were very violent last night, some of these protesters. And as you can see, people are still trying to be a little hard, but they are making their way home.
I have to ask you this, Ashley. Is this the first alert that you have received at 9:13 about a 9 p.m. curfew?
For me, it is. I know we had heard about that a little bit earlier, that some people maybe got some earlier tonight, but this is the first one that I have received. Yes, Sean, at 9:13.
All right, Ashley, thank you. It just went over my phone as well. Everything's buzzing around here because everyone's getting these alerts. Maybe you are as well. Let's go back out to Yasmina Alston, who was down with some of those riot police who were really engaged in that standoff. Is that still going on, Yasmina?
Yeah, Rick, it is. So we've been standing here probably for the last 5 minutes now. This was maybe the third time that we've walked and then stopped once again now that 9 o'clock curfew is hit. Of course, Atlanta police did give that warning when the SWAT team was coming down as well, saying, hey, you guys have X amount of time before that 9 o'clock curfew. Now, if you look back down this way, you'll notice that a lot of the protesters that were in front of Atlanta police are actually now gone. They have moved. They've moved to other areas. I believe a lot of them have moved to the right of us. You can still hear some chanting over there as well. There's also a lot of traffic on the streets right now that's, of course, having to go a different direction because Atlanta police is blocking off this area headed back towards Centennial Olympic Park. And then if we turn around, Aeon, looking into Centennial Olympic Park, we can actually see the National Guard. I know you all have been asking about them tonight. When we first got to this area, they were still in their vehicles, but we can now see that they are out as well here to assist Atlanta police. So that's what we're seeing. We're waiting for any more movement. Again, we don't know what's next. We don't know what's going to happen or what police are going to do or what the protesters, the people out here, are going to do either.
Yasmina, the governor has initially deployed 500 National Guard last night. He upped that to 1,500 right now, and they are being put to good use as this curfew is being enforced. Just a show of strength. You know, you just have to imagine these protesters looking in front of them, around them, behind them, and seeing law enforcement, military in every direction. And probably, you know, wondering, at least this is the hope of authorities, wondering, well, you know, I can't really do much with these folks around. I guess I'll just go home. And that is the whole point of all of this, is just to show such an amazing show of force on the part of law enforcement that these protesters don't even get any ideas about doing the kinds of things that some people did last night when they broke windows and smashed police cars and lit them on fire. There's that Waffle House. We see it now from Chopper 46. They had a couple of their windows busted out last night. You can see right now it's a little bit dark, but every window in that Waffle House is now boarded up.
Yeah.
So they are not taking any chances.
And as we watch these images in Atlanta, it has certainly made our communities in the suburban areas very sensitive to things that they're seeing on social media. As of 9 p.m., police in northern suburbs have been monitoring what is happening here in Atlanta and social media platforms. And the Alpharetta Department of Public Safety just tweeted out from its chief, Robinson, that they have heard through social media platforms that there were discussions that could indicate that violent protests and looting may be coming to Alpharetta tonight. The chief says of Alpharetta that at the moment they are only closely monitoring these discussions, but out of abundance of caution, they are making the necessary preparations to protect their community and businesses as well. They will be using their platforms on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Nextdoor to allow individuals who live in the Alpharetta area to know as what police are monitoring in that area, but they too will be having a zero tolerance policy against any type of illicit or violent behavior. No one wants chaos. So if you are just joining us now, 9 o'clock, it is 9:18. At 9, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottom enforced a curfew. And this was an attempt to, she said in a press conference earlier today that she did not want to arrest your children. She asked and implored people to please have your children, your teenagers, your young adults that you still, at least, you know, you love and you want them to just go home. She says, we do not want to arrest your children. But Chief Erica Shills with the Atlanta Police Department says that they will not be caught off guard again as they were yesterday. Her exact words, we were caught off balance once, it won't happen again. Her quote, I'm ready to lock people up. We have seen multiple arrests tonight compared to what was happening yesterday when protesters would attempt to defy a police's order. We have seen individuals and protesters immediately arrested.
There were over 70 arrests last night. It'll be interesting to see, Sean, when we get the numbers probably tomorrow, how many people were arrested tonight. But the numbers last night, over 70 arrests, 20 vehicles were damaged, police vehicles were damaged, including 2 total losses, those police cars that we saw that were just completely torched. There were 8 fires in all last night, including 2 structures that were lit on fire. The scene tonight, much different. We have not seen that kind of destruction, thankfully. We have not seen those fires, thankfully. We have seen very decisive action on the part of law enforcement, decisions that were made earlier today to be more aggressive than they were last night. And those tactics and those strategies were put into place at exactly 9 o'clock. They didn't waste any time. The curfew came, and all of a sudden the tear gas was deployed and the crowds were dispersed. And that continues at this hour, even as we see pockets of protesters. We see pockets of young people there on the left-hand side of the screen and on the right with their arms in the air. And obviously these are people who are still out there protesting and upset. There is not the kind of violence, there's not the kind of chaos that we saw last night. And that really is, I think, a testament to
what's happening on the left side. Let's
All
go to
right, well,
Ashley
maybe I
Thompson.
spoke too
Ashley,
soon.
those police officers, have they dispersed tear gas? Why are people running?
All right, you could see there was just a lot of running happening. We are over here across the street from the Waffle House in a parking lot where some of these demonstrators remain stubborn and just standing here. Take a look at the crowd now. A lot of running, and the chief and the mayor said earlier they're lucky they didn't lose any demonstrators last night because this kept happening. They keep stampeding, and they could run over one another. Somebody could seriously get hurt out here. These are the stragglers. All right, excuse us, pardon us. A lot of anger, a lot of emotion. Are you gonna go home? Are you gonna go home?
Yes.
All right. Well, all right.
Yes, sir.
All right. So now we're in the middle of this. A lot of craziness going on, a lot of anger, a lot of emotion here.
Ashley, they don't know how nice you
look like
are.
They're making their way. I know, right? But they are making their way back up to law enforcement. They're not leaving. Look how young these people look. Just take a look at how young they look.
I was ready to ask you that, Ashley. They have the appearance. These are very young people.
Y'all trying to interview me?
How old are you?
I am 19 years old of age.
Hey, you're 19. Are you going to go home?
This is messed up. No, I'm not. We're going to protest. We're going to be out here tonight.
What are you protesting?
Don't panic.
What are you protesting?
Black Lives Matter.
Okay, and so are you afraid of getting arrested? The mayor says.
No, I'm not. We out here, yo.
All right, it almost looks like more of a, more of a social movement. As you can see, he was trying to put us on his little Instagram or Facebook Live. I think for a lot of the people out here, this is just cool. They just want to be in the crowd. They want to show, their followers or their friends where they are right now. I think for a lot of people, this is a big moment. But as you can see, we got a lot of young people out here who are demanding.
I don't know everybody point out here, but everybody is out here fighting for their rights. For the last 20 years, since 2000 to 2020, there's been over 54 killings of black people, just cops killing black men. People are out here for a reason.
And you heard it there. Some people are out here for a reason, and there are some bad apples as well. This is where we are right now.
Ashley,
the crowd just went running. Now they're moving back up.
Ashley, one thing we are noticing just from our vantage point, that the crowds are far more dense than what they were yesterday. They are much smaller. The police have been successful at dispersing that. Some of them have gone home. These are some of the remnants of the leftovers. The question, though, Yasmina, is you're in the front line as those police in riot gear and gas masks are lined up in force and in line, and we saw this same view with Brittany Miller. They stood there patiently, at ease, and then the tear gas went off and the crowd scattered. That could possibly happen again.
The scene on the right is exactly the kind of peaceful protests that I think that the organizers of of these events we're hoping to see. People,
Jason, you guys coming to us?
people standing and talking about the need for reform. And it looks like they are in some sort of an organized protest now where they are getting down. But we see more of these periods where people are sort of running and scattering off into different directions. Yasmina Alston is down there. Yasmina, where are you? What are you seeing?
Yeah, Rick, so we are still with Atlanta Police. Now, Atlanta Police has not moved now in maybe the last 10 minutes. We've seen this movement maybe 2 or 3 times already, but they're still here at this intersection right by the Waffle House that we saw yesterday was just destroyed. I want to also talk about the fact that there's so much traffic. We've now seen a crowd of people come back out to this area. Ayan, I don't know if we can show over here, those protesters have moved from the street area and they are now next to where we are standing. They're still over there chanting, and we've got little pockets of crowds just sort of surrounding this area that Atlanta Police is at. I'm seeing more movement. We had a small crowd that was over here closer to us. It seems like they are all now moving over to where that larger crowd has gathered. Again, Atlanta Police hasn't had any recent movement here, but again, we just don't know what's coming next, what those next movements are.
Yes, I mean, we saw from Ashley Thompson's vantage point, I'm not sure if you're seeing it from yours, but it appeared that some of those protesters were young teenagers.
Sean, I wasn't able to get a close look at everyone to say if they were young teenagers or not, but I mean, it just appears that people of all ages, I'm sure, are out here. I think our crew, Brittany and Steve, are going to head over to that crowd of protesters to get a better look at who's over there. I don't know if you heard that. We've got a lot of fireworks that have been thrown into the parking lot. Yeah, you see that there, and they've also been thrown towards Atlanta Police as well. So we just never know when those are going to be thrown. That comes as a shock.
Yasmina, is that tear gas or fireworks?
They're fireworks. Okay. Fireworks.
Are you seeing that once they scatter?
Well, and I'm thinking now over here we've got tear gas. I don't know if we can see. Yeah. Yeah, you saw that officer there. I think now we've got a mix of the tear gas and those fireworks.
Are you
Everyone's
seeing
sort of
that
backing
once the
up
crowd
over here too?
Is the crowd dispersing now?
So we're off on the sidewalk, so we can just kind of look out and see what's going on. It appears everything has calmed down, and that crowd actually dispersed after they threw whatever that was. I'm thinking a mix of the fireworks and the tear gas. But if you look over there now, that crowd has definitely thinned out quickly.
All right, stand by, Yasmina. Let's go back out to Ashley Thompson, who's on the move. Where are you walking to, Ashley?
Yeah, I think they just threw a little more tear gas and the crowd ran back this way, so we were trying to get away from it. I will say I did see some demonstrators just now throwing their water bottles up at law enforcement not long ago, and as you can see, they threw that tear gas, but people are still making their way, excuse me, people are still making their way back up there. Some of these demonstrators who really just don't want to go home. As I said, I have noticed some of them throwing water bottles and other objects at law enforcement, but again, a different scene tonight, a different level of force. They're using that tear gas far more often than they were last night, and we are getting some whiffs of it. So excuse me, I'm trying to catch my breath a little bit here. But as officers throw that, these demonstrators back up, and then they go back toward law enforcement. Again, we are after that 9 o'clock curfew. Unclear whether even more force will be used soon. We know that APD was ready to make some arrests, so we are out here looking for them, seeing if they are going to do that. The crowds are thinner. It is a much thinner crowd than last night, but still a crowd nonetheless, and these people are not supposed to be out here right now.
I'm curious, Ashley, and I know it's hard for you to talk. If you can't, we'll talk over the pictures and let you recover. But if you can talk, the police department is dispersing the tear gas. It's making the crowds thin out. Are there any arrests that are happening, or has this alone been effective as it was not yesterday?
Y'all better keep the camera rolling.
You know, Sean, me personally, I have not seen any arrests yet. I know APD says they are ready to make them, and they will be making them tonight. We know 71 arrests last night, and they plan to be a little more aggressive tonight. But this tear gas is effective in making the crowd run a certain way, but we are seeing them return to where they just came from. So it is effective, but this crowd continues to gather, and that's obviously not what police want right now. We're a little further back in the parking lot just because that was just thrown. We are still seeing some of those demonstrators throwing fireworks toward the crowd and objects and water bottles. So unclear if maybe the demonstrators are starting that and then the officers are firing back with that tear gas.
Ashley, why don't you get a sip of water and some fresh air? Take a little break for a second. Brittany Miller is also on the move. She's down in that same vicinity. And Brittany, tell us where you are. What's going on where you are?
So we are at the same scene where Yasmina is. We're just looking at what's happening from a different vantage point. We actually just walked here from Centennial Olympic Park in Marietta, where that tear gas was deployed. And here, again, people are running right now because they just threw a firework and they're anticipating what happens next, which is usually tear gas is deployed. We did not see tear gas deployed just now when they threw that firework, so we're not sure what's going to happen next. To my left, if you can see, we do have officers everywhere lined up with gas masks on in riot gear. I was here when they deployed it maybe 5 minutes ago. I heard Ashley struggling a bit because it just does hurt you that badly, but I didn't see it deployed in the last 2 minutes. They are following this crowd. This crowd, again, we are past 9 o'clock, isn't dispersing easily, it looks like. It did thin out from Marietta and Centennial Olympic Park, but here it seems like we're getting a little bit more people. This crowd is actually stretching back beyond this parking lot all the way into the street, really, spilling out into the street. They're still here with their signs. They're still here protesting and chanting, and I had been saying since yesterday, this crowd does not back down easily, and now we have seen this 2 days in a row. What we have not seen is the vandalism that we saw yesterday. We have not seen things being shattered, at least from my point of view. We have not seen any spray painting or anything like that, and we know that by this time yesterday, cars are on fire. So it is different in that sense, but we have to wait and see how they're really going to enforce this curfew. Rick and Sean.
A more effective approach, at least at this point, it seems, on the part of law enforcement. I would guess that these protesters who are still out there, this is sort of the hardened element. These are the folks who maybe last night, had there not been such a strong police response, they may have been engaged in some of the vandalism and activities that we saw. Tonight, they're really reduced to setting off fireworks. That's really kind of the worst that they can do.
They're setting off fireworks right now, and for that reason, it's hard to hear what we were saying. Do you mind repeating that last part of it, Rick?
Just talking about those who are still left, the hardy few who are not adhering to the curfew, who are continuing to butt up against law enforcement in spite of the fact that they've been asked to disperse and go home. I wonder if this is the group that perhaps last night may have been involved in some of the destruction and chaos that we saw, whereas tonight they're really kind of limited in the kind of damage that they're able to inflict.
It would be interesting to see which crowd this is. The only people that I talked to today that were protesters that were here yesterday said that they were here peacefully and they left before any of that violence struck out. Of course, we are hearing a loud bang. We don't know what that was. Of course, we're seeing fireworks every few minutes. We've seen the gas deployed. So whenever you hear boom, honestly, you jump a little bit because you don't know who it's coming from and where it's coming from. And of course, you see the people running. So again, still a very unpredictable situation. We're going to continue to stay on this shot. As you can see, really the distance between law enforcement and the protesters. This is something to note as well. Usually we see them face to face, really on top of each other whenever they get in sort of these tense situations, but they have a considerable distance between them right now. So that is something we haven't seen too often, but this is happening. There goes the gas. There goes the gas. There goes the gas. There goes the gas. And we see this guy right here. He's shooting something. I think these may be the BB guns. They're coming toward us right now, and they are advancing. They are advancing towards the crowd. The crowd is dispersing as they continue to shoot BB guns, what looks like BB guns. This guy's going to throw it back at officers right now. He just threw the tear gas back at officers and ran off as officers continue to shoot. And they continue to throw tear gas we do see that protesters are throwing it back at officers.
You know, Brittany, you know, with this situation is as tense as it is, when you hear the booms of fireworks, it's frightening because you really don't know what it is. And the goal of, you know, even the Atlanta police chief, she said she was glad that there was no police officers or no protesters who lost their lives. And that is the goal. For someone who's watching this and thinking, wow, this is aggressive, and it seems like they're being really tough on the protesters. I'm going to be the devil's advocate here. It almost is if they left Atlanta no choice because of how violent the protests turned yesterday with the destruction of so much property, and really the message to protest for the life of George Floyd was lost. Today we saw a much different scene, Brittany, where there were peaceful protests. There were people who violated it, were immediately arrested. But Yasmina Alston, I know you're also on the ground, on the front line with those riot officers. They're trying their best to warn people through a speaker system to go home, but it appears that, Yasmina, they're not listening.
Yeah, Sean, here within the last 5 minutes, we've definitely seen a lot of movement, both from Atlanta police and from those protesters. I think you guys were on the picture when we saw, I mean, just a bunch of things were being thrown into the air. We had fireworks, tear gas. At one point, I heard someone say something about rubber bullets coming from the protesters. Not sure what exactly that was, but if we can just kind of move down this way, Atlanta police, they've moved the direction that they were moving into, and you can see the crowd of protesters has just grown incredibly. You can see people right up here up front talking to Atlanta police. You can see Atlanta police, they have their shields here and are of course ready for whatever happens next. But the amount of people that have now come down into this downtown area, even way back towards this way. I don't know, Aeon, if we can come to the left over here and just kind of show all of the people there. We're seeing more what looks like fireworks, something being thrown out here. Not sure what that is, but we're definitely seeing some movement. I'm just gonna kind of let this show here. Of course, everyone is on edge on both sides. That was a firework, so we're seeing a lot of things being thrown, of course, and just, again, the amount of people that have come out here. I don't know if we can see over here. Look at that. Not sure what was thrown over there. Again, we just don't know what is going to happen next. I will say that it is interesting to note that a lot of the crowd, they are staying pretty far back. We've only got a few people who have decided to come close to where police are. The rest of that crowd, they are way back there. A few signs, some chanting, a lot of commotion going on here right now.
Identify,
and more
Yasmina,
fireworks are being thrown.
Yasmina, identify some of the landmarks where the police are pushing back these protesters to. Are they pushing them out towards other areas where there's more businesses, or now are they pushing them to where it's becoming more residential?
I'm not sure where exactly they're pushing them to. I think the goal is just to get everyone to disperse. But as far as landmarks, to give you an idea of where we are, behind us is the Ferris wheel. I think Aeon's showing us that now. And Atlanta police are moving towards this way, where all of those protesters are.
It sounds like Yasmina is starting to smell some of the tear gas. Let's go to Ashley Thompson. Ashley, it appears that at least the location that you are at, Ashley, has the crowd dispersed, or have they recongregated?
Hey, Sean, the crowd is now back here. You can see police have pushed them even further back into this parking lot. Take a look around. They are now making their way even further back. I mean, they're still congregating, but they're just congregating further back from law enforcement. It's important to note, oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Take a look at what's going on here. Possibly some more tear gas. You could see police just making their way. I mean, they are really pushing these demonstrators back.
I see an arrest.
We're all the way at the AC Hotel downtown. We're going to send it back to you guys.
Ashley Thompson, we're watching to the left where there is an arrest happening right now. Yasmina, you have an arrest. What did that person do?
Yeah, Sean, I mean, we just talked to you, and then all of a sudden Atlanta police, they took off. They have moved towards the protesters. You see here, one young lady is being arrested at this point in time. That happened just seconds ago. Atlanta police started moving. And then if we come this way, we can see exactly where Atlanta police are moving. So they've gone closer to the crowds. I told you that the crowds were pretty far away from where they were, but Atlanta police have moved down to that area now, so we'll see what other movement we get if there are any other arrests made. That one young lady that you just saw was the only one that I've seen so far. So we're just gonna kind of keep moving with them. I'm hearing more screaming over here. If we can get behind this car. More things being thrown. Okay.
There appears to be another arrest that is happening on live TV. Ashley Thompson, you are witnessing and identify the location where these arrests are happening.
Take a look at this. Yes, there's an arrest of a woman on the ground. There's also a confrontation going on right here. This man in a mask really going toe-to-toe with law enforcement right now. Like I said earlier, a lot of these demonstrators are very stubborn. They don't want to go home, even though there is a curfew. So let's take a look at what's going on right here. We don't know if he's going to be arrested. Over here, another firework. They keep setting off these fireworks in the middle of the parking lot with these law enforcement officers here. The crowd has been pushed back. The crowd has been pushed back. Look how far law enforcement is now. We're in the middle of this parking lot with all of these police officers, state troopers, sheriff's deputies, all of them over here right now. But yes, we did just see the arrest of a female. We've got some tear gas over here. We got to go.
Get yourself to safety, please, Ashley. Of course, the safety of our crews out in the field is the most important thing to us as we see this young man being cuffed behind his back. You know, it's 9:41. It's now 40 plus minutes after the curfew that the mayor and the police chief promised would be enforced. And just as they said, people, they're not messing around. The police department tonight is taking people into custody. People are being arrested, being taken away, and we're watching a steady stream of it. And yet these protesters are throwing firecrackers.
We are right next to
still
Yasmina.
trying to provoke the police, and it's just not going to be effective for them. It's not going to work. I mean, the police, there are just too many of them, and they have too many tools at their disposal. So it is really, I really hope that these people who are still out there on the street, these pockets of protesters, that they finally get the message, that they see their fellow protesters being dragged away by the police and say, I don't want this to happen to me. Maybe I should get out of here.
And we're seeing these images here in Atlanta, and cities and communities that are in the suburbs have taken drastic steps because they don't want the same thing to happen there. We're monitoring Alpharetta at this moment. All businesses located inside the Avalon in Alpharetta have been closed tonight amid concerns about protests over the death of George Floyd. The Alpharetta Police Department has indicated that there was at least discussions on social media platforms that indicated there could be violent protests and looting in Alpharetta tonight. In response, the police department has used an abundance of caution, making necessary preparations to protect the community and businesses. Atlanta, we saw with the Atlanta police chief when she had a press conference earlier today, she admitted that the police department was caught off balance yesterday, but she said it will not happen again tonight. Zero tolerance policy against lawlessness. The 9 p.m. curfew is now being enforced. They have brought out 1,500 National Guardsmen. We have the Atlanta Police Department in riot gear with K9 on the ground to disperse these crowds, to tell them to go home. We are watching this, and as the crowds, when they get that tear gas, they start to run, like you're seeing some of them running on the right side of your screen. Yasmina Alston, you have seen a series of arrests, multiple dispersions of tear gas, and I see crowds are running again, Yasmina.
Yeah, we're seeing fireworks being thrown over there in the crowd. Of course, a lot of people are running. And again, we just saw a lot of movement happen within minutes. Once again, Atlanta police, they moved back from where they were. And now these fireworks are being thrown by these crowds. I don't know if you can see them up there. If Ayan can show some of that. Yeah, more fireworks are being thrown there. And that crowd has also pushed back some. So we saw police push back and that crowd push back as well. At this point, I've seen maybe 2 or 3 people get arrested so far before Atlanta police move backwards.
What our reporters on the field, I mean, the safety of our crews are imperative tonight, and they are on the front lines with the police officers, and they are getting some of the tear gas that the protesters are getting. We're going to let our reporters, Rick, breathe.
Yes, let them breathe.
If you've ever been around tear gas, what is these protesters are feeling are a burning sensation in the eyes, difficulty in breathing. That's why they run so fast, because once you inhale that into your lungs, it burns.
You know, some of these scenes that we have watched play out over the last 20, 25 minutes or so, I have covered conflicts in the Middle East, and this reminds me more of that. This does not look like the streets of Atlanta. This looks like something out of the Middle East, with these clashes and these smoke bombs and fireworks being tossed back and forth between the police and the protesters. It is really just a very upsetting scene to watch, and you look at these young people who are engaging with the police, and you just really wonder what it is that they're trying to accomplish. Some of them with their heads covered, their faces covered, they're wearing masks, but they're now running away from the police. Ashley Thompson is back out, and Ashley, where are you right now?
We are walking on Williams Street. This is where most of the demonstrators are going right now because of all of that tear gas and all of that commotion that continues to happen in that parking lot. So we are walking down Williams Street over here, and can we talk to you? We know you're out here. What are you doing out here?
Protesting.
Guys, come to our shot, come to our shot, come to our shot, come to our shot.
All right, what's
Watch
going on?
your back,
We see
Ayan.
police officer
Come to
there
our shot.
spraying, or it looks like something. There is a confrontation.
Come to the
with
shot,
maybe
come to the shot.
Is that
Looks
a taser?
like a taser.
Yeah, it looks like a taser. We did not
Hey, are
see
you
what
guys
led
at our
up
shot?
to this. But here,
Come
clearly
to our
this
shot.
young man behind the
Okay,
wheel
so
has
just
been
to give you a little
tased.
background, we were here on the scene. We turn around and we see several officers go up to the car and start breaking the glass. We're not sure what led up to this. There was a woman in the front passenger seat and a gentleman in the driver's seat. They're pulling him out now. A lot of now, of course, the crowd has caught on to what's happened. We have no idea what led to this. They flattened the tire, broke the glass to the car, and I hear what I believe to be a taser. So you can see this young woman is being arrested, was taken out of the car, and then on the other side, we've got the driver who is also being arrested and several officers around him. I have no idea what exactly led up to this.
Yasmina, the Atlanta Police Department has just tweeted out some stats regarding their efforts with the promises of aggressive law enforcement. As of 8 p.m., the Atlanta Police Department says they have made 34 arrests, mainly along the Marietta Street corridor, with at least one of the arrestees being armed at the time of the arrest. The Atlanta Police Department has also received multiple reports of protesters being armed tonight. The Atlanta Police Department says that it is going to continue to keep the city safe, and they are enforcing the 9 p.m. curfew. It is in effect. We're going to continue to monitor more of what they have to say, but the city of Atlanta just tweeted that within the last minute. But we have been watching an escalation of efforts to get this last remnant that has been stubborn and not want to go home. We have heard the police use announcement systems to
All right, we're getting another
let
arrest.
them hear that there was a curfew and to go home. And then
We've got
here we
another
go.
arrest.
Yasmina, there's another arrest. Did you see why he was arrested?
This gentleman here, he came into the road, he was saying something, and then officers went over. National Guard is also over there, so now we've got another arrest currently happening. And then we had the two that we just saw in the car. But in that situation, honestly, I have no idea how that came. So a lot going on now, and we're also seeing the crowd that was here before, they've dispersed because everyone saw that those arrests were starting to happen.
And now we
so
see
again, you're taking a live look at
Yasmina,
at
that looks like
man who was arrested here.
That looks like the man who was behind the wheel of that car, who was tased. He's now up.
No. This is not. No. I don't believe
this is definitely a different guy.
Okay, sorry about
that. That came from the hotel across the street. They're moving that car now. There were 2 people in that car, a driver and a passenger.
Yasmina, we're going to switch from you.
Yasmina,
we're going to switch from you, and we're going to go to our Brittany Miller, who is also on the front line, where police are now successfully. It appears, Brittany, they have successfully dispersed the majority of even that small crowd that remained.
Those crowds are gone. I'm actually right next to Yasmina. We both watched what just happened in that car. I'm sure you guys watched it live on air, but once that happened, the crowds, they came back for a brief moment just to watch what was happening, to film what was happening, but they are now gone. This is the second scene where I've seen crowds disperse. That came out of nowhere. There were several cars lined up here, and they decided to go into that car. I don't know why. Trying to break into the window, I saw the woman screaming, "Why? What are you doing? What do I do? What are you guys doing?" And then they deployed that taser, tasing both her and the driver, and then carrying them out of the vehicle. That was the only car that I saw that happen to. There were several cars here, but of course they have to enforce this 9 o'clock curfew. But it's just interesting that was the only car that was impacted. If you look behind me now, look to see what's happening, Steve. If you can turn around for me so you can show this. All the officers are retreating. All the officers look like they are now going back to this stance. They're lining up as the crowds have now gone. I don't know if they're going to follow the crowds here. Right now they're standing shoulder to shoulder to my left. If you can see this, Steve, they're standing shoulder to shoulder, walking backwards, retreating. There are no crowds in sight right now. No crowds in sight. And we just saw them 10 minutes ago shutting down the street here in downtown Atlanta. But that has definitely changed in the last couple of minutes. So they are retreating, holding on to each other. And we're trying to see exactly what their plan is and what's going to happen next. But a lot has unfolded and developed here in just the last 10 minutes. A lot of very tense and frightening moments with that car and those people dragged out of the car.
Brittany, do you see that car? Did they towed it away, or is it still sitting there?
The officer just drove it away, and you could actually still see the. I'm not really sure what they're called, but when you deploy a taser, there are 2 things that pop out and sort of attach to your skin. You can still see those strings, I'll call them, dragging in the roadway as they drove that car away. I'm looking for the car right now. I don't see it, but. It is this it in the parking lot right here? This is the car right here in the parking lot with the windows busted out. You can see the headlights on this black car. We know that the driver and the woman that was in the passenger seat have been taken away, and this is the car right here. The officers pulled it off of the road so to let traffic go by. But that was unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It was rather jarring to watch. If you've never seen a person tased, you could see the expression in his face. It's like it's almost like he went into shock. But our Ashley Thompson is at Baker's and Williams in downtown Atlanta. Ashley, from your vantage point, are the crowds becoming thinner?
Hey, Sean. So right now, yes, we are at Baker and Williams, and you can see the crowd's been moved to this intersection. Well, some of these demonstrators have been moved to this intersection anyway. It has thinned out a little bit, but I don't think this is all of the demonstrators. I think when police started making those arrests and launching that tear gas, that these crowds went into different ways. So they're still out here. We're at one intersection, probably about a block and a half away from where Brittany and Yasmina are, and you can see it's still very active. Well, we have seen Atlanta police come through here, and they actually came through here with quite some force. Some of their police cruisers trying to arrest people. Let's see, you can see a cruiser going down there. I mean, they're circling downtown right now, not deterring some of these protesters who remain out here, like some of these demonstrators who remain out here, like these people right here in front of me. Again, they don't want to go home. They know there is a curfew by now. They still don't want to go home. They're staying out here. Some of them are just surrounding us. Let's take a look at what's going on down here. Some people may have been hurt running. A lot of these kids Just very angry. As I said earlier, there's a lot of young people out here. Some of them maybe want to be on camera, we're not sure. But yes, we are at Baker and Williams, and this is one intersection that's a little rowdy right now. Take a look at the crowd. Again, this is not the whole crowd that we saw earlier in that parking lot. Just some of them. On the way here, America's Mart. There are some windows smashed out in America's Mart. We saw one of those demonstrators actually inside. We saw him crawl out from the glass. Excuse me.
It's okay, Ashley.
There's people surrounding us right now.
Are you okay?
All right. Yeah, we're good. We're just being completely surrounded by some of these demonstrators who maybe have some anger that's misdirected. But right now, yes, we are at Baker and Williams.
And we can see some tactical units. Yeah, we're
going to let you reposition yourself to safety. And Rick, you were mentioning here's a tactical unit.
Armored vehicles, tactical units moving in. And again, this is exactly in line with what officials told us to expect tonight, that they were going to crack down on any violence and chaos on the streets of Atlanta. They were not going to let what happened last night to happen again tonight. And we are seeing exactly what they planned in order to accomplish that. And we are watching that plan be carried out by law enforcement, be carried out effectively. I mean, they are really, if their goal was to clear the streets, they have done an amazing job of doing that. We've seen a number of people cuffed and taken away. We've seen a number of different groups of protesters scatter after trying to provoke the police. We saw a number of them trying to catch their breaths where Ashley was just a moment ago. Yasmina, we're taking a look at the location where you are right now with the Clayton County Sheriff's Office that came in to help out last night. It looks like they're back again.
Yeah, so Rick, after we saw those arrests just happened, Atlanta police said, all right, we're going to back up. They backed up, and it looks like everyone's clearing out. We saw that the streets were cleared after those arrests happened, and now you're seeing Atlanta police, and you're seeing cop police SWAT team over here. Everyone's taking a minute, drinking water, sort of winding down after what we just saw. And Atlanta police are over there. They're heading back up towards where we started all of this. So we're seeing the roads clear, and we'll walk with them a little bit and see where we end up there.
You know, we're just
that's what we've got here.
We're just looking at these images, Yasmina, from two perspectives on the left and the right. It looks like those crowds have been completely dispersed. And from your vantage point, for the last hour or so, we would see them get sprayed with tear gas and then run to another area or come back. It looks like that's not happening now.
Right, we've seen the tear gas, and we saw fireworks being thrown, and we saw all of the commotion, and then we saw the arrests, and it looks like now everyone is off of the streets. Police are packing up. I'm seeing media, but really no other crowds, no other people are still out here.
We were, Ashley Thompson, I believe, she was reporting that she had saw some damage and possible looting at an area business here in downtown Atlanta. Have you seen that? It seems to be significantly less damage and violent outbreaks on property in that area.
I have not seen any damage to any property. I mean, a lot of the buildings and businesses down here were destroyed yesterday. We saw the Waffle House and near the CNN Center, of course, and all of that has been boarded up and has been fenced off as well. So I personally have not seen any more damage tonight other than just things being thrown, the water bottles, the rocks, the tear gas, the fireworks. But no other damage that I've seen.
Well, it'll be very interesting if these officers are in fact going home, or not going home, but going back, you know,
wherever they go.
Wherever they go, back to the
precinct. Back to where they were set up.
Yeah, back to their staging
near
area.
the CNN Center where they were set up at originally. They're all moving back there now. So we're going to kind of walk with them and see what's going on down there.
Yeah, the question now is that has Atlanta been successful at restoring peace and safety in the Atlanta area. We have seen tear gas, we have seen fireworks, we have seen tactical crews using speaker systems to speak to the large groups of crowds to say go home. The curfew is now being enforced. For those who were stubborn and didn't listen, we then saw that police enforced the curfew and began arresting. In fact, the Atlanta Police Department did release a tweet about 11 minutes ago, and it says as of 8 p.m. they had made 34 arrests. There were also some serious concerns that one of the arrestees was armed at the time of the arrest, and the Atlanta Police Department has received multiple reports of other protesters being armed tonight. The chief made it very clear. She was going to make sure there would be a zero tolerance policy and zero lawlessness in the city. And that, as she put it, I'm ready to book people up, and I'm ready to book them. And she did it. So
yeah, she said, you caught us off guard once. You're not going to do it a second time. And really promises made and promises kept. If you're watching us on Peachtree TV, we're going to take you back to regular programming. And for those of you watching us on CBS46, we're glad that you're staying with us for our continuous team coverage of another night here in Atlanta as we take a look at empty streets on the right-hand side where police have cleared away protesters after the mayor and the police chief called for a 9 o'clock curfew. The police moved in and began to clear people away. And as you can see, they've done it very effectively. We've watched a number of arrests, but nothing like the kind of chaos and mayhem and violence and destruction that we witnessed on the streets of Atlanta last night.
We have on the phone right now Felicia Moore with the Atlanta City Council. Ms. Moore, we appreciate you spending time with us on air today. What is your reaction to the response you've seen of Atlanta Police Department tonight?
Well, they certainly have done an effective job to clear the streets. It's been harrowing to watch it. You all have had excellent vantage points and coverage of it. In some pieces, I had to grab my chest a few times, but I think that they did a good job. And as far as I'm understanding, there's no one hurt that I've heard of, and they have effectively stopped what we saw last night, and that could not take place. And so I think that they've gotten the situation under control.
Ms. Moore, it's easy to look, behind and versus looking to what is happening today and to be to have some opinions, but I really do want yours. Do you wish that Atlanta Police Department would have exercised this level of enforcement yesterday to have prevented all the devastation that we saw?
Well, I would have loved to prevent all the devastation that happened. And of course, like you said, hindsight is 20/20 vision. But I do think that we started out with the spirit that the city has, and that is to have protests. And just in social media, people sending me information, I'm very clear that as the mayor and the chief has stated, that we have been infiltrated with anti-fascists and other groups that have come here to Atlanta to heighten and the violence that is a part of this protest. And so I don't think that we could have anticipated that it would turn into what it did last night. But when you know better, you do better. And I think tonight was an example of doing better and just nipping it in the bud and making sure that it doesn't get out of control.
No one likes to see lootery, anything looted, or likes to see the devastation of their city. People are condemning that, but how do you feel about the condemnation of what actually is really the undercurrent of why many of these angry young men and protesters are out trying to get their message their message out, but it's just it's misguided in some ways.
Well, it is, and I will say this, that I think that it is teaching us a lesson. We can't fix it in this moment, but that means we have a lot of work to do. One, I think our youth are disconnected with our history, with our past, with the civil rights movement and how you go about effective change nonviolently. And two, I think that that ugly issue that nobody ever wants to address, we just kind of eat around the edges. We've got to address the issue of race and class in the city and in this country. And until we do that, we're going to continue to have situations that blossom out of control.
Ms. Moore, you are the president of the Atlanta City Council. What is the role of the City Council in terms of making for a better community for minority, for young men and women of color, in terms of how they deal with law enforcement in this city? What can the City Council do about that?
Well, first of all, the council is the legislative body. It's the policy-making body of the city. And so we can be looking at policy that we need to put and enact that would help to bring about these things. And the council members are the ones that are the closest to the people. And so we certainly need to be looking at what we can do to get the conversation of race going, dealing with that issue that no one wants to deal with, and also making sure that we effectively reach out to the youth, particularly the ones that are out here on the street, how we can interact with them. So we've got a lot of work to do. I don't know all the answers tonight, but I do know that if we don't start working on solutions, we'll be back here again when someone else is hurt or killed by a police officer.
I'm going to be the devil's advocate here tonight, and by all means, I think that the show of force to restore peace to our city has been exemplary. I've watched it with my own eyes. At the police department went to great lengths to show restraint and to ask protesters to go home, and they did not listen. At least that small fragment did not. But earlier today, about 6 o'clock, when Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms announced that there would be a 9 p.m. curfew, we also noticed that our crews that were on the ground, out on the front line with those protesters, when we began asking them questions, did they know there was a 9 p.m. curfew? You should go home. Many of them were saying they did not know. And is this a disservice to those who were out there trying to peacefully protest and had no idea that there was an actual curfew and this type of enforcement was used on them?
Well, there were two things tonight that made me cringe, and that was one of them. And I've been watching your coverage all night, so I know that you all were asking and seeking whether people and reporting that people were not being told. And I would have liked to seen a lot more announcement. I would have liked for us to have decided to do the curfew a lot earlier so that we could give people, broadcast it more and give them more information. But they did get an announcement. And at that time, people have to make a decision. They're telling us there's a curfew, whether I knew about it or not at this very moment. Am I going to stay or am I going to leave? And some of them needed a little prodding. And I think you noticed how the crowd thinned out quite quickly when those who were just been on bylookers or on, just kind of looking, decided that they did not want to be arrested and they left. And so it did work. I think MARTA may have closed just a bit early. I would have liked to see the last train leave at 9 to make sure that people had an opportunity to get to the trains. I don't know if that didn't happen or not. And so that did concern me that we did do it quickly, but once you make a decision, you have to move forward with that decision.
I want to ask this to piggyback on this question. Yesterday, there was an electronic billboard that was used in Centennial Park to send that message that many of those protesters may not have heard when T.I. and Killer Mike and the chief and the mayor said, go home, go home. This is no longer a protest. That electronic billboard went up announcing go home. It was huge. You couldn't miss it. Today, why was that electronic billboard? I'm not even sure if the city was paying for that to be done, but if you were, why was not used to say that there would be a 9 p.m. curfew?
I don't know, and I thought that was brilliant yesterday, and it was something that happened on the fly. I wish whoever thought of that would have thought to put the 9 p.m. up there. It could have been an excellent communication tool. I can't answer that.
Ms. Moore, our city has such a rich history when it comes to civil rights. I just wonder if, as we've watched the events unfold over the last 24, 48 hours, how does this chapter fit into that story? How do you think we're going to be talking about these nights, the end of May 2020, 5 or 10 years from now?
Well, I think that understanding that it wasn't a pure protest that we have traditionally seen and traditionally handled in the city of Atlanta, understanding that we had some outside influences, not only here, but this has been happening in other places, that we had to find a way to respond to it so that we would make sure the health and safety of the protesters, the police, and our property in our city and our spirit in our city was not diminished by it. So I think that it does not diminish our standing as a civil rights place or a place for people to be able to exercise their constitutional right to speak out and to protest. It was just one of those situations that we had to make sure that everyone was safe at the end of the day.
And do you
hope that we can find a way to allow people to have protests? And I think the council is going to be looking at policies around protests. For instance, you asked what can council do?
Yes.
I would like for them to look at a policy where if we do have people who have protests like they did yesterday, they had a peaceful protest, that we do it earlier in the day so that it can end well before nightfall, so that you can then start asking people and giving them plenty time to disperse before nightfall comes. And if you have a set of people that won't leave, then you'll know who you have to deal with.
Ms. Williams, Ms. Moore, I have this question. This regards COVID-19, and we just went into phase 2 in Atlanta to reopen businesses. Many of them looking for a lifeline to be able to survive and to reopen and thrive in Atlanta. It's the economics of this alone on this pandemic has caused an immense amount of financial pressure for those businesses it's near Centennial Park and in downtown Atlanta that suffered enormous damage and were looted. Have you talked to any of those business owners and the challenge with COVID-19? Could we lose them forever, or are they committed to rebuilding and coming back?
Well, I know that several have reached out to me and I've talked with them, and it has been an increasing burden on top of the one they already have suffered. And some of them are not sure if they're going to be able to make it. But the city of Atlanta is going to do all that we can to help. I know the mayor, I'm sure she will be announcing some initiatives where we will try to help those businesses, particularly those that will vandalize some of the smaller businesses that aren't able to cope with the economic impact of COVID and this on top of that. So the city's going to do all that we can to try to help and stand up and keep these businesses going, because we certainly need them. They're the lifeblood of our community.
Absolutely. And with the governor, Governor Brian Kemp, issuing a state of emergency for Atlanta, what does that mean? Does that allow federal dollars to come to Atlanta to help with the recovery and the cleanup and maybe perhaps be used for some of these businesses?
Well, that is a statewide state of emergency, and I don't know that it came with dollars. I have not read the order specifically myself, but I think that his order dealt more with the public safety aspect of it and being able to call the guard and have them participate and back up our law enforcement officers. So I'm not sure that it came with money, but if it did, we certainly will make sure it goes to a good use in helping these businesses recover.
Tell us your thoughts on Chief Erica Shields and her leadership during this black eye for the city of Atlanta. I personally give her mad props to show up, at least on day one, when the protest was peaceful. And she went and immersed herself in the middle of the crowd and created dialogue. And you don't see that often with a police chief. To have that dialogue and to try to tell those young men she understood why they were doing this.
Well, and not only did she let them know that she understood, she had already demonstrated that the day before when she put out the video expressing her disgust with what happened in Minnesota. And so she had already laid that on the table. So you already knew where she stood and where her heart stood. And I was happy to see her in the crowd and talking with people. And that's what we need. We need to make sure that our police officers are connecting with our citizens. And she did that. She did not have to be in that crowd. She could have been locked up in the Caban Center, but she wanted to see for herself. And I think that's a testament to her leadership as our police chief, and we should be proud.
I am certainly proud that, working and moving to Atlanta, I have been impressed with her leadership. Let's talk about Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms.
Yes.
She, typically city council and the mayor, you guys are going at it, left and right. But in the midst of this crisis, when she held that press conference on day one, she didn't talk as a politician. She spoke as a mother. She spoke as an Atlanta native who was disgusted by what she saw was the destruction of our city.
Yes, she did, and it resonated. My only thing when I was listening and watching to her, I wish they had some way to get that sound out to the protesters, because I'm not sure that they heard her. And it may have made a difference if they were able to hear her in real time. But I'm sure they have heard her today, as it's been all over social media and in the news. And she certainly passionately put it out there, and people have given her high marks for that.
What about the vulnerability of our city in terms of Chief Erica Shields? She was very transparent. But do you see this as vulnerability when she admits that Atlanta's police department was caught off balance by how quickly?
No. I think that when people can admit that they need help, they need backup, they need assistance, they need more, we got caught off guard. I like people who are very transparent and just tell it as it is. And so, instead of sitting up trying to make up a story to make it seem like, everything is okay, I appreciate that. So I think that that's strength and not vulnerability. I think you're more vulnerable when you're trying to hide something.
Well, we appreciate you. We appreciate you telling us like it is. Before we say goodnight, Ms. Moore, we saw rapper Killer Mike. We saw T.I.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen a number of other young leaders of this city. They don't hold elective office like you do, but they are leaders. And they've got people who they influence, who listen to them and who follow them. Are you heartened by this sort of younger, newer generation of leaders here in this city and what they mean for our future?
Well, I think that we have to find a way to make sure their voices are used more. T.I. and Killer Mike have been at it for a while, and they've been out there doing several different things, trying to get messages out to young people and social messaging, and they were good to. Again, I wish they could have heard them in real time when they were protesting yesterday. It would have made, I believe, a lot of difference. But they have been sharing it on social media and spreading their message, and so we need to get them, and we even need to get some of the younger in their peer group, because you saw there were a lot of younger teenagers there. We need to get some more of their influencers in their age group, and we need to bring them together and work together with them. Again, I said there's a disconnect, and we've got to fill that gap between these generations. Felicia
Moore is the president of the Atlanta City Council. Thank you so much for your time, ma'am. It was a pleasure to talk to you tonight.
We're going to now go a roundtable to all of our reporters that we have dispatched throughout downtown Atlanta, who have witnessed firsthand how this went from pockets of protesters that were stubborn, it did not want to leave despite the curfew at 9 p.m. being enforced, to tear gas being dispersed, to we saw someone get tased, to multiple arrests, and now finally our streets are clear. And it is quiet in Atlanta tonight. Yasmina Alston, you were on the front lines with those riot officers when they started not doing the tear gas. They didn't do it just once, twice. They did it a whole bunch of times, and it proved to be effective.
Sean, it did prove to be effective. You're looking at a much different picture than what we saw maybe 20 minutes ago. Now, all of Atlanta police has moved back in front of this area in front of CNN where they've been set up. Everyone's just sort of taking a second, taking a breath and taking a breather. You can see the Atlanta police officers that are on their bikes. They've got this area blocked off so no one can go back there while the rest of the officers are taking that break. If we can pan around in front of this area, we can see just how effective all of that was. The streets here are empty. A completely different picture from what we saw earlier when we first got out here and we saw Atlanta police on one side and we saw the protesters and the crowds on the other side. We watched as they both moved down the road and eventually stopped at the end where we saw the tear gas, we saw the fireworks being thrown, we saw the arrests that we showed you all, that person being tased as well. So just a completely different picture now. Only a few people are just sort of walking around this area. It's not as blocked off as it was before, but of course these Atlanta police officers are blocking the area where the rest of their officers are taking that break.
All right, Yasmina. Thanks very much. We'll be checking back with you. Let's go out to, are we going to Ashley next? We're going to go to Brittany Miller, who has been out there tonight. Brittany, what do you see from your vantage point?
I just found some activity here at John Wesley Dobbs, right off of Peachtree Street. What I see are DeKalb County Sheriff cars lined up here on the road. We're not sure exactly what has happened, but we do know what we have seen, which is this right here, people being taken away in handcuffs. We don't know what caused this. We don't know why they're being walked away, but it looks like right now they're being walked away in handcuffs, possibly to get onto this bus, which says State Inmate Transport. Looks like they're actually being sat down with several officers around them. This is a young man. We're looking to see exactly what's happening. I don't know if they're tightening the handcuffs or actually letting him go, but he was one of a couple of people that we did see in handcuffs. We're hearing sirens right now. We've seen a lot of police cars just riding throughout downtown Atlanta, especially on Peachtree Street. These are DeKalb County Sheriff's Patrol cars right now. I did see a lot of APD, but I have to be honest, it was hard to find exactly where those officers are going, just because right now it looks like they're doing a sweep through the entire city, just driving and going street by street and looking for people. And that's what we're hearing right now, although the streets are still filled with cars. You can see right here to my right, Steve, one person is sitting here on the ground. We don't know what that is about, but he does have a couple of officers around him. This is just a pocket that we were able to find downtown. This is really the most officers that we've seen standing on the sidewalk since all of the commotion that happened down by Waffle House. But we've just been walking really throughout the streets of Atlanta, just looking to see what's happening, where are the protesters, where are the police officers, and this is what we have found here on Peachtree Street and John Wesley Dobbs. Sean and Rick.
Brittany, we appreciate the hard work you've done. We have to ask you, how are you feeling? Because earlier we watched you go through 2 episodes of tear gas, and you were right on the front lines when that happened. And I know that's very hard on the body.
It is. I just want to show you this really quickly before I get to that answer. This is what we've seen throughout the night, just police cars, APD patrol cars riding through. This is Peachtree Street. They're making a left turn on John Wesley Dobbs right now, and it's car after car after car with their lights flashing, just doing that sweep that I was telling you about, and just riding through and making sure it seems that the streets are clear. We don't really know what they're looking for, but they are going street by street, again, now that this 9 p.m. curfew has been enforced. But I just wanted to tell you about that and show you about that before I answer your question. But yes, as we know, tear gas is very harsh on the body, but of course we have a job to do. We're going to bring you live coverage as best we can.
Well, we're glad you're okay. Let's go to Tracy. Tracy, you're at the live desk with some brand new information.
I just want to recap the information for you that curfew has been in effect now well over an hour, and Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields, we heard her earlier during the day. Now we are seeing proof of that they will not tolerate another night of violence. Well, we can basically capsulize that for you. Basically, the chief saying it's not about protesting anymore. It's about saving the city. And this is not who Atlanta is. And people who think they're going to pull it again, they are mistaken. She said earlier today she was ready to lock people up. We've seen that across the board from our reporters out in the field. Police really not pulling any punches, Sean and Rick. We do know as of 8 o'clock tonight, they made 34 arrests, and there were concerns that one person they found out was armed with a handgun, and also at least a number of other people they say were armed as well. Coming up, we're going to tell you a little bit more coming up from Chief Erica Shields and really how she's proving that she will hold true to her words tonight.
Yes, her exact words was, "I'm ready to lock some people up." And that she did. There was zero tolerance on the streets for violence and crime. All right, let's go to Yasmina Alston. Yasmina, we're on the front lines too, walking. Wait, is there a new altercation happening? Yasmina, are you there? What's going on?
Where's my camera? Hey.
Okay, we have Yasmina Alston. She's in downtown Atlanta.
Can you guys hear us okay?
I can,
Yep,
Yasmina,
go ahead.
can you tell us what's happening?
Okay, so, I mean, we showed you a calm scene maybe 5 minutes ago. There was someone that was on one of the four-wheelers. He came flying past all of the officers, and it appears that an Atlanta police officer was in the roadway and was hit by that four-wheeler. I do not know if it was an Atlanta police officer, but we have been asked to go back. We are not going to go in tight, but what we're looking at right now, we're looking at Atlanta police officers around whoever was hit. We're being told to back up right now. We're going to continue moving back from here, but again, there was someone on a four-wheeler. He came flying down the road and hit someone that appears to be an Atlanta police officer. We are working to confirm that. We're, of course, being asked to get back. There are a lot of Atlanta police officers around him. So you can see Atlanta police is asking us to get back. We're moving back. We're listening. My camera guy, Ann's over there. He's good. Can we watch his back? Can you go watch his back? He's walking backwards. Watch his back. Watch his back. Watch his back. Hold on, we're getting our security to watch Ann's back. We're backing up. We've got officers telling us to back up. We're backing up. Again, we cannot zoom in tight on that because we don't know what we would see. I mean, that just escalated so quickly. We are listening. We're moving back. We're moving back.
And Yasmina, as you're walking back, can you just recap again real quickly for those who are just joining us? We did seem like we had a quiet and calmness in the streets of Atlanta, and you're saying that someone on a four-wheeler literally rammed high speed down a city street and struck potentially one of Atlanta's PD.
Yes. So, I mean, you saw everything was calm, nothing was going on. We saw a four-wheeler come by one direction, he came flying by the other direction, and we saw someone get hit again. I do believe it was an Atlanta police officer. I've not confirmed this. We are working to get that confirmed, but you can see Atlanta police pushed us all the way back. We're back about a block. Again, we did not zoom into that scene because we just don't know, but all of the officers are over there, and then of course we're being blocked off here.
The four-wheeler, the person that was driving on that, once they struck that person, did they continue to take off, or did they stop and that person has been apprehended?
Sean, say that for me one more time.
When you saw what you saw, the person that was driving that four-wheeler, once they struck that person in the middle of the street, did they stop?
No. It was not an officer that was on the four-wheeler. It was a person that was on the four-wheeler.
Right, the person on the four-wheeler, did they stop after they struck the officer or the person in the street?
To be honest with you, Sean, everything happened so quickly and everyone started running in that direction. I could not tell you what happened. They surrounded that scene so quickly. There were so many officers that ran over there and surrounded them. So I could not tell you that.
Okay, well, we're going to have our news team send in a request to the Atlanta Police Department, whether it's a police officer or an Atlanta citizen who was struck in the middle of the road by a high-speed four-wheeler. We're still concerned about whomever that is, that they'll be okay. Yasmina, we could tell before you were pushed away from that scene that those officers, whoever got hit, those officers quickly surrounded that person and were taking much care to make sure that at least that they're okay.
Yeah, I mean, everything happened very, very, very quickly. And again, there were some just bystanders that were in the area. And of course, once we all started running to where it happened, everyone else came over to that area too. And that's when officers, of course, pushed us back so they could handle what was going on.
Well, it's interesting, we were watching with Brittany how the officers were doing a sweep, it seemed like, through the streets in that downtown neighborhood, and you just have to imagine that, while going up and down the streets, that they may have come across someone who then was trying to get away from them. We really don't want to speculate. Of course, we don't know exactly what happened or who got injured, but there was a lot of commotion and excitement, and we certainly hope that whoever it was is okay. We will get to the bottom of that. It seems like perhaps those officers right there may have witnessed it or been involved, and they're now sort of talking about it. But again, this is the kind of thing, there are very heightened emotions, and you have the officers there on bicycle and on foot who are trying to clear the streets and enforce a curfew that was now, well, it looks like they're chasing after someone. The officers directing their colleagues on where to go. But again, we just simply don't have enough information to tell you exactly what's going on, other than the fact that it looks as though those officers who are on those bicycles wearing those yellow vests are off and trying to chase someone down. At least that's the way it looks, but we don't have any confirmation of that. There is an ambulance moving into the area. You can see that on the left from Grady Hospital. And again, we hope that whoever it was who was injured is not too seriously injured, but we will work on getting that information for you. And of course, now we know we can call Grady Hospital. That's where that person is going to be taken. But those are the officers who really have done an amazing job tonight. And you want to see each and every one of them finish their shifts in one piece, safe and sound. And we hope that that's the case. But still, there are going to be people out there who are going to look for any opportunity to cause some problems. And we're still seeing that even an hour and a half after that curfew has been put in place.
We're going to go to Brittany Miller now. And Brittany, the streets are eerily quiet now, a complete contrast to what we saw yesterday at this time, 10:30 in the evening. We were seeing burning cars and windows burst out of major businesses and looting taking place. That has been squashed. Atlanta Police Department made good on their promise to be aggressive with law enforcement to put an end to the violent protesting that we witnessed yesterday. But the images on the right show that despite all of the hard work that they have done and their efforts to protect protesters and just get them to go home peacefully, now we have a police officer, an Atlanta police officer, believed, not confirmed, but believed that it was an Atlanta police officer that was struck by a four-wheeler speeding down the street and was hit upon impact by that four-wheeler. We have no idea at this point if the person driving the four-wheeler stopped and was dealt with by police or sped away. The video, by the time that we saw it here live on TV, we saw police cars hightailing it away from the scene. So there is a presumption that maybe they were in chase to find that person on the four-wheeler. We are definitely making calls to the Atlanta Police Department to confirm all of those details, and we'll make sure and post it on our powerful CBS46 streaming app. The police chief, Erica Shields, she had expressed that she was afraid that she was going to lose an officer yesterday because of the violence and the chaos, and was very glad that there were no fatalities either with the protesters or with the police department. And we certainly hope that that will be the case for today. But as we heard from Tracy in her live report, that there have been several arrests by the Atlanta Police Department. We don't have the latest tally because the latest numbers we have are from 8 p.m. of tonight. They had 34 arrests, but there were concerns that some of those individuals were armed. And
this is a scene. This is a scene on the right-hand side that took place just about a half an hour ago. We don't know what led up to this, but we do know that the two people inside that car, a man and a woman, were tased by officers, taken out of the vehicle, and arrested. And that car was then driven away. Again, we don't know exactly why, but you can see the look on her face, the anguish that she finds herself in now with her hands behind her back. And that was just two of several arrests that we have seen. This is another scene that I think will sort of go down as one of the images that will be remembered from this second night and hopefully final night of protests here on the streets of Atlanta, and that is the firecrackers that were tossed in the direction of the police officers and some of the people who were out there trying to cause harm, trying to cause destruction. And you know, this is the danger of police work, you know, and it's very, very easy to criticize police officers. You see video of the terrible, terrible death of George Floyd when police officers are acting in a bad way. But I think that tonight, with the arrests that we've witnessed and the tactics that we have seen the police department use, that they are to be commended, really, for the restraint that they have shown, arresting people, you know, without having major physical confrontations, without hurting anybody too badly. But this is rough stuff. This is a dangerous job. These men and women put their own safety in jeopardy to keep us safe. And we don't typically get to see them doing their work so up close and personal. It really is quite a vantage point that we're all getting to be able to witness police work being done right before our very eyes. But hopefully this will give people a new appreciation or a renewed appreciation for what it is that police officers do.
Yasmina Alston, let's go back to Yasmina to see if she's got oh, actually, it's going to be Ashley Thompson. Ashley, you are you've been covering this since pretty much since 4 o'clock today. You've watched it heighten and with tension, and then some arrests, tear gas, and where you are. Tell us where you are, and it is quiet now.
That's right, Sean. There has been some activity tonight, as we all know, but it is relatively quiet where I am at this intersection here. Ivan Allen Jr. and Lucky Street, but you can see it is still partially blocked off. Police trying to maintain order. We've also got several cars with their flashing lights on and a state transport bus over here in front of the Georgia Aquarium. We know as of 8 p.m., Atlanta police officers have arrested 34 people, and we've learned one of those people was armed. Take a look over here. We're in front of the Sweet Food Lounge. They have closed for the night because obviously there is a 9 p.m. curfew. They've got these signs all over the restaurant that say this business is Black owned. Obviously, they do not want any looting or damage to happen here. But again, yes, it is very peaceful and quiet over here where we are, but you can't even be in Atlanta right now, in downtown Atlanta, without hearing those police sirens and hearing those choppers in the sky. They've got a lot of men on the ground, a lot of boots on the ground, enforcing this curfew and really trying to move these protesters out of here. Where we are, we have not seen many at all. Sean and Rick?
That is a welcome relief for many of the citizens of Atlanta who supported peaceful protest, but watched it unfold yesterday and become an ugly stain on our history with violence and destruction to property and buildings on fire, cars on fire. It was utter chaos that spread beyond it, downtown Atlanta, and pushed into the suburbs. Buckhead suffered looting there, as well as police dealing with fires at businesses there. This is a total different scene. It has been one where the mayor started off with a press conference with the chief of police to say zero tolerance. Enough is enough. Yeah. And the police chief, I will quote her, says, "I'm ready to lock people up." There was a commitment to aggressive law enforcement to restore peace into our city. Yeah. And it appears that they made good on that promise.
Yes, they did. And we see some police tape there. It appears as though this may be the scene of that collision between the officer and the person on the four-wheeler. Yasmina Alston is down not far from that location. Yasmina, what's going on there?
Rick, wow. so much has happened in just the last 10 minutes. You can see the scene has cleared now. An ambulance came and took whoever was hit. Again, we have not confirmed if that was an Atlanta police officer or not. From what I'm seeing, the way that all of the officers came rushing down to this area and moved all bystanders and media out of the area. Just honestly, just incredible. You can see here some of the officers still standing here near that scene. They've got that taped off. Let's go back to that video to just kind of recap what we saw. We were down near the CNN Center. Everything was calm. All of a sudden, we see the four-wheeler come flying past us one way. He goes the other way, and we see him hit someone on this next block where that scene is, where we're at right now. All officers immediately took off and ran down here. We, of course, were running with them, and then that's when they moved all of us way back until they were able to secure that scene and then get whoever was involved out of the area. So we've moved up some now. If we want to come back live out here, we have moved up some. You can see there's still several APD units on scene and several officers that are standing on the other side of the scene as well. I mean, all of that happened so quickly. I have reached out to Atlanta police to see if we can get any information at this time. Of course, this is all very fresh because it just happened, so I'm not sure how much we'll be getting and how soon we'll be getting that, but we did reach out and are waiting to get some more information so that we can bring you that. But wow, I mean, that all happened so quickly.
Well, our hearts and prayers go out to that individual who was injured. Again, we're trying to confirm if that was an Atlanta police officer that was in fact struck by that speeding four-wheeler. Yasmina, we're going to let you go and try to collect that information. We are looking to the left side of our screen. I'm not sure if this is video or there's still some protesters. Astrid, we thought that pretty much all the protesters were dispersed, but it looks like you have found a pocket.
Hi, I'm right here in downtown. Yes, I'm at Peach Street Northeast and Lucky Street. Where's the first crowd that we're seeing in downtown where police are right behind them trying to get them out of the way. You hear them chanting, "No justice, no peace." But right now they're all marching quite peacefully towards one direction. Police are around the perimeter, though. They're making sure that they stay this way and they go where they need to be, because we do have that 9 p.m. lockdown that is supposed to be in place. These people are not supposed to be here. And police, like we said, just making sure that they leave the area. They don't want them here. They don't want what happened yesterday to happen again. Obviously, nothing violent right now going on.
Astrid,
just making sure that they're not here any longer.
Astrid, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can you give us some landmarks and help us identify what direction and where are these peaceful protesters, the direction that they're heading into?
They're headed towards Woodruff Park right now.
They're heading away from east.
They're heading away from where many of the hotels are, like the Westin. They're heading away from that direction, headed toward Woodruff Park right now.
And it appears
we did notice on the way here that several of the MARTA stations, they were shut down. They were gated. Some of them, because of last night's rioting, they were torn down. Destruction everywhere. Glasses, blown in. So they were gated today. Nobody can come in or out of them right now. No one can use mass transportation.
Well, there is a curfew in mass transportation. MARTA shut it down at 9 p.m. along with the curfew that's being enforced. So if those individuals were relying on MARTA to get home, they're in trouble. They will have to find other means. Astrid, you did notice, though, as this crowd was being pushed and walking toward Woodward Park, is there police officers pushing them in that direction? I don't see any, because
they're not pushing. No, they're not pushing them. They're just walking behind them, making sure that they don't enter certain areas of downtown.
Okay, because from our vantage point, from our vantage point, from what we're seeing from your camera, we see the protesters. We don't see the presence of police officers. So I'm sorry. I thought that there were none in that area. But there are police officers there. The protesters are walking on their own volition away from major hotels that are in downtown Atlanta and are walking now toward Woodward Park. Astrid, from your vantage point, it seems like they have been peaceful and not being disruptive at all.
Not this group at all. They have, they've been walking since the hotel areas. Police just wanted to make sure that they were out of that space, and they've been sort of leading them, guiding them towards this direction. Several chants along the way. Some people yelling or screaming, just boisterous like protesters typically are. Nothing out of the ordinary at this moment, nothing violent.
Astrid, I'm sure you've been, have you gotten to talk to any of these protesters? I know when we first spoke with you, you were at one of the local malls. Now you're downtown. As you've gotten to talk to some of these young people, what have they told you?
Well, when I was in Gwinnett County, to be honest, they wanted everything to remain peaceful. And some of the people that I spoke off camera, they actually were saddened. They felt that the looting, the violence that went on last night was not done by people who live in Atlanta. This is the birth of the civil rights movement. This is a city, even as the Falcons logo says, rise up. We rise up together. We unite together. So these 17, 18, 19-year-olds felt that what happened to the city last night was heartbreaking. They wanted to do a march that was peaceful, and they wanted to talk. When they saw my camera, they wanted to make sure that I did give them an opportunity to speak, and that's why I gave them a chance. I didn't want them to be upset, and I wanted them to know that their voices matter. Here downtown, we see, as soon as I got here, to be honest, we turned our camera on. I did not have a chance to speak to anyone. As soon as we parked, turned on our camera and went live with you. And police they were making sure that they were led towards, like I said, Woodruff Park area, and we were across the street. I did not have a chance to speak with them.
Well, we have definitely, we've seen a real difference tonight compared to what we saw last night, where there was so much chaos and so much mayhem being carried out. The police tonight coming in and using much more aggressive tactics and clearing these streets. And yet there are still small pockets of young people who are out there in spite of the fact that there has been a curfew that was imposed for 9 o'clock until sunrise tomorrow morning. But it looks as though sort of things are getting a little bit back to normal. There's traffic. We have cars on the street now. And it seems as though things, at least in this particular area where Astrid is, are getting back to normal. But those are kids there just hanging out on a Saturday night, Sean, and they don't know about the curfew or they don't care.
I have no comment on that, but we had the president of Atlanta City Council, Felicia Moore, speak with us earlier, and she said there's a lot that the council is going to do. She said, she understands the undercurrent why many of these young people and protesters were out in full force to express their anger, their rage, and their frustration with having their voices ignored and inequality dealing with the police brutality.
Yeah.
She understands that, and she says that the city council has an obligation to address this, but it will not be done in one day, and it certainly won't be done today. But she's going to take, she along with the council are going to look at this in hindsight, because it's 2020, and review what they could have done differently and could have done differently when it comes to how the citizens of Atlanta and those protesters were forewarned that there was going to be a 9 p.m. curfew. She admits that there may have been some who were unaware that were truly in downtown Atlanta to protest peacefully. And she said she watched and cringed.
Yeah.
When the police announced over that sound system, there is a curfew, 9 p.m. go home, and someone threw a firecracker, and before 9 o'clock, the tear gas was dispersed, and it was very, very difficult. She says, to watch that, knowing that the billboards were not used, electronic billboards, to send out the message that there was a 9 p.m. curfew.
Sean, I want to give everybody an update now on one of the buildings that was damaged last night on Marietta Street, right along Centennial Olympic Park. This is the entry to the College Football Hall of Fame, the Chick-fil-A College Football Hall of Fame. And our colleague Emily Gagnon was talking with the CEO of the hall, whose name is Kimberly Bowden. They spoke just moments ago, and Emily learned that the damage there, which looks so extensive, and you can see some of the memorabilia, that was the gift shop right there. And the damage was really limited to the gift shop and the front of that building, but the museum exhibits that everybody goes for, that everybody wants to see, the artifacts that are there from college football history, they were not damaged, thankfully. The building is currently boarded up. It's being protected by the National Guard, but all or most of the valuable artifacts, or rather all of them, and exhibit pieces have been moved out of the hall. They've been taken to a secure location in the event that there is any kind of looting or trouble tonight, although thankfully it does not appear that that's going to be the case. That's not a worry. The Hall of Fame had already been closed because of the coronavirus, and so they're going to remain closed, and they obviously have a gift shop that they have to rebuild and some windows out front that they have to fix, but thankfully the exhibits inside that are so valuable to so many are all okay.
Felicia Moore addressed, the president of the city council addressed that she had spoken to owners of businesses that suffered significant damage like the College Hall of Fame. And she understands that many of them were struggling from the COVID-19 pandemic already. And now to have this added to their pressures and their concerns, that she says the city of Atlanta is going to do everything that they can to hopefully ensure that they not only rebuild in Atlanta, but they stay here. So that is something that we will follow closely. We are now at 10:49 in the evening.
Yep.
And for the most part, we thought from some of our pictures from our cruise that all of the crowds that had been dispersed were completely gone. But we saw from Astrid Martinez's location where some of those protesters are now headed toward Woodland Park. It is not completely clear, but it is quiet.
It is quiet, but it wasn't quiet about a half an hour or so ago. We saw what we were thinking might have been a police officer struck by some type of ATV or four-wheeler in the area. It was a very dramatic scene as police pushed everyone away from the area to try to clear the scene and allow an ambulance to get in. That ambulance taking the officer to Grady Hospital. Ashley Thompson is there right now with an update on exactly how that officer is doing and what happened there. Ashley, what have you learned?
So Rick, right now we're at Grady Hospital, and this is where possibly that officer is. You can see a lot of Atlanta police officers down here parked. There's also Atlanta Fire down here. We know this incident happened about 20 minutes ago. We have confirmed that an officer was struck by someone riding an ATV on Ted Turner Drive, and that officer was injured. He was taken here to Grady. He's in stable condition, which is relatively good news. The rider is also at the hospital. That rider suffered some injuries as well. She has been taken into custody, and is now at the hospital receiving treatment. Police are still working to find out exactly what caused this collision, but we have confirmed that an officer was hurt about 20 minutes ago on Ted Turner Drive. We know Yasmina Alston was live there on the scene bringing you that information, and now we've got a pretty heavy police presence here at Grady, where we've learned that officer has been taken and that suspect has also been taken. Rick and Sean.
Officer suffering, you mentioned he is in stable condition, which is great, but apparently, according to police, he has suffered significant injuries, which you can imagine if you were standing on the street and you got hit by a four-wheeler.
That was speeding at a high rate of speed and made no attempt to stop whatsoever before that police officer was struck. We know that we'll probably hear more on that officer's condition, and we'll make sure to post it on our CBS46 streaming app for your absolute latest information. But again, if you're just joining us, we can confirm Ashley Thompson was able to secure this information that around 10:30, an Atlanta police officer's motor officer appeared to have been struck by someone riding an ATV. It was in the area of 200 Ted Turner Drive. The officer did sustain significant injuries and has been transported to Grady in stable condition. The rider also suffered injuries and has been taken into custody. That person is also being treated at a hospital. The circumstances of the collision is unclear whether it was intentional or perhaps accidental. But again, we are going to continue to follow that story and give you the latest information. This has been a night of somewhat of success for Atlanta Police Department outside of this injured officer.
Hey, are you guys still on our shot?
There have been 0 fatalities from protesters or police officers, and that was one of the concerns of Police Chief Erica Shields earlier today. She was like, yesterday, she was highly concerned that she may lose one of her officers because of those who were arrested today. As of 8 o'clock, we know, according to the Atlanta Police Department, one of the people arrested today was armed, and there was also the belief that many other of the protesters were armed while marching the streets of Atlanta.
I mean, and there were 3 police officers who were injured last night. We now know of at least 1 who was injured tonight as a result of all of this. We don't have any totals yet on the number of people who were arrested. We know that last night the number was about 79 people who were arrested and taken into custody. We saw a lot of people being cuffed on the ground tonight by police officers as they were enforcing the curfew, as they were trying to get the crowds to listen to their instructions, to obey their orders. If the crowd disobeyed, didn't listen, the police did not hesitate to bring them under arrest. Even though there were a lot of confrontations between the police and those protesters or troublemakers or whatever you want to call them, it looked as though, at least through the lenses of our news cameras, that those arrests were carried out in a professional way, and that the police really did a nice job of preventing the kind of mayhem and chaos that we all witnessed last night on the streets of downtown Atlanta, with cars on fire, buildings on fire, police officers being targeted by the protesters. Really, none of that happened in any great numbers anyway tonight. And I think that this is sort of a tale of 2 nights of protests. One last night that did not go well, at least from the city standpoint, where we saw so much destruction to private and public property, compared to tonight, where we saw very little of that, if any. We didn't see the kind of looting, we didn't see the kind of chaos that we saw last night, where people were picking up big rocks and throwing them through storefront windows. And so that is something I think that city officials will look back on tonight, and how things were carried out, and feel good that the tactics and strategies that they used were used to good effect. Again, it is coming up on 11 p.m. on a Saturday night, night 2 of protests, and this is after the emotions that have been felt by so many all over the country and the world after the senseless death of George Floyd in Minneapolis, Minnesota on Memorial Day last Monday at the hands of police officers. The videotape that we have all seen of that officer with his knee pressed against the neck of Mr. Floyd, as Floyd clearly said, "I can't breathe," and pleaded for help. That help never came. That officer never removed his knee. Mr. Floyd eventually went motionless and died right there. 4 police officers from Minnesota, from the Minneapolis Police Department, fired. One of them now, the man, the one with his knee on the suspect's neck, he has been charged with 3rd-degree murder and manslaughter. And there are a lot of other people that say we need to see those other officers face charges as well. But it's the emotions that have boiled over, not only in Minnesota, but here in Atlanta and in other cities around the country. If you take a look at social media, you'll see the same kinds of scenes playing out in New York, in Philadelphia, in Columbus, Ohio, in Los Angeles, in Dallas, Texas, and Denver, Colorado. There are people all over this country, Sean, who are upset about what happens when it comes to young men and women of color and the police in this country. And perhaps this finally will be the case, the story that starts a conversation that could hopefully lead to change.
Governor Brian Kemp, Rick, has just tweeted within the last 20 seconds. He says a few minutes ago, Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields stopped by the State Operations Center at Georgia Emergency Management to thank state law enforcement and the Georgia National Guard for their reinforcements. The governor is expected to hold a news conference within the next few minutes. We are going to cover that live on our 11 o'clock newscast right here on CBS 46. This has been a night that is definitely contrast from what we saw yesterday. And we have been very fortunate in the city of Atlanta because the second day of protests, for the most part, has been peaceful protests. That is not happening across the country. Cities like Los Angeles are now experiencing what we saw yesterday. Their city is now on dealing with the fires and looting and a violation of law. We're going to have their story as well on our powerful CBS 46 streaming app. But the images here in Atlanta, our city, our residents can go to sleep tonight. Rest assured that there will be a peaceful, quiet night on our streets because Atlanta Police, being charged by Chief Erica Shields, she is to be commended for her leadership. She made a commitment to be aggressive with law enforcement to prevent any more looting, and it was a successful night.
A curfew put in place tonight at 9 o'clock. It didn't go 100% smoothly, but it went okay as police cleared people away. 9 o'clock came, and then we saw the police begin to clear the streets in downtown to tell the protesters to disperse. There were some confrontations, but again, it wasn't too bad. Again, this is the scene as we watch. These are our live cameras and continue our team coverage here on CBS 46 News.
If we don't get no justice,
I am taking the very unusual and extreme step of instituting a curfew in our city this evening.
It's not about protesting anymore.
arrested for no reason.
It's about saving our city.
We do not want to have to arrest your children, but we will maintain order in the streets of Atlanta this evening.
Right now at 11, law enforcement continuing pounding protesters. Good evening. I'm Sean Gables.
And I'm Rick Fulbaum, and we are 2 hours into the mayor's 9 p.m. curfew. Things are still a bit intense, but a much different scene than what we saw last night. Our team once again all over the city tonight.
Let's get straight to CBS 46's Yasmina Alston. And Yasmina, you just witnessed what may have been a police officer struck by someone on an ATV.
Well, Sean, we have confirmed with Atlanta police officers that a motors officer appears to have been struck by someone riding on an ATV. You can see behind me, it's still a very active scene here. We do know that officer has since been taken to Grady, and we do know that he sustained significant injuries. Now, we saw all of this unfolding shortly after police dispersed all of the protesters. We showed you the scene. It was calm. There was not a lot going on. The streets were empty, but we did see someone on an ATV come flying by one way, and then he came back the other way. Once he hit this intersection here, Ted Turner and Marietta, that's when we saw that he hit that motors officer, and from there everything just happened so quickly. The rest of the officers, of course, went running down there. We ran with them. Of course, we were quickly pushed back another block. So, I mean, it was just a very intense scene. Atlanta police also telling us that the person who was on the ATV, the rider, he suffered minor injuries and has been taken into custody and is going to the hospital for treatment. Police saying the circumstances of this collision have not yet been determined. They'll of course keep us updated with that, but I mean, we saw that happen. It happened very quickly. I think of course it caught everyone off guard. We were not expecting that. The streets were empty except for that one rider on that ATV. So, I mean, still an active scene here. All of the officers are out here. It's very quiet. I think everyone's trying to figure out exactly what happened and how this happened. We'll, of course, keep you updated as we learn more. And, again, that officer has been taken to Grady.
Yasmina, let us know if you hear anything new. Right now, though, CBS46's Ashley Thompson is outside of Grady Hospital.
Ashley, we're hearing new information on that Atlanta police officer. Are they okay?
That officer is in stable condition, but as Yasmina said, that officer did get significant injuries. We are here in front of Grady. You could see there was an entire motorcycle unit which pulled up here a little bit earlier. We also saw Atlanta Fire here in the parking lot, and we may be awaiting Chief Shields. We're going to see if she pulls up here. But yes, we are in front of Grady Hospital, and this is where that officer was taken, and hoping that officer makes it. We know the suspect is also here at the hospital. We know the suspect is also here at the hospital and will be taken into custody after he or she is treated. But this is the scene right here. A lot of police officers, a lot of men in uniform, obviously coming to make sure that their fellow officer is okay. So an entire motorcycle unit here in front of Grady right now.
A lot of emotion, I'm sure, on the part of these law enforcement officers who have really been at some points under attack by the protesters, and now to have one of their own in the hospital with significant injuries, I'm sure is a very difficult thing for them. We will check back with you, Ashley, as we take a look at these officers now pulling away from the hospital. We don't quite know where they're going, but it's very common. And I'm sure that in your reporting, Sean, you have seen this too. Whenever there is the unfortunate occurrence of a member of law enforcement, when that person has been injured, then you see a real show of support and solidarity on the part of that officer's colleagues.
And that is something that, as reporters, Rick, we have seen time and time again. When there is an injury among the men in blue, amongst their brothers, they are quick to show up and show concern and care. We've seen that they will stay outside of that hospital as a sign of solidarity to show that whomever is hurt tonight, that person is not alone. But again, if you're just joining us, just real quickly, that APD motors officer apparently had been struck by someone riding an ATV in the area of 200 Ted Turner Drive. The officer did sustain significant injuries, as we heard from Ashley Thompson, but is in stable condition. What's really here that shows how police officers are trained to protect and serve. Not only did they make sure that the officer who was injured from that crash was quickly taken to Grady Hospital, the person who was driving the ATV was injured and is also being treated at the same hospital where the officer that they hit and struck, who is now in stable condition. That is the men in blue, the women in blue who protect and serve Atlanta. And for Atlanta, tonight has been a real positive sign compared to what we saw yesterday. The police chief had made it very clear that she was going to have a zero tolerance policy, that there would be zero lawlessness in the city. She promised from her press conference earlier today that she would take an aggressive law enforcement stance after a night of violent chaos, that Atlanta, she believed what she called terrorists that were among people who were protesting peacefully in Atlanta. She says that she believes that some of those individuals were not from Atlanta, and how they were able to discern it is because they're trained to know that to go and entrench yourself amongst the crowd, and they were able to discern and from intel that many of those that were violent and had done violent acts were not even from here, because they didn't even know how to walk towards the governor's mansion. They did not know.
They were lost.
They were lost. They were lost in Atlanta, and that is a sign of a person who is new to the city. She called them terrorists, and they were here they came to Atlanta to destroy our city. And she says that the police department showed a moment of transparency that you don't see from a lot of officials at the top of the echelon of what they do professionally. And she admitted that Atlanta Police Department was caught off balance, but she added that it would not happen again. And she was true. We watched live on TV that as that curfew came into effect at 9 o'clock. The police were not playing games. If you did not abide to their orders, then they were ready to arrest you. Other stories that we are following tonight, let's go to the mayor's curfew. All MARTA transportation is suspended tonight. That includes all rail, bus, streetcar, and paratransit services. All 38 rail stations are shut down. According to MARTA, all transportation services should be running as usual tomorrow morning.
Hutchins at the live desk. Tonight's curfew being fully enforced by Atlanta police. We could see it on the streets right now. And Chief Erica Shields warning protesters they would not tolerate another night of violence.
The department has no desire to just lock up people, but I'm telling you, these folks are not Atlantans, and they have come here with a very deliberate purpose, and that is to tear this city apart in different ways.
Well, the department telling us at this hour, at least 34 arrests have been made tonight. No doubt more than that by the time we're on the air now at 11 o'clock. And the chief says they will maintain order in the streets tonight. And we have seen them do that time and time again. At the live desk, Tracy Hutchins.
All right, Tracy, thank you. And speaking of the streets, you can see the yellow police tape that has been used to cordon off this crosswalk. This is the site of that collision between the Atlanta PD motor officer and the driver of that four-wheeler, both of whom were injured and taken to Grady Hospital. Again, the officer in stable condition, but serious injuries, and we're going to continue to follow that. Downtown, not the only place that saw protests tonight, Sean.
Crowds were also, Rick, outside the governor's mansion for hours today. CBS46's Ayanna Crystal is at Georgia Emergency Management Headquarters with Governor Brian Kemp. Ayanna, he's expected to have a news conference at any time now.
I think we're going to Brittany.
He will do a one-on-one with us just in a few moments. We here are at the headquarters. As you can see, they are monitoring the situations throughout the city. They have agencies down here monitoring what's going on in the streets. In just a few moments, we will have a one-on-one with the governor. And once he comes over here, we will bring that to you live.
Okay, we'll check back with you in a moment for that. Thanks very much. Let's go to Brittany Miller. Brittany, law enforcement not allowing the looting, the rioting that we saw last night.
Yeah, Brittany, you are also downtown. Tell us the latest of what you're seeing. Have all the peaceful protesters, have they all been dispersed and out of the way?
I haven't seen protesters for a while, for a few hours now. We were actually on our way to Baker and Williams. We were hearing about some activity there, but we just saw this as we were driving down the street on Peachtree Center Avenue, and we decided to pull over to give you these images live right now. If you look to my right, you can just see officers completely blocking the street, and we're actually looking at one person arrested. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. See if you can go back to the left. One person is being arrested right now. Two people, as I can see, one person is sitting down, one person standing, getting zip tied right now. Looks like they just got those zip ties off. We don't know what happened here. We don't know what led to this incident. We were literally in the car and just decided to pull over because we saw this activity happening. We do want to show you exactly what happened earlier today. We saw a lot of commotion. Speaking of people getting arrested, we saw a woman and a man that were in a car. They were stopped behind a few other cars after those protests were over near the Waffle House. And the officer broke their glass window. I'm sure you're looking at the video now. Broke their their window on the driver's side, pulled the woman and the man out of the car, tasing them, and then putting them face down with their hands behind their back.
Come to our shot. Come to our shot. Come to our shot.
Frightening to watch.
Watch your back, Ann.
Pretty frightening to watch.
Come to our shot.
To be there as they were just sitting there with their hands on their steering wheel. You're wondering why this is happening. I do want to show you, if you can come back out to me live, what's happening right now. These officers are advancing towards us. Nothing is on the side of the street, so we're not really sure where they're going necessarily. But they are in one line, holding up traffic right now, and just advancing and marching in place with their shields and their gas masks on, as well as their helmets. So we're not really sure what is happening right now. We don't see any activity with protesters, but they are, looks like they are shutting down or trying to shut down this intersection. It's really hard to get through unless you are going one way. But then this is at the intersection of Peachtree Center Avenue and Andrew Young International Boulevard. Again, we still are looking at one person in handcuffs down on the sidewalk there. So that's the latest here from downtown. We're going to continue to try to make it to Baker Williams Street to see what's going on there.
All right, thank you, Brittany. We appreciate that. And Yasmina Alston, she is at the scene where an Atlanta police motors officer had been struck by someone riding an ATV at a high speed. You saw that, and we're going to come to you in just a second. But Governor Kemp right now is getting ready to talk. Let's listen in.
Sean, we're at GMA headquarters now. Joining us is Governor Brian Kemp. Governor, there's so much tension and anger in the city right now. What do you have to say to protesters?
Well, I think, look, the protesters that are here that are demanding justice and wanting to voice their support for, the individuals that we've seen not only in Georgia but in other parts of the country, we support that. We have been working hard to make sure that they can have a peaceful, nonviolent protest, and I think for the most part tonight we've seen that be very successful. The problem is we have some agitators that have a different agenda than bringing justice, and that's what we've been dealing with certainly last night and tonight. I think tonight's a lot different story. We had a great plan working with Chief Shields, Mayor Bottoms, and a lot of local and state assets to be able to respond tonight. And tonight's gone very well, but the night's not over, so we're continuing to keep our foot on the gas.
Last night you activated the state of emergency. What made you make that decision, and how long will that be in effect?
Well, we had the order yesterday. I just actually signed another executive order expanding the state of emergency statewide. We are tracking some protests tomorrow in other cities like Savannah, Athens, potentially Griffin. So we just want to have these resources available to any local community to protect the lives and the property in those communities. That will call up as well the rest of the National Guard, up to 3,000 people if we need them, since we're going to a statewide effort. Hopefully we won't have to do that. That'll run through the end of next weekend. Really gives us a lot of tools to continue the response that you've seen here in the city of Atlanta tonight, statewide, if we need it. I hope we don't, but we'll have those tools available if we do.
It's a lot different story from last night. There was a lot of violence and destruction. How important do you think that 9 o'clock curfew was for tonight?
Well, I think it's two things. I think it was just us working with the city and the mayor, Chief Shields, to really come up with a good plan tonight to make sure we had all our bases covered. We had enough personnel and equipment to be able to do that. I definitely think the curfew was a good move by the mayor and the chief. We told them earlier today we would support their efforts 100% in everything that they wanted to do. I told the mayor that Friday morning, and we continue to communicate that today. So when the curfew, when 9 o'clock got here and the APD officers started moving in to give notice that folks were fixing to start getting arrested, we were there to support them in that, to have their back, if you will. While they were making those movements, we were controlling behind them, watching their six, if you will, and also assisting if needed. And then certainly we have that tool and ability from a law enforcement perspective, as the Guard does through the executive order, to do that as well. And that goes for the rest of the night.
We've seen thousands of protesters out there not social distancing and even not wearing masks. Are you concerned what this will mean for the coronavirus?
Well, definitely I've been thinking about that. I think right now that's a secondary concern for us from what we've seen. Obviously that's very hard to control, especially when you have agitators that have a different agenda than justice. So we'll start dealing with that when things get calmed down. Our first response tonight was to, number one, protect the lives of our citizens and our officers, the men and women that were responding to this, and our first responders. We saw, firefighters in the fray last night and many other people. But we got to continue to buckle down on the coronavirus, to continue to follow the guidance and guidelines of public health officials, to continue to move the numbers the way they're moving now in the state of Georgia, and continue to reopen our economy.
Did those agitators come? Are they from the city? We are getting reports that they're not even from the city.
We're tracking a lot of that information too. I haven't been able to confirm a lot of that, but I've heard tidbits that airport traffic was up over the last several days with people coming in from out of town. I've heard, I haven't been able to confirm this, that a lot of the arrests made last night, that the majority of those were from other places around the country. and those individuals were involved with some really bad groups from around the other parts of the country. But I really couldn't speak more specific than that right now because I haven't been able to confirm that.
There were hundreds of protesters outside the governor's mansion tonight. What do you have to say to those protesters? Tensions rose fairly quickly, but luckily they were continued peacefully protest. What do you have to say to those?
Well, I think the biggest thing is thank you, number one. Most of them, as Colonel Val was telling me, were really following the law, following the guidance that we were given. In fact, many of them picked up their trash and other things when they left, so we didn't have to do that. Unfortunately, like in every crowd, there were a few agitators that had confrontations with the Atlanta Police Department and were arrested. But really, the majority of those people did what we asked them. I think they got to make their point, and it was a very peaceful and safe event.
Racial tension is at an ultimate high right now. How does the state rebuild after this weekend?
Well, I think the good thing to me, I think that started tonight. When you look at the response, when you look at the backgrounds of the people that are in this room that are serving in the capacities of law enforcement, our National Guard, the partnership we've had with the mayor of Atlanta and her team, really shows that we can put race, partisanship, politics, everything aside to keep our people safe and really stand up for what is the fabric of the city of Atlanta and the social change that has happened here through peaceful protests, which is something I support. And I think Georgians are on board with that as well. I think tonight, unlike last night, if things hold like they are right now, could be a proud moment for our state.
What was your reaction when you saw the videos from last night and the looting and everything that happened?
Well, it wasn't just the videos. I mean, I was seeing it happening live right here till 3 a.m. in the morning. I mean, it was a tragic event, unfortunate, especially when you have people that are throwing bricks through windows trying to hurt firefighters that are trying to go in and put a fire out and save someone's property. That's just something we're not going to stand for in this state. And I know the mayor believes that, as do I, and I think our response tonight shows that.
And you guys are monitoring the situation in here. What agencies are here and what are you guys doing?
Yes, we have the Georgia National Guard, the Georgia Emergency Management Agency, obviously the State Patrol. We have the Forestry Commission, Department of Corrections, Department of Juvenile Justice, many others that are involved tonight. GBI doing a lot of GSAC work on intelligence and other things. So we've got a pretty broad team in here, and I'm probably missing some folks too. I think we have Homeland Security here and potentially the FBI as well.
All right, thank you, Governor, for your time.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, that's the latest from the governor at the GMA headquarters. Let's send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Ayanna, thanks very much. Nice job. Thank you very much, Governor Kemp. Let's go out to Astrid Martinez. Astrid, the governor just said the night is not over yet, and you're seeing that firsthand. You're wiping your eyes. Tell us why.
Tear gas, police, as you can see right here behind me, they have been trying to secure this area. There were people that just wouldn't listen. They broke into one of their precincts. They vandalized, they broke windows. They had to arrest some people here, and obviously the people didn't want to disperse. Then the tear gas was going to be used because it's past that curfew. So we were in the area where the gas was let out. We suffered obviously some of that side effects that I know now Sean has been talking about. I had never experienced, but woof, it takes your breath away. But all around me, you see that police are here in downtown. You have police and you have people with the National Guard as well, really enforcing that curfew now, especially because one of their precincts too was just vandalized and broken glass everywhere. They're trying to protect their property as well, but also trying to make sure that what happened last night does not happen again. They don't want that violence. They don't want that to be out of control. They wanted these protests to remain peaceful, but if people are not going to listen, they're going to enforce the law, which is by using the tear gas by any means necessary. Obviously, the message here is always going to be about George Floyd. That's on everybody's name, whoever I've spoken with. But if people are going to not behave and not follow the laws that were put in by Governor Kemp, well, this is what's going to happen tonight. If anybody is still out, the recommendation from law enforcement is go home.
It's a solid message to send, and really, Astrid, you really paint a picture of just how difficult it is to deal with tear gas. It burns your eyes, it burns your chest, it makes it very difficult to breathe.
It's
And
just an arrest
here's
right
another
here, right in
arrest.
front of me. This guy threw water. They threw water at the National Guard's face, was not listening, disrespected. They tried to hold a restraint, but this guy crossed the line, so now he's being arrested right in front of me. Not following the rules. Officers and
Astrid, I know that earlier.
He was not.
Astrid, I know earlier you were following a group of protesters that were walking toward Woodward Park. Is this still the same group?
It's part of that same group, Sean. Yes, it is. They've been all over the area. Some pockets remain peaceful. Some people just want to start trouble because they're not even chanting anymore. They're looking into places where they can break into and cause a commotion and distract from what the message of tonight is supposed to be about. He was walking, the gentleman that was arrested here, he was walking. Police, National Guard went up to him and told them, you know, don't be stupid, don't get arrested. And he just threw a water bottle right in the National Guard's face, in the soldier's face. Now he's arrested and will be taken away from here shortly.
And he's a living example of what Chief Erica Shields said that would be happening tonight. She was ready to lock people up, that she was not going to be caught out of balance again. She said it will not happen tonight. There would be zero tolerance policy if you do not obey the orders of police to go home. The curfew went into effect at 9 o'clock. It is now 11:24 in the evening, and this gentleman is still out despite being pushed to Woodward Park in an effort to go home peacefully. He did not listen, disrespected. According to Astrid, she saw it with her own eyes, threw a bottle at one of the National Guardsmen's face. And we just heard from Governor Kemp here that he says that he has extended the state of emergency, and now we're going to have 3,000 National Guardsmen because he's expecting pockets to happen in Athens.
Yep.
Savannah.
The governor said that there are some concerns about protests hitting other cities in our state tomorrow and over the weekend, and that state of emergency, he said, is going to be extended until next weekend. And he said that there are still agitators out there, and this young man certainly fits the bill. I mean, I think about my own kids. I say, make good decisions. Well, this guy made a bad decision. He was told not to, not to misbehave. And of course, what he did was he threw some water into the face of a National Guardsman, and that is just that is unacceptable and not the way you treat.
It's really mischanneled anger. I mean, we heard from the president of Atlanta City Council, Felicia Moore. We heard it from the mayor, Keisha Lance Bottoms, that they, even from police chief Erica Shields, they understand the undercurrent, what is creating, riots just don't develop out of thin air. There are conditions and real frustration and anger among some of these protesters, and that's why they were protesting in the first place. They want equal justice.
Yeah, but like Astrid said, this detracts from that message.
It did, and he paid the price. He is now arrested. We're going to bring up these live pictures now. This is where police appear to have had even more arrests in downtown Atlanta.
Yeah, and you see those young people standing there cuffed. We have no idea what they did to find themselves in this predicament. But the police, really following through on the promises that were made. The police chief saying that they were not going to tolerate any kind of misbehavior, any kind of chaos. This is at International and Peachtree. They're right there on the corner, and we saw probably about 5 or 6 young people who have gotten themselves in trouble with law enforcement tonight and are now sitting there and waiting, I guess, for one of those vehicles, those police vehicles, to come along and take them away.
One of the efforts of Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms to stem from having another night of violence and destruction of property is that she instituted this curfew. It is now in effect from 9 o'clock tonight, and it does not lift until sunrise tomorrow. If you have teenagers and young people, the mayor said, call them. Tell them, know where your children are. She says the city of Atlanta does not want to arrest your child, but if they do not comply by these orders, we are now in an era of where it is called zero tolerance. they will not deal with it. But there, as the governor mentioned earlier in his interview with Ayanna Crystal, there are still pockets that they're trying to de-escalate and get them to go home without having to get arrested. They're very small, but there are pockets of individuals that clearly still will not go home and are looking for opportunities. There have been a few businesses, not as many as yesterday and not as bad as yesterday,
Right.
but have suffered damage tonight.
First of all, great job interviewing the governor by our colleague Ayanna Crystal, asking all of the right questions. And the governor talking about the fact that he made it very clear to Mayor Bottoms and to Police Chief Shields that they were going to have the state's full support for, in the governor's words, whatever they wanted to do. The governor basically telling the mayor of Atlanta and the police chief of Atlanta, this is your city, you know how to run it, you know how to enforce the rules here, and you're going to have our support with whatever you decide to do. And we really have seen a coordinated effort tonight on the part of not just the City of Atlanta police and police from other local jurisdictions around Atlanta, but also the state police and also the National Guard that has been deployed by the governor. Up to 3,000 National Guard men and women who are going to be deployed over the next week or so, just in case any pockets of resistance, any pockets of trouble pop up around our area or around our state. And you can just see those young people who, might have made a different decision. They could have had a completely different end to their evening tonight if they had just come out and rightfully protested the injustices that do exist, and then listen to the advice and the rules of the mayor and the police to go home at 9 o'clock. They would not be sitting there with their hands behind their backs right now. But unfortunately, that's where they find themselves. Governor
Kemp, in his interview, he mentioned that he was extending the state of emergency for the entire state of Georgia, and with the addition of even 1,500 more National Guardsmen, now to a total of 3,000, they are prepared to deal with pockets of an uprising where protesters are not willing to cooperate in terms of just obeying the law. He supported to have a peaceful protest, but he said no longer will he refuses to tolerate any destruction of property because the message is lost. In fact, he just tweeted a few minutes ago that Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields stopped by the State Operations Center and Georgia Emergency Management to thank state law enforcement as well as the Georgia National Guard, because they still have a lot of work left to do. Here is just some of the damage. The streets are far much more quiet, a lot more peaceful than it was last night at 11:30 in the evening. But unfortunately, there were a few breaches of buildings still in Atlanta, despite all of the efforts with the National Guard, with Atlanta Police Department and surrounding counties helping us to keep peace in the streets. Some of the protesters were successfully able to damage buildings, and we have, from one of our reporters in the field, said some of them have been looted.
Unfortunately, that's the case. Here are the police officers, and you can see they're wearing their masks. Not able to socially distance themselves, but they are wearing their masks as they arrest some young people who have broken some of the rules. That young man we just saw there in custody wearing a Black Lives Matter shirt. Of course, Black Lives Matter. And if he had just come out and talked about that cause, he might have had a very different end to his evening tonight. Yasmina Alston is joining us now. Yasmina, you've been out. You have seen some very, very interesting things over the course of the last several hours, including a young couple that got tased and pulled out of their vehicle. And then just within the last hour or so, an Atlanta police officer who was struck by someone on a four-wheeler.
Rick, I'm having a really hard time hearing you. We've got the helicopter right above us, so it's a little bit loud, but I mean, everything here where we are near the CNN Center just escalated so quickly. I mean, we went from police officers being able to disperse all of the protesters not far from here to all of them being gone, Atlanta police taking a minute, taking a breather, and we've told you that that four-wheeler came flying down one way, came back the other way, and then that's when right down here at this intersection, you can see still an active scene. That's where we saw that motors officer who was hit by someone riding that four-wheeler, that ATV. We do know the officer, like Ashley has been reporting for us, was taken to Grady. He sustained significant injuries, and we know the rider of that ATV suffered minor injuries, and he was taken into custody as well as to the hospital. So it's still an active scene here. Of course, all of the other officers immediately ran to the area where the motors officer was hit by the man on the ATV, and they quickly moved us out of that area because at the time, I mean, all of the news stations, we were all over here, so we were able to see what happened, and we followed them as they ran over there, and then they quickly moved us back. So still an active scene here. I do believe Atlanta Police is providing additional information for us once they can, and we'll of course update you with that. And then Ashley is at Grady where that officer is tonight.
Yasmina, thank you. You know, also we are following Astrid Martinez. There was multiple arrests at her location, also the dispersed tear gas, and it looks like you may have a pocket of trouble again, Astrid.
There were some people here that police officers were saying they were all under arrest, but then there was a mix-up if they were property owners, business owners, or if they were protesters or rioters. But they're being followed currently right now by law enforcement. People actually are being chased in both directions of the street, north and south of where I'm standing. You hear officers yelling at them right now. I'm trying to make out what they're saying, but I know they're trying to figure out if they're just people that are violating the curfew or people that own businesses. We're gonna walk now and try to get a better look at what's going on and try to really listen to what officers are telling the people here on the streets. But it seems that every couple of minutes they're picking up weapons and hiding them from people. That was just about, it seems like every couple of minutes just pockets of people keep popping up out of different places, and police officers, National Guardsmen, they're trying to make sure that everything here stays, you know, without any problems. But if I'm actually seeing here something right now. Hold on, let me move the camera around with my camera guy. We're being told to stay back, but it seems like somebody is getting arrested here. Whoever is not following these rules and being disrespectful, to be honest, they're the ones that are getting arrested, because you do see people that are walking by, and if they're behaving and if they're being respectful, police are dealing with them and, you know, kind of escorting them to their car. But we actually see more officers chasing other pockets of people right now. So it's a very fluid situation. We're going to walk down the street. A person is getting arrested here to my right. And he's trying to but argue with officers and let them know that that's his car, that he wants to leave. He doesn't want to be arrested. A little late since curfew ended at 9. And walking down here towards Williams and Cone Street to see what else is going on. Basically, trying to just get rid of all these last-minute people who are still out in the streets, not listening to what Governor Kemp and Mayor Keisha Bottoms told them hours ago. And we even had that push alert on our phone, so there's no excuse. You're in the area, you're going to be getting one of those. So as you can see, our cameras are going to focus in. My photographer is walking in front of me so he can get a clearer shot, but there's more arrests here at Ted Turner, which is near the precinct that got vandalized earlier today.
And Astrid, you know, as we're watching this heavy police presence, the Atlanta Police Department just released a tweet with giving us some insight on just why it's important to get these protesters to go home, because the remnant in this pocket that has been stubborn and refuses to go home, they have caused, some of them have caused damage to property, including damaging at least one patrol vehicle tonight, breaking out windows of APD's Zone 5 precinct on Ted Turner Drive downtown. The Dunkin' Donuts at Lucky Street has suffered damage, and Forsyth Street and other downtown businesses have suffered damage. This is nothing like we saw, Astrid, last night when cars were on fire. We saw people jumping on police vehicles and destroying them with police watching and doing nothing. Tonight, they are having a zero tolerance policy. The approach to law enforcement far more aggressive, Astrid, than it was yesterday.
Well, they're definitely not playing around today. And I think yesterday, they wanted to let the crowds have their voices heard. But today, if people are not listening, they're definitely not going to let it get out of control like it happened last night. These kind of events can go south so quickly, like we saw yesterday, destroying a city that is actually built by minorities, for people like George Floyd, for people like myself, for so many people. And to destroy a city like this is really sending the wrong message, because like Killer Mike said last night, if we burn down Atlanta, what else do we have? This is a city that is the cradle of civil rights. We need to take care of it. We need to protect it. Obviously, we want people who have a message to get it across, but the violence and the looting, that's not going to be tolerated at all by police. However, I did see that if people were walking around calmly and respectful and just making their way towards their vehicles or just trying to exit the area, police were not just arresting anybody. They were really focusing on people that were out of control and not listening and looking for reasons to probably get arrested. And it's a sad thing, like how you mentioned. Before yesterday, you walked down the street and you would see businesses with their lights, lit up that match the decor of downtown, like the Ferris wheel or the Coca-Cola sign, and now it's boarded up, or you see holes like we see right across from me. So we're going to keep you updated if anything else starts off again here in downtown area. But for now, we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Astrid, thanks very much. Let's go back to Grady Hospital, where we are.
All right, so Sergeant John Chafee, J-O-H-N, C-H-A, F like Frank, E-E, with the Atlanta Police Department. So around 10:30 this evening, we had an officer that was struck by an ATV on Marietta Street near the intersection of Spring Street, or at the intersection of Spring Street. The preliminary investigation indicates that the officer was stationed there at that intersection. He was blocking traffic from continuing down Marietta Street into an area where protesters were present. While he was there, he was standing near his motorcycle. He was not on the motorcycle. He was standing near his motorcycle. An ATV came past one time, and at some point it turned around and it came back past, or was attempting to come back past again at a high rate of speed, and it struck the officer while he stood there on foot. The officer has been taken to the hospital. He was transported by a Georgia Army National Guard vehicle that was nearby. He is in stable condition here with significant injuries to his legs. The rider of the ATV was located on scene, taken into custody. He has been transported here to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. At this point, we're looking into what led up to this accident, what caused it, and that investigation is current and continuing right now.
Significant leg injuries. Are we talking about broken bones here?
It appears that that is very likely.
We heard he may have been trying to slow the ATV rider down. Is there anything to that?
So we're still early on in the investigation, and we're looking into, the circumstances surrounding this. That would be something that would be part of that investigation. We're trying to look at, was this intentional? That's a question that a lot of you have asked already. Was this an intentional act? And we don't know at this point. It's too early to say. The investigation is very active, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it and determine that right now.
What can you tell us about this suspect?
So I don't have any details on him right now. Non-life-threatening injuries, but beyond that, and it was a male, I believe, pretty certain on that. But beyond that, I don't really have any details. The officer has been with the department for at least, or I should say, the officer has been with the department for around 18 years. He was a member of the Atlanta Police Department's motors unit, riding a motorcycle. And again, stationed out there trying to keep the protesters from encountering vehicles, keep vehicles from entering into that area where they were.
What charges?
At this point, it's too early to say. I'm not going to speculate as to what they will be, but we do have him in custody. It's just kind of early on for that.
But alert and unconscious when he was brought here to the hospital?
I believe so. I've heard reports that he was inside and actually was talking with fellow officers.
So was that street blocked off? Should that ATV have been on that street?
So I believe that traffic was restricted, and I'm not sure. I'd have to get a little more detail, and actually that will be part of what we're looking into as part of that investigation, because they were not simply, it wasn't that the entire road was blocked down. They were diverting traffic from, I believe it was Marietta Street onto Spring Street to keep them from continuing down to Centennial Olympic Park Drive, where some protesters were. So it wasn't that the street was completely blocked off. They were diverting traffic, though. I'd have to look at, was he entering into a closed area or not at this point, kind of early on, but that will be something that we're looking at.
That is Sergeant John Chafee of the Atlanta Police Department. On the right-hand side of the screen, you see the aftermath of the incident that the sergeant is talking about. And we now have a little bit more information. An 18-year veteran of the department was standing by his motorcycle when all of a sudden an ATV drove past and then for some reason turned around and then came back at a high rate of speed, striking the officer who was standing by his motorcycle at the time. That officer is in stable condition with significant injuries, we're told, to his legs, perhaps broken bones. The suspect is also in custody with non-life-threatening injuries, and the investigation is ongoing to determine whether this was something that was on purpose or an accident. Of course, our thoughts and prayers are with the officer who was injured. And as we get more information on that, we will certainly pass it along, Sean.
Well, Brittany Miller, she is also in downtown Atlanta. And Brittany, Atlanta Police Department says as of 9 o'clock tonight, they are still enduring pockets of incidences where protesters are throwing items, and they're receiving reports of armed protesters still among this group of people. And so far, 51 arrests have been made, Brittany. I'm sure within the last 20 minutes, there are even more.
Right, Sean, and there could be even more arrests right now. Let me catch you up to speed as to what I'm seeing. We have just followed police officers, Atlanta police officers, as well as SWAT team and Sheriff's Department dressed in riot gear as they walk through the streets of downtown Atlanta. We've walked just a little bit with them. We don't know what they're going to do next. They have put on their gas masks, and as we know, as history has shown us in the last 24 plus hours, whenever the gas masks go on, they are ready for whatever may come. They are ready for any interaction or clash with protesters, and usually they deploy that tear gas that is just so painful for so many and usually disperses crowds. The interesting thing is, though, I don't see any crowds right now. If we look to the right, Steve, you can see what we're looking at. There's nobody here. We see some cars, but there's nobody on the sidewalks because that curfew is being heavily enforced. So you have to question, why are they dressed the way that they're dressed? Why are the gas masks on, and what are they getting ready for? Just if we can come back towards me, Steve, and show just how many officers are here right now to my left. Look at how many officers are standing right now at John Portman. This is the intersection of John Portman, and it's hard to see the other street name, but we are in downtown Atlanta. So many officers from so many different jurisdictions throughout Metro Atlanta, dressed in shields, helmets. They have their zip ties on their waist, just like they have all day long. But the difference now is that there are no protesters. There's nobody around, so we have to question what the plan is for right now.
Better prepared than not.
So we're hearing...
Better prepared than not, Brittany, but clearly, I mean, you make a very good point. They obviously have identified information that we are not aware of yet. We have Chopper 46 hovering above, but not directly over where you are, and the concern is there other pockets? Atlanta Police Department, Brittany, released a tweet with saying that they still have pockets out there that are showing some violence towards the officer, throwing rocks, items being thrown at them, and there are reports that are still protesters that are out in the street that are armed tonight, and the goal is to squash this, get them to go home peacefully. But if not, as you've shown us, Brittany, the gas masks are on, the riot gear is assembled, and they are prepared to confront and deal with whatever situation it is, because as Chief Erica Shields says, this is not going to happen again. They are not going to destroy Atlanta tonight.
That's right. So one thing that I do want to mention, I had a chance to talk to an Atlanta police officer, and he said, you know, all of us have different tasks right now when you look at the different jurisdictions that are out here, and his job right now is to do one thing, and that is detain. If they see anybody that is not obeying or violating that curfew, they will put them in zip ties. In fact, I actually saw, and I spoke to one man who was homeless, who says that police approached him and said that he was violating that 9 o'clock curfew and put him in zip ties. And then once they realized that he had nowhere to go to abide by that new curfew, they let him go. So we are going to continue to follow officers. We're walking behind them right now. You see on their backs it says City of Police on their vests. We have no idea where they're going. We're literally just taking this step by step as we bring this to you live. You do see the SWAT trucks here. One more time, we don't see any protesters in our view, so we don't know why they are dressed in this gear and exactly where they are going, but we're going to stay behind them. We've already walked a considerable way with them. It looks like they're going back to where they were, which was by the Waffle House, which was a massive scene earlier today. But as far as I can see, the streets are clear when it comes to citizens. So we may be taking this left onto William Street right now. This is downtown Atlanta. We are the only ones out here on the streets. This is something I haven't seen in the past 2 days. Usually these streets are filled with people, but because of that curfew, it's almost a ghost town. But maybe, you know, as you mentioned, Sean, there are those pockets, and that's where we're going right now. So if you want to hang on this, of course, we'll continue to keep this shot up so we can see exactly where we're going and what's going to happen. But the gas masks are still on.
We definitely want to keep that shot.
We do, and I have another theory, and this is just a theory, that the police officers are aware of the fact that television cameras are on them and want to continue sending the message to anyone who might be watching this coverage, who might have some ideas about coming out onto the streets and causing trouble, that they're not going anywhere, that they're going to be out on the streets patrolling all night long, that the curfew that the mayor put in place is going to be enforced. They know that they're on TV, and they know that people are watching TV, and they want to get that message out that they are there. It's a show of force. It's a presence that they want to keep. And you talk about law enforcement. Of course, these are protests that began over the behavior of a few members of law enforcement. We'll talk about this in 1 minute. I just want to tell you that the Associated Press is now reporting, Sean, that the police around the country in 17 different cities have made about 1,400 arrests since Thursday at protests over the killing of George Floyd as those protests continue. We just got John Lewis, Representative John Lewis, who is really active in civil rights, his history with Selma, Alabama, and he just posted a tweet saying, "I know your pain, your rage, your sense of despair and hopelessness. Justice has indeed been denied far too long. Rioting, looting, and burning is not the way. Organize, demonstrate, sit in, stand up, vote, be constructive, not destructive." His message was clearly, we saw some of that outside of the governor's mansion with the protesters there, that they were in tune to that this is a civil rights issue, and that they have the right to stand up and protest peacefully. The governor said he supports peaceful protests. The mayor of Atlanta said she supports it. The chief of police supports it. But when you cross the line and you start to burn your own city, that's where the police chief and the mayor said it's not going to be tolerated anymore. And I think that's a powerful message. I've said this quote before, and I'm going to repeat it again, from Martin Luther King Jr. He says to help people understand why there is so much angst and why this is happening, because riots simply do not develop out of thin air. There were conditions that exist in our society that he says that should be condemned as vigorously as we have condemned the riots. Astrid Martinez, you have been in an area where a pocket of protesters have walked toward Woodward Park. They're among the now 51 arrests that the Atlanta Police Department have made so far since 9 o'clock tonight. But I'm sure the number has gone up significantly since that curfew went into effect.
Yes, Sean, we're still here in Lucky Street and Cone Street. The people that were arrested a little bit further down the street when we were at the corner of Ted Turner are now brought to this corner. As you can see, they're still with police officers, and their hands are in plastic shackles. And behind me, too, there's a handful of police officers in SWAT gear from head to toe. We also have National Guardsmen. Even though we have seen most of the protesters disperse, police continue out here. It's a heavy presence in downtown area. Right now, they are not playing around. They are enforcing strictly that order, that curfew to go home. Look at the presence here behind me. As you can see, we have both male and female officers, we have the National Guardsmen, we have Atlanta Police. They are in full gear. And to be honest, coming from South America, seeing downtown full of SWAT vehicles and army tanks, it's just a reminder that this does not feel like Atlanta tonight. Yes, it's not violent like it was yesterday, but this is a sight that I never thought I would see in Atlanta. It's something different. I know it feels safer than yesterday, but it's not something that, that makes you feel like you're in the city that is the city of love, the city of unity, the city that rises up, and the city that's too busy to love. We're going to continue here in downtown and monitoring if there are any more people that pop up around here. Police are not leaving this area anytime soon. The further up, as we can see, we see police on every single corner, locked down. No one can get through.
And Astrid, there's a reason why the presence is so thick and heavy, because the mayor says that the curfew is going to be enforced. They have seen a significant decrease in the number of pedestrians and protesters on the street since the curfew, but there are still pockets. They've caused significant damage tonight, not as bad as it was yesterday, but the Atlanta Police Department reporting that some of the damage to property tonight includes at least one Atlanta police officer patrol vehicle, the breaking out of the windows at APD's Zone 5 precinct on Ted Turner Drive downtown, the Dunkin' Donuts at Lucky Street and Forsyth Street and other downtown businesses. They have suffered damage because of this last remnant that has shown the propensity to want to create damage and destruction. They just will not go home. And we've even seen, Rick, the officers that sometimes, even the National Guardsmen have shown restraint, saying, don't make a bad decision. We want you to go home. We don't want to arrest you. And then, according to Astrid, she saw the gentleman throw a bottle of water into the National Guardsman's face and quickly zip ties in your hands behind your back.
That'll get you zip tied any day of the week. This is a live look at I-75 at North Avenue. The North Avenue exit has been blocked, as you can see, sort of blocking downtown. So the police are they're not messing around. They're clearing out the streets and they're preventing anyone else from coming by blocking off the entrances to downtown. Of course, this is all as a result of the chaos that we saw last night, mayhem that the mayor promised would not be repeated tonight, and she was right. The police force here in Atlanta doing just a very effective job come 9 o'clock, once that curfew rolled around, of just clearing the streets, getting the protesters to disperse and get out of town, and then keeping any new visitors, anybody new, from coming into the downtown area. And you just really have to sort of take a look at this and think that this is sort of a model, a law enforcement model. You hear about law enforcement, they study these things, these tactics that are used so that they can be prepared and they can train themselves for future needs. And you have to believe that all of this has been planned out well in advance of just something like this. You see staging operation areas where the police gather to await their orders. It's perhaps what we're looking at here on the screen from Chopper 46, as the camera then pulls back and shows just an absolutely empty downtown area. Well, there are the color bars, but you know what I'm talking about. And then take a look at why. I mean, would you come out on the streets?
No.
Would you want to come out and go for a nice little walk if you saw, if you knew there was a curfew and you saw all of those police officers standing there with their weapons trained?
Uh-oh, something's about to happen here.
Something going on. Let's see. What is this? Oh.
Up.
And see another arrest. Another young person not obeying the curfew.
And not smart when you are outnumbered to 90 to 1, trying to run away for whatever reason. But quickly he was apprehended, and at least four police officers tied him to the ground and put, as you said, hands behind the back and zip tagged super quick.
We cover these police chases when they take place on the roads, on the highways, and I always think to myself, even as we anchor live coverage, how stupid could you be? to be in one of these vehicles and think that you're going to be able to outdrive the police. It never happens. It never works. This guy, though, who thought he was going to outrun them on foot when there are literally hundreds of police officers all within a block of him, really just a poor decision on this young man's part tonight.
Really, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, she pled with the community, please stay safe in your home this evening, know where your children are, and she made it clear we don't want to arrest your children, but if they don't obey the law. And tonight, if you have a child that does not want to obey the law, which is there's a curfew in effect, go home. This is what's going to happen to them. Let's go to Tracy Hutchins, who's over in the Live Center. Tracy, you have brand new sound. Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms has just spoken.
Well, she didn't just speak, Sean. It's what we heard from her earlier today. Certainly the mayor making an impassioned plea for Atlantans to stay home and heed the curfew. And that's a lot of what we're seeing tonight. Certainly why police are out in force this evening. The mayor saying she wanted to avoid seeing the massive looting that we saw last night. Listen to what she said earlier today.
I don't know whose memory you're honoring when you're running down the street with a Gucci bag. That's not about black people dying in America. That's about us killing ourselves when we do things like that.
And the mayor saying it only the way she can say it, really getting to the heart of being a mother and being the woman who leads this city. Well, the mayor saying she wanted to restore the city from the chaos that unfolded last night and, of course, the massive looting we saw over last night. And that certainly is why we see such a strong police presence and military presence in downtown Atlanta. And
Tracy, she had something really also interesting when she mentioned that if you were at the protest yesterday, you're going to need to take a COVID test this week. Yep. All right, let's go to Brittany Miller. Brittany, do you have pockets of disruption out there, or is it a lot more peaceful?
No, we just saw disruption. It's really that burst of violence that we've been talking about for the past 2 days, where things will be calm, things will be cool, things will be collected, and then boom, just like that, something will happen. So we were walking down Williams Street. We had passed Baker. We are here at the intersection of Simpson and Williams, and officers that you see here, the ones that we've been following, stopped, looked to their left, saw a man running. His face was covered, and they just tackled him to the ground. I believe that was live on our air. Tased him, tackled him to the ground, and put him in handcuffs, and then carried him away. So right now they're just standing here. Again, we don't know what is going to happen. They do have their batons, their wooden batons in their hands. I don't see anyone on the street in terms of any citizens. It's really interesting to see who they stop and who they do not stop. I've seen them let a black couple pass by. I've seen them let a couple of white people pass by with no issues. I've seen them let some people who lived in the buildings nearby go back into their homes with no issues. But it seems as though the man that was running is the person that they tased and tackled to the ground. So we are actually here close to the highway. They were walking towards the highway before this entire encounter unfolded. So I don't know if they're going to continue to walk that way. It looks like they're trying to create a plan as to where they're going to go next. And they're walking into this parking lot in front of us. It's pretty dark, so we can't see what's happening over there, but we see a group of officers that are walking this way. We also see a person that is in handcuffs right now, sitting on the curb. We are across the street from where that is happening, but it looks like we have another arrest, and this is just from just from the officers walking down William Street for the past few minutes. It looks like 2 people maybe in handcuffs sitting on the curb there. So that's a total of 3 arrests in less than 20 minutes, I would say. So it looks like they're doing a sweep of downtown. If you are out here right now and you are not going to comply with this curfew, you run the risk of being arrested, and they're not playing any games.
But Brittany, you talk about it being interesting who they let go and who they stop. And it doesn't seem as though they're only stopping a particular group. They're not targeting any particular group in who they stop. What kind of, are they having a conversation? They're allowing people to say, hey, I live right over here, or explain what they're doing there before those people are arrested?
Right, I've seen them have some conversations. One woman was in her car and she was saying, "Hey officers, I live here," and they said, "Okay, let her turn around and go back into her building." The man that we saw running, there was no conversation. It was just tased, tackled down, arrest, and that was it. And it happened in a matter of seconds. I have seen other couples that were walking hand in hand say, "Hey, can we walk over here? Is this okay?" And they said, "Yeah, you know, there is a curfew," but they let them go on their merry way just to get to their cars. We are seeing officers take off their gas masks right now and just put their helmets back on, which usually means that there will be no deployment of the tear gas, at least not in the near future, or at least not for right now, or they could be taking a break. But we're seeing that gear change again, and that is usually a sign that they're changing the course a little bit. Well, we are here at the intersection of Simpson and Williams. We have a number of officers in full riot gear, changing some of that gear right now and getting ready for the next phase. Sean and Rick.
Brittany, I see that there is at least traffic. They're not stopping the flow of traffic, at least in this area. Have you seen, as you were walking with this this group of police officers, have you seen road closures? Or I see them detouring that car right there.
Right, so they're not letting cars go towards downtown Atlanta, but if you are driving past the highway, they're not stopping you. So that could mean anything, really. So again, we don't know where they're headed. We're just following them. And really just rolling with the punches here as they change gear. They were moving towards the highway, so they could still be headed in that direction. On the other side, I want to say parallel to this street, Williams Street, there are more officers, and we saw the SWAT tanks on the other side. So they pretty much have this area blocked off. So that's the latest here, though. I'll send it back to you guys. Of course, we'll keep an eye on what's happening.
All right, it's you know, the night has certainly has a degree of progress, but the work for Atlanta police is far from over.
That's true.
Let's go to Astrid Martinez. Astrid, a prisoner transport wagon has just shown up to your location. Several people have been arrested. I guess they're going to take them away.
Absolutely, that is the job right now. As you mentioned, it's right here, right behind me in the corner of Cone Street and Lucky Street. We haven't moved since you last came to us, but we're seeing the people that were arrested earlier being put into the back of the prisoner transport van. I think I saw about like 5 people today in that corner get arrested. But the rest of the police officers, as you can see, and SWAT team, they're just standing by. It's a little bit of a respite, I think, and much needed. Not that much action going on like we saw earlier, or pockets of people popping up. I think they're getting the message little by little that if you do come here to downtown, you will not be allowed to stay in the streets. You will be met with stern force, and you will be shown out if you don't see yourself out of here. But yes, you see some of the people are still on the ground, but police officers are making sure that they all get transported and taken out of the area. Things are pretty calm here, but it seems like police officers, law enforcement will stay here for a while just to make sure that nothing rises up. We see a SWAT team in full gear, or should I say in full riot gear, police officers in full riot gear. Just right now, like I said, a little bit of a respite. It's much needed. It's been a long 2 days here in Atlanta, and we hope it remains peaceful for the rest of the night. I know me and my crew, we're going to be here until 4 a.m. and we're going to keep you updated to make sure that everyone that is in Atlanta stays safe right now.
And Astrid, you have got, you've been given a really good access to proximity to the prisoners, I shouldn't say prisoners, but to those who were arrested, and then also to the police. They've given you really exceptional access. You're very close. I'm going to ask you to do this. I don't know if they're going to allow you to, but can you talk to those who were arrested and ask them what did they get arrested for, and do they regret breaking the curfew?
We were actually told to stay away from the people that were arrested, to actually stay a couple feet back. The police officers have been very cordial with us, and they've let us stay.
Well, we don't want to ruin that.
Let's keep it that way.
Let's keep it that way.
And not go. And you know what? To be honest, too, we've been in all different areas, like you've mentioned, and so many of the protesters that I spoke with, most of them, the ones that I encountered, they just wanted to get the peaceful message across that it's time for some equality, for systemic racism to be eradicated, because how how long can the people take it? Rebellion is caused because of inequality and injustices, and it doesn't always look pretty. This is what's going to happen, but obviously the city has to maintain order. So if you are out here, causing chaos, you will be arrested. And from what we've heard, not a lot of the people that were causing all that chaos are from Atlanta at all. They're coming here to show divisiveness and to make us look bad. So we are trying to show what Atlanta is really about. You saw people coming out here earlier this morning, cleaning, helping, loving one another. That's what Atlanta really is.
Well, Astrid, you made a very good point. And Tracy, I'm going to toss it to you. Governor Kemp made a comment that he said that many of the people that were arrested in the protests here in Atlanta weren't even from here.
That's true. Moments ago, we had a rare opportunity to have a one-on-one with the governor. He was at the command center with the Georgia Emergency Management Agency this evening, and we had an opportunity to talk to him. Our CBS46's Ayanna Crystal spoke to him about the protests last night compared to tonight, because a lot of those protests happened earlier today at the governor's mansion. Listen to what Governor Brian Kemp said.
Well, I think, look, the protesters that are here that are demanding justice and wanting to voice their support for, the individuals that we've seen not only in Georgia but in other parts of the country. We support that. We have been working hard to make sure that they can have a peaceful, nonviolent protest, and I think for the most part tonight we've seen that be very successful. The problem is we have some agitators that have a different agenda than bringing justice, and that's what we've been dealing with certainly last night. And tonight, I think tonight's a lot different story. We had a great plan working with Chief Shields, Mayor Bottoms, and a lot of local and state assets to be able to respond tonight. And the night's gone very well, but the night's not over, so we're continuing to keep our foot on the gas.
No, the night is not over yet. Actually, we are in the wee hours of Sunday morning now, but you can really see a prime example of what the city and also the National Guard and the state has done to regroup, figure out what kind of crowd they were dealing with in terms of these protesters and how to address them. The governor also telling us that he's extending the state of emergency until next weekend because of concerns about more protests in other parts of the state.
Yeah, we got some arrests going on right now, Tracy, as we take a look at these live pictures of yet another person just not listening to the rules. And the rules tonight are get home. As of 9 o'clock, that's when the curfew kicked in. However, we continue to see a bunch of stragglers, people just out there on the street, not listening, either not paying attention or not caring about the curfew that has been put in place. And these officers are just having none of it. They are out. They're going to be out all night long. And for those young people who are still out and about on the street at 10 after 12 on a early Sunday morning, they're going to find themselves put in the back of a police vehicle like that gentleman that we see right there in the red sweats.
Brittany, Rick, I'm just interrupt you for a second, sure. But the Atlanta Police Department says as of 10:50 p.m., 51 people have been arrested. It is now 12:10, and we've seen far more since that timeline has happened. Brittany, walk us through what you're seeing here, and are there still pockets that won't go home?
I can't even call it a pocket. It's really just individuals at this point. We had our backs turned. We were walking up the hill, and we just heard the screeching of brakes and turned around and saw that man running towards us. And then he hooked a left, ran towards the street, and then he just saw officers park their cars and swarm him, and he had nowhere to go. He also was tased, went down to the ground. They put him in handcuffs, and then you saw the footage where they put him in the back of the car. So I don't even know where he came from, because we were just there a couple of seconds ago and didn't see anybody on the streets and didn't see anyone running. So it's really individuals at this point, and officers are everywhere. Let me tell you, those officers were not in a marked patrol car. Those cars are undercover cars, and so you will not know, apparently, if an officer is in the traffic that you see in downtown Atlanta. It could be an APD officer, it could be a civilian. We really don't know. I was shocked because I was like, where are the police cars? And they all came out of these undercover vehicles. So it's really just individuals rather than pockets, Rick and Sean, I can tell you that.
Well, Brittany, and we're going to continue to stay with your shot and just watch as police continue to, as you said, Brittany, they're no longer pockets. These are stragglers, individuals who are now testing the mighty might of Atlanta Police Department, and you're just simply going to lose. They have a zero tolerance policy tonight that has been reinforced in a press conference with both Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields, with Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, that they were not going to allow what happened yesterday happen again today. And we have seen what would we say? I mean, at least from our vantage point, it has been successful for the city of Atlanta. They have been able to stem a second night of violent protests. What we had yesterday was clearly violent. It was disturbing, and it is a black eye for the city. Many businesses suffered extensive damage, and then the damage went outside of downtown Atlanta. It started to go into Buckhead, and in response of fears of this festering even further, Governor Brian Kemp extended the state of emergency. He is now deploying 3,000 National Guardsmen. There is talk, according to the governor, he said that there could be uprisings in Athens, also Savannah. And as he has been helpful with the police force here in Atlanta, the governor says he plans to commit to help the Athens and Savannah as well, and in any other city, I believe he said possibly Griffin, where he is going to make sure that if there's an uprising, they will have the full support of the Georgia National Guard. But if you're just joining us now, you're seeing Atlanta police no longer the Mr. Nice Guy's way. They are out here to stop the looting. There has been reports, I mean, not as bad as yesterday, but there have been reports of looting and destruction of additional structures in downtown Atlanta. Protesters, they caused damage to at least one Atlanta patrol vehicle. They broke out windows of the APD's Zone 5 precinct on Ted Turner Drive downtown, the Dunkin' Donuts at Lucky Street and Forsyth Street, and other downtown businesses. Some have been looted tonight. Others, well, now that's midnight. This was yesterday. They were looted and also suffered some damage. We spoke, Rick, also with the president of Atlanta City Council, Felicia Moore, and she talked about how, as a council person, that the city council has a lot of work to do. They will look at this in hindsight and see what they could possibly do different.
You know, and that's exactly who the protesters wanted to reach. People like Ms. Moore, people who are in a position to write policies that will help young men and women of color, that will help relationships between law enforcement and the members of the communities that they police. You know, and if we take a look at these young people who are being put into the backs of these police vehicles being taken away, some of them are young men of color, but we've just seen some young white women who are also being arrested and charged for violating this curfew tonight. It seems as though the police are not targeting any specific group. They're targeting anybody who is out there and who is not following the guidelines that have been put out by the mayor, and that is to be home. You know, but here is this young man. He's wearing, you can see it right there, "I can't breathe." Those were the words of George Floyd at the time of his tragic and heinous death in Minnesota. And you can't help but sympathize with the cause that he came out tonight to espouse. But the fact that he's still out at 12:15 when the mayor called for a curfew at 9, he really has stepped on his own message. He and so many other people in this city and in other cities around the country. And not just around the country, Sean, I was just looking on social media. There have been protests around the world. Protests in Berlin, protests in London, protests in Paris, France, where people have come out in support of these communities of color and against police brutality, against the kinds of police tactics that so many people are upset about. You know, so this is a movement that is really taking over, not just here in the United States, but all over. And you just have to hope that these young people who are finding themselves in trouble with the law tonight are learning lessons that they can come out and they can make a difference and they can protest whatever their cause is without getting themselves in trouble. And this is a lousy way to have to learn a lesson, but I'm sure that a lot of these young people who are finding themselves in trouble tonight are gonna think twice before they do this again.
And no one really can understand the pain and the anger and the angst of what many in the African American community go through when it comes to unequal justice and racial discrimination is Representative John Lewis. He almost lost his life protesting civil rights. And he even tweeted about 4 hours ago, but he is, even while he's being treated for cancer, fighting for his own life, he is still trying to spread the message that if you want to make long-lasting change, organize, demonstrate, sit in, stand up, vote. That is the tweet that he sent out earlier today. He said, be constructive, not destructive. Even the governor of Georgia and the mayor of Atlanta, the police chief, T.I., Killer Mike, all condemned the damage through the rioting. They understand that as they were saying with Martin Luther King, with Dr. Bernice King mentioning that her father gave a powerful speech and said riots are the language of the unheard. But even Bernice King was saying that the way to get what the message of getting justice that you want is only through non-violent, peaceful means. And Killer Mike said, you know, you got to go vote. We're hearing it now from Representative John Lewis, who has lived. Many of us who are African American, including myself, have the opportunity to be a news anchor in Atlanta, and is because of the price that he paid to give us civil rights. And he is saying, I know your pain, your rage, your sense of despair and hopelessness. Justice has indeed been denied for far too long, but he says the rioting, the looting, and the burning is not the way. Again, I will repeat what he wrote: organize, demonstrate, sit in, stand up, and vote. And really, what we're seeing tonight at 12:19 in the morning is that these individuals, because there's not really pockets, as Brittany Miller said, who's one of our reporters who's on the front lines of all of this, is saying that the pockets are really gone. Now it's just stragglers.
Yeah.
It's individuals who are trying to take advantage of a situation.
It does seem that way, and it is really remarkable to just sort of see these. The one thing that they have in common, Sean, is that they all seem very young,
and especially today.
Especially today. Well, even last night too, when we saw those people committing those horrible acts of destruction and arson and lighting police cars on fire. Even then, it just seemed like, you know, young people who let their emotions get the best of them, and really just made some very, very poor choices. But I think it is encouraging to see sort of the posturing of the police and these people that they're taking.
Wait. Look at this picture, Rick.
Yeah.
You know, and look, some people just age gracefully and seem incredibly young. But how old is this person in the center of the screen with the eyeglasses?
She looks like she's
the
12
bangs?
years old.
She looks extremely young. I'm not going to, you know, she could be an older woman and has aged gracefully. But I'm a mother and I have children, and you're a father and you have children. And this looks, if not a preteen, definitely a teenager.
Well, you know, someone who's old enough to know better. Someone who's old enough to know, I think, you know, that when the mayor, when there is violence in your city and the mayor has come out and said, we're not going to stand for it. And one of the ways that we're going to prevent it from happening again is by putting in place a curfew at 9 o'clock. I think that someone her age should know what that means.
Well, Rick, I mean, I get what you're saying, and I'm not going to disagree. Atlanta will rebuild. We'll learn some hard-fought lessons, what we have seen on the last 2 days with these protests. And even though Atlanta Police Department has done an exemplary job of squashing any potential hotspots that it could have become violent, that we will rebuild. We will learn from this and hopefully learn to, as Representative John Lewis said, learn to organize peacefully, demonstrate peacefully, sit in, stand up, and we've got that big election date coming up. Get out and vote.
Yep, that election date coming up next week. It's June the 9th. That is the primary day, and we've got a number of races on the ballot. These are important races and important decisions for people to make. I'm not sure exactly who these ladies are, but looks like they maybe are protecting their business. This is downtown Atlanta.
If you look at the bottom of the screen, you see where their window was shattered, Rick.
Wow.
Well,
look at them.
Reinstall this door, this window here.
Let's listen to her.
I'm actually barred up. I'm not even gonna get glass yet. You know, make it a door. make it a door instead of darn window. Yes, but anyway, we're gonna just stay at peace and wait on God. Bottom line. That's it. And stay safe. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just about to go into tears, really.
Yeah, I know. We really cannot express how we feel.
It's overwhelming.
It is overwhelming.
What's going on?
It's very overwhelming.
It really is.
But he said, God is good, for the Lord is good. His mercy is everlasting, and His truth endureth to all generations. I'm going to put this back right here.
He's good and He's faithful.
Yes. He's faithful.
So we just thank Him.
Sorry that this happened to y'all business, right?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
There was a protester who, I'm making the assumption is a protester, but it's someone walking down the street in front of this business that has suffered damage because of a looter, of a person who decided to break their window and deface their property. These two African American women, probably a small owned business that they are running themselves, and they've decided to protect their inventory by staying in their store until they can get this glass shattered window repaired. And to see that gentleman walk down the street and see just heartbreaking, the woman says, I want to cry. This is a lot to deal with.
Yes, I'm Janice Wilborn.
I hear her name is Janice Wilborn. Let's listen to this.
Designs, downtown Atlanta. Wilborn Sisters Designer Boutique, downtown Atlanta.
Spelled like it sounds, Wilborn?
Yes, Wilborn, W-I-L-B-O-U-R-N.
Okay, and Janice.
And my name is Janice Wilborn.
She's the owner.
Oh, yes. She's the owner?
And my name is Janice Welch.
She's a
W-E-L-C-H.
Oh, you're a customer, huh?
A good friend.
A couple of Janices there. Ms.
But
Wilburn.
trying to smile in the midst of suffering some severe damage to their small business that the Janice on the left owns, and deciding to stay in the store and protect their inventory because there are still pockets of individuals who are that Atlanta police are trying to squash and get them off the roads that are creating damage to local businesses.
That was Eric Sander, our chief photographer, a photojournalist here, who was capturing those images, interviewing those two women at that business, and the role of faith. It was front and center. You could hear it in her voice. She read from that sign that she keeps in her store, and you saw that smile on her face, even as she stands in front of her shattered window of her storefront, a business that she owned and built herself, that she is still able to smile and talk about the future with hope and some joy in her face and in her voice. And Sean, that comes from her faith. And that, I think, is something that many people in Atlanta are calling on over these last 48 hours or so to get them through these sad moments and to find some glimmer of hope and happiness as we look towards a better future.
The question now is that as Atlanta heals from this, we heard from a pastor at the press conference with Atlanta City Hall and with Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, and the pastor said that today it's midnight. Today is Pentecost Sunday. Many churches have been closed because of COVID-19. Although the governor says you can have services that are open. It'll be interesting to see because of the healing that the city is going to go through. Will any of those churches open their doors instead of doing online services to allow Atlantans to come in and grieve and seek solace through prayer and to really dig down deep into their faith to realize that no matter how dark it is, God for them will answer their prayers. And the prayer is that, restore our city, heal our city, and not just from this 2 days of protests, but the COVID-19 pandemic, how its impact has been on especially communities of color. And
Disproportionately.
It is disproportionately. The death rate is high, and the ability to contract it is even higher. But those facilities of faith is something that is the bedrock, at least certainly for me, of our communities of color, where it's a place to turn. It'll be interesting to see now that Atlanta is in phase 2 of reopening, will any of those church doors open tomorrow to just help its congregation heal?
Well, I think a number of them will, and I think that a number of them will continue to hold religious services over Zoom or remotely or however else they've been doing it, because the need is there. The need is there for people to find some kind of comfort and peace in these very, very difficult and trying times. We talked about the primary that's coming up next week. Joe Biden is the presumptive Democratic nominee for president, and it's such a strange presidential race. Normally we would see the candidates for president out and about in front of cameras all the time, but in this age of COVID, it's a little bit different. You see the candidates releasing statements, and we just have a brand new one from Vice President Biden, who is saying, "We are a nation in pain, but we must not allow this pain to destroy us. We are a nation enraged, but we cannot allow our rage to consume us. We are a nation exhausted, but we will not allow our exhaustion to defeat us." So those are the words of the presidential candidate, former Vice President Joe Biden, who has the support of a lot of people in this community and a lot of people around the country, and people looking for leadership and looking for leadership from the very top. Wanting to see that from President Trump, wanting to see that from all of our elected officials and those who are asking for our vote. Those are the words of the Vice President, former Vice President, tonight.
We are about to wrap up our coverage.
We are.
We have pretty much seen an arc of what started out as protests, and then some people taunting police officers, others being respectful. We saw a press conference where the mayor had a announcement that there would be a 9 p.m. curfew, and the police chief saying it's zero tolerance. Please go home because we will arrest you today. And that arc has continued on to where we saw crowds dispersed with tear gas. And immediately, if there was any infraction whatsoever, immediately the hands were behind the back and the zip locks were pulled. We have, I would say, Rick, that this has been a success for the city of Atlanta. There has been, since 10 o'clock, there's been over 50 arrests. That number, I'm sure, will increase by the final totals once they come in. But they have been able to restore peace and safety into the streets of Atlanta. And that was really the mission of both the mayor, the governor, and the police chief.
Before we go, though, I just want to recognize our colleagues who have been out in the field over the last couple of nights, the correspondents, the photojournalists, those colleagues of ours who are here in the office helping us with this information. Just an amazing amount of teamwork going on here at CBS 46, and I'm proud, on behalf of Sean and me, proud to have been a part of it. Thank you so much for joining us, and keep it right here on CBS 46.
Make sure you download the CBS 46 streaming app to get the latest information, and then make sure you watch the morning show tomorrow for an update on the damage. Have a good night.